Crazy how time flies when I wonder if the path is in the right direction. But I do believe things come to life by accident. When your name's on, sounds like it's meant to be.
Wake up, the space made when things fall apart. What matters at the end is how you left them all. Fire in my soul, fire in my heart. Till you see on the other side of stars.
Oh, the journey starts from where we did first step. No one's sure what lies ahead before them breath. Rose baby, rough and tough, but we will live somewhere.
Nothing easy, get up and go, get it go.
Sometimes this journey is about cliches, all about the destination of the world. No matter how far,
No matter how far,
how you go,
how you go, how you
how
go.
long can you
Property and no time to waste. Gotta take your life, go get it burning.
敵の分析に備えておきますよ。ペルソ
ビジネ見事だ。
ナ返答しました。
ご指名か。頼んだ。受け取った。急所をつく。ペルソナ。
Ah, bangun.
アナダ君ダウン。ピンチです。
無様だな。
キリジョー先輩。
この状況なら
誰か
決めてやる。
このままじゃ負傷者多数。このままじゃ入ってな。カリちゃん大丈夫。今なら来て、急げ。
どうする。ペルソナ。
死ぬかと思った。天田君上手に避けました。天田君ダウン。ピンチです。
やってくれたな。
天田君マークをされてきてる。
ペルソナ。
次はペルソナ。よか
ありが
った。
とう。
残念でした。あ、味方がダウンです。さあ参ってな。やばい。天田君無理しない。
攻め時か。アルテミシ
困るか。キリジョン先輩ダウンです。誰か援護を。リーダーが危険です。
ア迷うな。ペルソナ
さすが。この場面なら負けない。ラスト決めるよ。敵を撃破。ゆかりちゃんいい調子。
ペルソナ言ってくれたな。
キリジョン先
急
輩
所をつく。決めてやる。
大変。なんとか立て直して。エオルギア、今ならいけそうです。助かった。討伐終了。次、お疲れ様でした。
よし。241階か。普通の建物なら1000メートルほどの高さだね。
実際の数値はわからないですが、相当な高さにあることは確かです。あれ、良さげなもの入ってそう。ありがとうございます。やだ。
疲れはないな。行こう。
敵がいます。行きますか。
先生だよ。力を試すにはいい相手かも。次はでも油断は禁物。
この一手で行くぞ、アルテミシア。
アーガビンが敵をダウンじゃん。
いつでも変わろう。
変わってください。私に任せて。はい、総攻撃チャンス。やっちゃうかんね。 ざっとこんなもんでしょ。
うまく決まりましたね。
この反応、死神です。
あそこ宝箱ですね。
ここのこの風景に何か意味があるのだろう。扉があるぞ。どうするかは任せる。
やります。
やるぞ。
よし、かかってこい。
解析準備中です。もう少し時間がかかりそう。この場面なら今決める。もう一つくらえ。疾風が効かない敵です。
この一手で
他の攻撃方法を。
これでどうだ。
まだとどめ。
すごいじゃん。
そう。みんなの力で。これが僕たちの力だ。
お疲れ様です。
宝箱だ。どうする？
宝箱があります。あれ、良さげなもの入ってそう。皆さん、休憩は取らなくて大丈夫ですか？
気をつけろ。敵だ。
敵をダウン。ゆかりちゃんが敵をダウン。ゆかりちゃんが敵をダウン。ゆかりちゃんが敵をダウン。さーて覚悟しなさいよ。これで終わらせるよ。これで決まり。
うまく決まりましたね。
あ、シャドウ。
よそ見してたんだ。
力を試すにはいい相手かも。でも油断は禁物です。引き金をしてペルソナ。ゆかりちゃんが敵をダウン。
いつでも変わろう。
いけますよ。
次よろしく。
迷うな。ペルソナ。
いいぞ、浜田。
行きましょう。一斉攻撃です。とどめの一撃。正義は勝つんです。うまく決まりましたね。
ねえ、宝箱。敵の分析に備えておきます。当たれ。
放つぞ。アルテミシ
ペルソナでカーラネミ。
天田君が敵をダウン。
迷うな。今だ。
天田君すごいじゃない。
やっちゃいましょう。一斉攻撃です。とどめの一撃。まあ、そこですか。
いい感じだったね。
宝箱か。
素晴らしい。楽しみにしております。ご用件を伺います。
合体するペルソナをお選びください。
こちらは強いペルソナです。良い選択かと存じます。こちらでよろしいですか？こちらは強いペルソナです。こちらでよろしい。良い選択かと存じます。こちらは強いペルソナです。こちらは強いペルソナです。どちらを継承なさいますか？
かなりの力を授かって生まれそうですな。
どちらを継承なさいますか？
かなりの力を授かって生まれそうですな。
生まれるようです。 こちらでよろしいのですか？
どのようなペルソナが生まれるか楽しみですな。
こちらのペルソナですね。こちらのペルソナですね。引き継ぐスキルをお選びください。
かなりの力を授かって生まれそうですな。ふふ、楽しみでございますな。よく
承りました。またのお越しをお待ちしております。
やるぞ。相手になろう。
有利にやらなきゃ。してちょっとそれなしだって。
逃がさん。さらけ出せ。チェックだ。ボンニュー。何が有効だ。いいぞ。
敵をダウン。解析準備中です。もう少し時間はかかりそう。手強い相手です。ご注意を。
ペルソナ
リーダーが敵を撃破です。解析準備中です。もう少し時間はかかりそう。
ここはいや
ご指名か。
頼んだ。
受け取った。まだだ。
ちょっとバカリちゃんの体に毒が。気兼ねを解毒できませんか。ペルソナ。この相手の解析を進めますか。
急所をつく。ペルソナ。
一位さん転倒しました。
シフトチェンジだ。
来いペルソ
ナイス。いい調子。今なら総攻撃できます。
ナ。行くよ。迷うな。今だ。どうする。いやここは。いや
この場面なら。して
よかった。
助かった。
ラスト1体
この一手で
決めちゃいましょう。
容赦はしない。
討伐終了。
終了だ。
シャドウ反応消失しました。
時間は限られている。足を止めている暇はない。 あの箱は特殊なもののようだな。
ねえねえ、ありがとう。強敵です。気をつけてください。あの
梅雨払いだ。
どうするペルソナ。
次はイセス。嘘でしょ。いや、マジ？ゆかりちゃんだ。ピンチです。
ここはいや、さてどうする。
ペルソナ。
覚悟してよね。この相手の解析を進めますか。はい、いくよ。これでとどめ。
放つぞ。
ご敵では倒せません。注意してください。
急所をつく。行くぞアルテミシア。ルーダマ
待ってな。すごい。すべて回避です。この敵は解析済みですね。
迷うな。
ペルソナ。この敵は解析済みですね。
ロープスクリーンだな。
引き金をしてイセス。当たらないって。避けた。リーダーすごい。やらなきゃ。負けない。どうも。
すまなかった。
済みですね。
頼む。カーラネミ。
このくらいで軽いですね。お疲れ様でした。
よし。
調和する2つは完全なる1つに勝る。そしてそれ以上の力がここにある。稀にしかない箱だ。ぜひ回収してくれ。
ああ。
特別なクエストが来ています。どのクエストになさいますか？いってらっしゃいませ。約束。惣菜いただき。せてもらうよ。 惣菜いただき。約束約束。よろしく。いい感じ。一丁上がり。よっしゃ。惣菜いただき。よっしゃ。はよ。惣菜いただき。よっしゃ。いくよ。約束約束。よっしゃ。はよ。約束約束。よっしゃ。いくよ。 いただき。よっしゃ。よろしく。ちょろい。素材いただき。よっしゃ。いいもの出てこい。はあ。
見ていってくれたまえ。いざ。楽しかったぞ。おお。おお、やあ。出航準備完了。 取引開始といこう。商人の血が騒ぐね。取引開始といこう。バイ。
特別なクエストが追加されました。受注可能なクエストはこちらです。ホムラの加護がありますように。出発！腕が鳴るね。さすが私のお供。待て。
Stop dog.
いい感じ。これでも食らえ。絶対に倒す。総流いくよ。これでおしまい。
Enough.
もうちょいで枯れる。集中。いいもの出てこい。待てだよ。ガツンとやっちゃうよ。よっしゃ。よろしく。研ぎ澄ます。待て待て。はっ。行くよ。よみがえれ切れ味。待ってだぞ。ふっ。順調順調。ふっ。ふっ。はっ。やっ。さあ。ふっ。はっ。いい感じ。
Você me segura. gas.
言うこと聞きなさい。
Ayo pada yuk bra.
思い知ったか。絶対に倒す。ビシバシ行くよ。ちょろい。目指せ英雄。
それちょっと Y ay, déjame ubicas. Mana gini? 忘れちゃったね。
For me right now.
Nah, that's sick. I like the mentality. I like the mentality of like, he's like a Pokemon collector. He's gotta catch them all. He's got like, you know, I envision he's like on his, you know, sitting in his mahogany chair and like his fireplace behind him, and he's just got all the trophies on top of it. And he's got 2 spots left open. He used to fill them.
Yeah, I was just thinking, some people collect postcards or some,
Fridge magnets.
Yeah, something like that. He's just collecting Dota 2 trophies
And money.
and money.
He's got a plethora of trophies right now, definitely to add to that one. But focusing more back onto this, they're a team that has kind of entered the zone. They're having that fun. They're looking at those trophies, and they can think that far ahead, T, because, like I said, they're in the zone. They're having fun, especially a player like Ma. Loves to meme around, loves to have a little bit of old chat, sometimes mess around with these quick buys as well.
No, of course. I feel like for Amar, at least in the last series, I saw a return to when Amar kind of broke onto the scene. We spoke about it to some, you know, decent length yesterday, but, you know, him having the relic, showing the rapier, of course he's always going to buy the nullifier, but just like these small little things, you know, Amar doesn't do it every single game, you know, all the time, but I feel like when he's doing this, you know he's hitting his like ultimate peak level of Dota, because he's hitting that ability just to do the meme. Sometimes throughout TI, he wouldn't mess around with the quick buy at all because he was so focused on like, I want to just cleanly win this game. So I think it is fun to see Amar, you know, loosening up a bit again, getting some of the memes back, and we'll see if he wants to try and do any of those in the grand final here. There'll be a lot for him to try and secure their first last slammer.
It's like peak confidence, Amar.
Yeah.
But also, what's even more hilarious about this is that he locked the relic too. So it's like kind of committed to the meme even further.
He's like, oh, maybe I accidentally quick buy it.
Yeah, I think it is. There it is a little bit of like, okay, I'm doing this meme, but like I also don't want to like accidentally build a rapier, and then we just lose in the stupidest way ever.
It dies and quick buys.
You know, it's standard even for carries to lock the relic, just to keep it safe. I want to combine it when I want it to and stuff like this. It's intentional for sure.
We're seeing some more footage coming out. Misery body language reads just give you more confidence. Are you still on the pool of, yeah, Pew's looking good, Tundra having more of an edge ever so slightly?
I mean, I think Falcons are always just looking cool, calm, and collected. No puns intended, of course. But I think it's really hard to read anything on Falcons. They kind of always just look the same. I feel even when they're winning TI, they look the same. You and I, it almost feels like.
The day in the office.
My big indicator for a team though is if you're behind stage and you're like talking too much and you're doing stuff, then your prep's kind of been done at the wrong time, right? I feel like I want to look at a calm team, a team that's disciplined and ready to walk onto the stage and, you know, do their job. When I see teams like doing the huddle and like doing all this stuff and like getting too panicky, then I think sometimes, you know, the gravity of the situation can hit them. So yeah, as soon as I see Falcons like that, it's like, all right, cool, they're ready.
They are ready. I mean, they're in the arena already. These teams want to come out on stage. I know our arena's filling up. Our audience wants to see it too. So our grand finals, it's Tundra up against Falcons.
It's a clash of the Titans. Tundra Esports and Team Falcons are 2 absolute powerhouses of modern Dota, and this match means everything to the both of them. For Tundra,
feel bad.
What me? You. Ini rumah squid. Apa lagi squid? I do all the support thing. 아이고 정계를 했어요. know if I should use this.
Somebody do something!
Limot ko sa mga pindutan.
It's okay. Yes! Bleed for me!
pick. We've seen a
Versus
couple
a good
teams
draft.
give this Ursa against Pangolier, and it's one of the worst offlane to carry matchups for Pangolier. And so I think it's really good that they don't do that, that they put this Razor against this Ursa, and they say, no, you blind pick this Ursa to try to stop us from picking other stuff, fine. We're actually going to counterpick you, because we saw a couple times yesterday, people sort of counterpick themselves to give this Ursa a free game, and I think you cannot be giving this Ursa hero a free game, especially to a player like Pure, who we saw yesterday is very capable of taking over the game on this hero. So I think the Razor pick is great.
True, I agree. So, I mean, Falcons are picking now, and I agree with Chi's assessment that they could use another way of starting a fight and not just rely on the Pangolier Diffusal initiation or Rolling Thunder. What would that be from Skeeter? Could it be something like a Sven? Is that a little bit too farmy, or?
It's not a way to start a fight in regards to team fight and like stunning, but like a gyrocopter. You can just throw it in the lane on the Doom. You then can be sacrificial in playing behind the Razor, playing behind the Chaos. Again, it's not any stuns or team fight that I was looking for, but it gives them a lot more of that recipe of we are going to be ahead at 20 minutes.
Yeah, I like the idea. I think it was an option at an 18 pick as well, at the gyrocopter. So that's definitely a possibility.
Falcons definitely thinks that Tundra's last picking mid. They think it's just support Batrider. It's pretty interesting. Pangolier, if it does end up being mid Pangolier against Bat, is a very knife's edge lane. Pango can do totally fine, and you can also die 100 times, depending on skill. Now it is Malorine, so you have to. Holy crap!
Is that carry Venomancer?
Oh my god, they were inspired by mid one. Oh, there was a little smirk from Skidder there.
I think the lineup is. I think the lineup is disgusting.
It's so toxic.
Really toxic. Yeah, it's so much pressure. Ridiculous lineup actually. Duma is not gonna have fun into Pugna Venomancer.
I mean, to me, like, we saw Heroic do something similar. They also went for the disgusting lineup, but I think this disgusting fits better because I think
this works.
Tundra's heroes hate playing against like random garbage. Like if you look at the heroes, they have no one who really ghost pushes, no one who can kill these waves that easily without being in the middle of the wave. You're playing against snakes, and you're playing against a bounty hunter sees you, and you're playing against all this kill for this early aggression. I think it can be very oppressive for Tundra's heroes.
Okay, and we've been mentioning so many times that Falcons, their lockdown, their control, it is lackluster. They really are relying on only the Pangolier to be that big team fight. So of course, elusive heroes in the last pick are going to look very, very strong. And it is a carry Venomancer for Skidder.
That's kind of sick.
Yeah, it's kind of sick. They're kind of not copying mid one, but they're kind of respecting, because people are playing it more, it's coming into light. And for Falcons, they haven't played Veno in over 9 months. The last time they played it was back in the Venomancer support days when it was that pesky 5 and you farm up and buy auras.
Right.
Yeah, this is a very different Venomancer.
What do you think about the Storm? Because like there's not much disables, but of course that does not always indicate whether it's a good Storm game or not. How do you feel about it?
I honestly feel like they're a bit cornered before this last pick, and while I can see why they picked Storm, and I think it makes a lot of sense, I don't think it's good enough. Like Malorine will not lose this lane; he will just not lose. Like I think
2 minutes, 4 minutes, 6 minutes. Like the journey to getting online for Tundra is so difficult. So they're gonna have to find some extra little pieces to the puzzle, because right now the entry to the game from Falcons, it looks pretty free. And of course, scaling from Tundra, if we put 4 or 5 items on every hero, yeah, they're gonna be able to play out the game. But very, very scary.
Yeah, no, they definitely need to lock in. I think there's potential for the lanes to go super badly on Tundra, and this game gets really rough really quickly. And so I think they really need to be on the ball and play crisp. Or I think, like you said, I think this early game and this oppressive potential from Falcons draft is too much. I would much rather be Falcons here, but I think if Tundra locks in, they can survive early game.
They need BKBs, right? They need a lot of items on their heroes, and then they have a chance.
Thank you very much for your thoughts, guys. Before we start game 1, we will be joined by Slacks with an interview with Moon Meander.
Absolutely, I am here with Mr. Moon himself. Moon, pretty interesting draft here. Before we get into it, though, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but you have quite the connection to Singapore.
Yeah, I grew up here till I was 16. I went to Victoria School.
Okay. 16 years in Singapore. Welcome back, my friend, here on the stage once more. Let's talk a little bit about this draft. Now, Razor, do you remember what this hero does? Do you have any idea? I mean, because we haven't seen it too much. Are you prepared for something like a Razor?
We feel like Amar was going to take the Viper Razor, so yeah, we were kind of ready for it. Yeah, but we wanted to put him in that spot where he's playing a hero he hasn't played in forever.
Oh, that's what I like to hear. Okay, put him out of their comfort zone. What do you think the comfort zone right now is on carry Venomancer? Pretty wacky. We have seen a lot of Venomancer so far in this tournament, but not necessarily in that role.
Skidder has a very set job in this team. is to hold a safe lane down, and he just wants to get carried by Armor, so he's playing Venomancer.
Okay, okay. I hear that. What are your chances, my friend? Are you going to be winning this one?
Either we lose in 15 minutes or we win.
All right, well, that's what I want to hear. Fantastic. Give it up for Moon as we go to game one with our casters.
Thank you very much, Slax. Just cannot wait to get these games underway. Tundra versus Falcons, an absolute treat. This is going to be, folks, to see them go head-to-head in this best of 5.
I mean, for sure, it's good to hear that Moon actually does agree kind of with what the panel was saying, kind of what we were saying too. The speed that Falcons can set with this draft definitely looks pretty terrifying. So we'll see if Tundra can endure the pressure, because their lineup, it scales. It scales very hard if they can get to these items. So we'll have to see if they can.
Absolutely, because the pressure's going to be on. We saw, you know, the Ursa pick comes out for Pure, and then those last two heroes coming in from Falcons, they're definitely going to instill, you've got to imagine, some level of fear into the Ursa, right? There's going to be a Veno on one side of the map, there's Razor on the other. Two heroes that Ursa's not going to have fun running into early on in the game.
It's an incredibly, what I would call, disruptive lineup from Falcons, right? It's pretty much preventing you from trying to get to your game plan. They just want to set tempo and just mess with you. You know, eventually Blink Daggers might be getting canceled from little pokes. Veno Wards will be slowing heroes down from getting that gap closed, you know, all these different slows and annoyances. So it should be pretty interesting to see how those things will kick off. I'm going to be looking completely at these lanes. If Tundra loses too hard in these lanes, things can get very, very dangerous in terms of how things can accelerate, because they need items for sure on these cores. All three of them like the farm.
I guess the question is going to be, though, even if Falcons do get that lead, will they be able to put the pressure on enough to shut it down? Because we've seen the style that Falcons have been winning in, right? They'll get that lead, and they will keep the game going. Maybe this time around, that could work against them if they do kind of keep it going long enough to allow Tundra to get the chance to get back in on the action.
Yeah, perhaps for sure. But the one thing, Falcons has just been, they've been very good about dodging the ganks, though, right? Like, I feel like they've just been really good at moving around and manipulating.
If it gets to the point where Tundra don't fall too far behind, and they're the ones initiating with this Doom, Storm, Ursa, Batrider just collapsing in on a hero, they can get those instant kills at the start of the team fights pretty easily.
As long as they get the information, right? That's super important. Falcons have the edge on information for the most part in this one, because the Veno Wards are going to be down. There's going to be a bounty scouting on it. But if Tundra can get those, you know, that information, can get the jump, they see the Pugna in some of these fights, for sure. Looks like we do have a bit of an audio issue, by the way, so apologies for the delay.
And what do you make about the last pick from Tundra? You know, getting the BZM Storm Spirit is something that he's incredibly strong on. We know that with this lineup that they're playing against, there's not a huge amount of lockdown. Obviously, Storm as a hero, right, can suffer if he gets kind of crushed and falls behind in the early game. Like, making the recovery is not going to be easy. But if he doesn't get pushed too far behind, I think, you know, as Moon was saying, there's going to be that strength around him.
Absolutely.
That this Storm could just run rampant across the game and the team fights, and nobody's going to be able to get their hands on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a late game style draft, right? It's speed versus greed in a way, you could say, for, you know, Falcons versus Tundra here. So, you know, we'll have to see what BZM is going to be able to do on this Storm. I've seen this hero suffer a lot, because you fall behind, right? Even if there's some limited catch, when you're playing versus sustain, it can be very complicated. So the Pugna, it's got to be eyes from BZM to find that and just know where this annoying snaking is at all times. And looks like we are getting ready.
We are. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Both of these teams, quite the journey here, and an impressive one through the groups and then turning up in the semis, showing that they by far are the best right now. Let's see which one of them's going to be able to take this first game of the grand final.
Let's go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, can't wait to see how this early game's going to go down. Is the Falcons just going to be able to dominate these lanes, sort of create this early chaos that Tundra are going to struggle to recover from, or are Tundra going to be able to hold strong?
That's got to be the question to look at. And got to see, of course, watching out the scouting, watching out the level 1, the potential first bloods, and see what Crit's going to do in particular on this bounty hunter, because this is a hero. I want to talk about it quite a bit here, because it's a hero he used to play a lot. And in this type of draft, it is a little different from what we've seen from Falcons in a lot of their games. They did kind of steal things from Tundra, right? Taking that bounty away from Ahri. So we'll see what he looks to do with it and how much pressure he's going to look to put on.
Because overall, yeah, the bounty as a hero, actually see some early engagement here as they're going to get the setup on a BZM. BZM in trouble.
Deny?
For the deny, they're not going to be able to deny him. Crit gets the last hit in. Draws first blood here for Falcons. They're going to try and potentially push on for more. Maori, he'll back away.
They threw a blood grenade there.
Yeah, not going to be able to find anything in return, Tundra, so Falcon's able to get away with that hit.
And Owen, they actually put the ward down behind the tower on Falcon, so they smoked up afterwards on Tundra to get positioning here, and Falcons is completely aware of that smoke, so they might look to actually fight again, potentially here.
Let's have a look, and maybe down the line, Crit's going to be hovering around for some courier snipes on the mid. You got to watch out for that.
And that is actually pretty brutal if they are going to do that. That's a good point. As you said, eyes on Crit to see what he wants to do with this, because he could even look to like try lane at the start here, make some moves around. Probably wants to start with ATF. I don't think you want to let your Razor get shut down too much in the start, but we'll see where he wants to go. As it was him who got the first blood too, right? So he's going to be able to have that availability of either getting that like Windlace or boots super early on to make early movement.
He's going to try and get that block on a little bit, but Pure will make sure the Crit can't stick around too much. So they should be able to still have the lane in an okay position, Tundra, on that top side. But yeah, how is this lane going to be? You know, as the Ursa laning into this Bounty Razor, can you come out all right because of the fact that you have this strong lane support in Whitemont on the Jakiro?
It can be difficult for sure, but if the Jakiro can actually get the trade hit.
Off lane on the Razor.
100%.
So getting his chance to get his hands on it this game, you've got to imagine that Amar, he's pretty fired up and ready to go. He's looking forward to playing this one.
I'm looking forward to see it too, because as you said, you know, not really too many people are playing it, especially not these even level 30 players. You know, Crystallis isn't playing it. So cool to see that we are going to see that one brought out bottom. Some aggression coming out onto 33. Just it's constant poke and harass in this lane coming out from the Veno and the Pugna, just slowing down that Doom. See what Ahri wants to do in the lane. It's just right now it's both sides doing some creep manipulation, just dragging waves, denying some potential from each other.
Yeah, talking about potential, you know, what is the potential like for the carry Veno? Because even if they, you say Tundra are able to hold their own in the early game and don't fall behind, even if it starts to go later, right, this Venomancer carry can still be pretty deadly.
It does absurd amounts of damage. You can fall into some issues where you can just get exploded very early if you do get focused, but they have the Pugna, right? They have this decrypt that can potentially save in a lot of situations. And it's not, you know, it's Falcon, so it's not like he's an end-all carry ever. That's just the way that they play, right? That's why they have this Razor, they have this Pango, they have pseudo cores on the side. So far, Pure is actually doing excellent, by the way, so.
Sitting in the mid matchup, what have we got at the moment? BZM 13 for 3 against the 12-on-1. Pretty close here between the two of them.
Yep. Amar. Once he hits level 3, that's probably where we start to see a bit more of that dominance, but the fact that Pure is actually 12-5 right now versus 7-1 is a pretty big deal.
That's, yeah, he's going to be very, very happy with that Pure.
Level 1 Link is a bit, you know, the level 1 Link and level 1 Plasma Field is a bit underwhelming, so it is that level 3 timing for the Razor where he gets the big strength, of course, but yeah, still.
And I guess you can still sort of work against it a little bit by getting some swipes stacked up on the creeps, so you'll still have that harder hit to take the CS, even if you lose a bit off the back of the early static links.
And in you know, later stages, it's going to be very different. If, as we keep saying, this is a Falcon's approach just to shut them down as much as possible for them not to get to those points. Because Ursa, we've seen this Ursa versus Razor a lot of times. If the Razor falls behind in any ways, if Ursa's online, he can just eat the Razor.
Oh yeah, he just bursts in before the static link's able to build up any sizable amount of right click.
As long as they know where the puck is. We'll have to, when he walks up, he just gets galed and poked. It's going to be a lot of harassment here now. 33. Might have to be careful.
The damage is adding up. Blood grenade down upon him. I don't think he's got anywhere to hide here. 33, he's got.
My God, Veno just does so much damage. It builds up so quickly.
And that's not going to get any easier for 33 down here. That's going to just be more and more likely that Falcons can push for that sort of kill. Anytime 33 just gets a little too far, you know, forward on the lane, it's not going to be fun down there for him on the Doom.
It is debuff central, of course, for the Veno. Even the second point in the Gale, which is pretty cool to see. Just all about early damage, early aggression. Now that level 3 is hit for Amar, looking to get that big link.
Pretty decent link off there, getting the 55 early on the damage. Pure and Whitemont have to hold back a little bit under the tower, but CS continues to hold very strong for Pure. See, BZM is going to head over, grab that bounty, at least away from Falcons, so he can get in a better shape with the bottom lane.
Again.
They're trying to get the chance to get in onto Skeeter, but Skeeter's fine. It costs Ahri this time his life. You know, Tundra trying to push for that aggression, but just not getting away with it in the same fashion that Falcons are in these lanes.
It feels very dangerous for them to go for an aggressive move. Whenever you're playing versus Pugna, this ward just gets dropped down, right? It's gonna nuke you back multiple times whenever you go for an aggressive move, so. 33. The Skater is potentially pushing for a kill here.
It's looking kind of spooky for him again. Yeah. This time, he'll be all right. Skeeter fairly, you know, low himself in HP, less than half. Doesn't want to completely push forward. with the fact that there is a bat hanging around in the wings.
Yeah, 33's got a salve, so he'll be able to sustain himself back up. But yeah, very much so struggling down there. But Amar does continue to struggle as well. 15-2. Thought it would start to get better, but not yet. 27 and 11 on the Ursa. Pure having a very good time with the backup of this Jakiro.
BZM continuing to hold strong in the mid against Maureen. Continues to be a very even trade between the Pango and the Storm.
Crit is scouting movements out, so he is seeing that Whitemon is looking for that power rune, seeing Ari also making the move over. Maureen has hit 6 before BZM, so they are looking to play around that role. BZM is potentially not going to be 6 here for that power rune play.
They sort of strike in time, and can BZM afford to step up? Whitemon by his side and an early dust coming in. It will make sure the Crit doesn't get anywhere close. They'll get the regen rune on BZM ready to go. Round burst through Crit. The Crepifies out for the Snaking. Crit's actually able to turn and throw down a blood grenade. Falls very low on the HP, but he'll get out of there, Crit. And at the least, Tundra get the chance to secure that regen rune for BZM.
Bit of good RNG for him. Should be able to finish off the 6 here, but Maureen is power controlling the wave. He's just power denying right now, so it's a little scary. BZM steps up. He's going to eat some damage here.
He's got a few 1 charges, and as you say, the regen rune at the ready.
Considering it, you can see Maureen pumping.
He's going to have cooldowns again in a few seconds, Maureen. So yeah, BZM, he's got through the tougher parts and should be fine now. Try and get some damage in at least to try and slow down some of the effects of that regen rune, but BZM's going to be okay. Back up to full HP and full mana.
Nice little play around the tree. Making sure that that regen keeps its full potential, keeps going.
See top here, 7-minute wisdoms. Crit will be able to secure his. Same to be said on the other side of the map for Ari.
Balance in the world.
Top. Still this lane that Pure, he's going to be pretty happy with the outcome.
And BZM now making the move.
There's the backup. They get the lead in straight away. Amar's not ready for that one. Caught by surprise as BZM turns up and ensures that this top lane absolutely just continues to look up for Pure.
Might look to continue sticking around. I mean, BZM is thinking about it, but not going to. So gets a galvanized stack, and yeah, these two, they're doing fantastic. Level 5 now for Whitemon, level 5 on the Ursa. He's got his Cornucopia already finished. Phase plus Cornucopia plus Windlace already.
They get the sentry drop down, and they've got the dust prepared as well. Whitemon with the detection to make sure that BZM gets the chance to get involved in both of the kills top. Whitemon, he's prepared.
The backup of Whitemon is definitely making the difference in that top lane. He is just trading super effectively versus the Bounty, versus that Razor, allowing Pure to get this free farm. This is massive. We do see Skitter have that 500 difference, but Skitter was set up to have a good lane. Pure was supposed to have a pretty tough lane, and he has not had that tough lane.
Around the power runes. It's going to end up being down on the bottom. Whitemon, he'll likely lose his life here, but more than enough time and space is given for Pure to remain safe.
Whitemon will sack his life for that. Mar will take the kill, but I think Tundra is more than okay with sacrificing their 5 position in that type of position here. BZM lingering still around the top side, so still looking to play with his Ursa.
And Pure wants to try and threaten for the Lotus, but he's got to back off now. The static link's there. He'll jump off to the side. Ari knocks back Amar with the flame break. Will allow Pure to live. Does cost Ari his life. So they are keeping Pure safe in this lane, but it's costing them a couple of support lives now on Tundra.
So what Falcons has done now, right? Because Amar was struggling, they're just leaving the Pango sitting him there, and Snaking's just sapping mid. He's just blasting the tower, getting as much efficiency out of this as possible. This is a very clever move to ensure that the Razor doesn't further fall far behind. So continuing this pressure up here too. They might just stick around until they get this tower. They even swing Skitter up here.
Oh, and they sense that someone's in the trees. They're going to find Whitemon here. Falcons just continuing to successfully feed off the supports of Tundra.
Those are massive rotations, really, for Maureen to reestablish that lead. And Snaking got away with everything that he was doing in the mid lane. He's gotten that tower down to 500 HP and still lingering in the area. BZM?
Trying to go for this, but it's a tricky one to try for.
Yeah. Snaking is actually out of mana, but yeah, can't dive that far forward now at this point.
Good rune to be found in. BZM will claim it. Not really a huge amount of mana to play with. Does have a pretty much full wand, though, so...
Maybe makes the move down bottom to look for a tower themselves. If they do see Skitter, they could potentially look for a jump onto him here, but Crit is actually just following him.
Yeah,
so
just keep an eye on BZM.
So very difficult for them to make that move. Skitter should be more than aware. We'll be able to back up, play defensively. So as you said, Falcons, they have so much information that they can play around, so dodging some of these ganks can be all important. You see Tundra, they really want to go for this tower. But Malreen's here, and he has a defusal already done.
Yeah, I was able to get the pickup after that play up top, and he's got the lead in now onto 33. Backup's on the way. Pure turning over the fight. 33 trying to get the Doom off, but he can't.
Poison
He'll let
spread.
him taken down. Now Ari's in trouble. BZM bullets coming with the backup. They get the dual breath out onto the two of them, but Falcons, they're turned up in their numbers as well. Amar comes over to the bottom lane. BZM has to zip away. Falcons chasing Tundra up beyond the tier 1 tower. They'll turn their attention to Whitemon. The plasma field connects. Amar takes Whitemon down. It's a little bit too much for Tundra to sort of fight back into this. Falcons, with the numbers, proving to be as strong, I guess, as you would expect with their lineup in mind in this early game. Tundra, as you said, they gotta dodge this. They can't walk into these plays.
They literally can't move near this Venomancer, it feels like. I saw Pure, he TPs in, tries to come in, the Noxious Plague spread to him. It feels like when that happens, the fight's over immediately. You can't walk in, and they step up a bit too far. Quickly jumps up to a 5k lead. This is before Track's even online. Crit was still level 5 during all this, so.
We'll see again here. Well, that's sort of the start. As soon as the ult was out and it splits, it's at that point, Tundra's hope of trying to find something in response completely evaporates.
It's just such a hard lineup to run into. As we were mentioning, the Veno wards are down, the Pugna ward is down. Running into Pugna ward and Veno ward at this point in the game is almost asking, you're asking for that.
It's tough.
And Malreen, with this type of start, too, with these rotations that he's done, this early defusal is doing a lot of damage. The low levels and the low mana pools at this point, it's very problematic. So, Crit.
We'll try and take him down, but Amar's here to help out. Crit's still alive. Finally, they'll finish him, but now Pure's in trouble.
Not worth it for Pure.
Losing his life for that's going to feel pretty rough. And potentially Ari's been taken as well as Amar and Snaking run him down, get Amar the double. He might not have necessarily dominated the lane against Pure, but at this point, with the lead that he's got, Amar absolutely back on top. 3-1 and 2, he is in a hot spot.
And he's got the build. He's playing versus the Ursa. Even playing versus, Storm can actually be decent too. He's got Yules. So he's got a way to either build up the link, prevent the Ursa from saving himself. Actually, a lot of different things that it can do in this game. Used to love to see these Yules Razors. Another jump start to add up. You're gonna see the damage too, not just the gold that it gives. I always like to mention this one now because it feels pretty insane. That 8% damage amp, throw that in with how much damage this Veno's doing, with how much damage this Pango's doing. Very difficult to run into the fights. That actually pretty cool combo, right? With Veno, with the Pugna ward, and then Trax. If you're running into Veno wards, you're getting all tracked up. It's like this fight is getting scarier and scarier.
I mean, it feels like they cannot take a 5-man fight
really does
right
feel
at this
like
point, Tundra. Maybe they can go for pickoffs, but even then, Falcons have shown that they're very good at responding. So Tundra, they have to play these next moves very, very carefully. Otherwise, this game is going to continue to get harder and harder.
Yeah, and this last pick, Storm, even though we said, very limited lockdowns, he is really starting to struggle here, even though he did pick up a couple Galvanized stacks. It's hard for him to pick and choose targets because they're getting tankier. There's a Pugna ward that's always going to be very disruptive. And yeah, just no real information gathering is the other problem, right, for Tundra. They don't really have ways to see in that backline a lot of times.
See down bottom, Ari. Is he going to get away with this TP out? He's not. The damage.
The track.
Far too much here from Falcons. We talked about, obviously, the fact that Falcons, they don't have a huge amount of lockdown. It doesn't matter when they have this insane level of damage coming out so early. BZM's going to attempt to look towards Malreen, but again, just not in any sort of shape to get these kills on his own, and he's got to be careful if anything. Malreen's starting to look back towards him. BZM has to zip away.
So he has no fear. The only thing that can catch him there is if the Doom randomly comes out of nowhere, but he's got the haste, so always be able to disengage. Super impressive plays from Falcons. Queuing up more of those Yule Scepters as well, so getting prepared in case that Ursa does get online, they will be able to have these counters for him.
We'll see how well Tundra can set up their side of the map to allow Pure to get the chance to get back on top.
Oh, and Skeeter already has Hurricane Pike, and he's getting on the way toward Yasha. These timings are ridiculous, how fast Falcons is hitting them in Whitemon.
Tundra, can they do anything about this? Looks like this time around, their side of the map, they're able to play defensive enough to ensure that they won't lose even the support in this situation.
Does have the Battle Fury. Pretty slowed down, though, after he was having what we were saying, like a good start in the lane. Now it looks like he was having a pretty rough one, right? 15 minutes in. One of those slower timings we do see coming out for Pure. And Tundra now kind of look at them, they're kind of sticking together, right? It looks like they're a bit afraid or maybe potentially looking for some type of move because they don't want to lose and hemorrhage more heroes, but Falcons is just split up in farming, so that lead just continues to grow.
Every moment, once again, allowing Falcons to get further and further ahead, as we've seen them do many a time in the games where they get this early lead.
Tundra needs to Blink Dagger on Ahri. Yeah, it really does feel like that. The way that they can make moves without it is pretty much just BZM having to YOLO dive in and give up his life. So I think they actually have to do this. You can see they're prioritizing Ahri getting a bit of farm over here. But he's still quite a ways away, 1,200 until he has it.
It's just going to be a sort of moments of Tundra ensuring that they don't slip up and feed away any of these core key kills. And just for them, hope that Falcons don't push on for the tier 2s quite yet. I mean, Falcons, of course, working towards that timing where we saw in the games yesterday, where they're able to look towards the Roshan, look to take the Tormentor. That's going to be the real point where Falcons can really just jump ahead in that lead. And very few teams have been able to come back from that sort of situation against Falcons.
BZM.
They get the opening.
Blink is there.
If they can get the angle to keep him locked down, it's good bounces.
Chain stun.
It's going to be enough. Maureen perfectly catching BZM in the river.
He just got the blink. Literally just came out on the courier, picks it up. They wait for him to walk into the river, the one place that he can get chain stunned. And they do find him. And all in the meanwhile, Amar is farming triangle. Skater is taking the enemy triangle. So they're doing everything, it feels like, on Falcons right now. Crit, probably going to die here.
They should be able to punish him. Pretty deep, trying to get away with sneaking around on the
targets you have to go for. He looks maybe kind of squishy, but he is immensely tanky actually right now.
Yeah, essentially so much HP that you're gonna have to go through between the heals and the, you said with the essence ring. It's not easy.
Like not even counting in the, wait, Mark.
They will find him. But the heals to buy up a little bit of time, but the Ice Bomb comes in as well as the Macropire. They'll take him down.
Good kill.
Get the dust out onto Crit. But they do have to start backing off just in case there's backup coming in from Falcons. And here it is. Maureen rolls on forward. Will catch 33. So Tundra, they find an opportunity, but again, they're still having to pay the price for making those moves.
Every time anything happens, Falcons just rainbow TPs. They are ready for any of these fights and potentially maybe looking for that Roche.
I mean, here's that timing. I feel like we saw them do it in both games yesterday in the semifinals, like this 19-minute Roche straight into the 20-minute Tormentor. They're getting away with it again, Fogged.
Maureen, okay, he'll get Pavis up. Will get healed up also from Snay. So yeah, they should be able to do this one. Let's see if Tundra wants to attempt or if they even expect this. Looks like they're content with just hitting creeps at the moment. Maybe they don't expect them to have gone that quickly into the pit.
And even if they do, maybe they're just deciding not to make this play.
Yeah.
They do obviously have like the blink on Ahri, but it doesn't look like they're going to attempt to get anywhere close to this.
Yeah, and you'll look at that. Running into Falcons when they're set up is super dangerous. They don't really actually have that many of the Venom wards outside of the pit, but either way. Maureen will be healed up from snaking. Pugna is very balanced, by the way, as you see right there. Everyone full HP after doing the Roshan. See it, Snay.
He's already scouting out the next play.
Oh, BZM's relatively low mana.
Trying to clarity up. I think Crit's going to be able to have his hands on him.
Oh, he's going to get stopped.
He is in trouble. Oh, he's ready.
Nice. Oh,
okay.
But he's still out of mana.
Spidey senses tingle just in time, but they won't save him still. Falcons ready to catch him. And with that, Falcons can, as I say, just continue with the game plan.
Yep.
Straight to the Tormentor.
Perfect for them. And Pugna can just stay full HP during all of it and then heal the allies, so they can actually smoke potentially if they want to right after this, even without Rolling Thunder, to potentially look for a fight here. Tundra looking to potentially catch Amar. Ahri is thinking about it with the blink.
Will be a pretty nice catch, but not quite able to get his hands on him. Amar backs off just in time, just speedy enough between the Asher and the Yules.
Seems like he kind of knew it was coming too. They were waiting for Pure to get closer, because if they do it when Pure is not close enough, it could just turn on their heads immediately. So, not able to find that grab. Everything just going the way of Falcons completely again, as we've seen so many of these games. Manta soon to be done, as we said. Starting to get this pressure on these T2s. BZM down to that 3 galvanized. 0 and 3 on this last big storm so far.
Ready to get that pressure amped up and look towards the tier 2s.
Their lineup takes tier 2s pretty easy. The Pugna can just continuously blast it. Skeeter can just be set up for it, and Amar is just cutting behind it. So
yeah, I mean, we have what Manta done on top of the Yules. Amar not afraid of anything that they throw down upon him. BZM go for this with the jump towards him. Crit doesn't look like he's going to get any help in the mid, so BZM able to find himself a freebie.
Crit was actually just trying to deal with the Dominator creep and just gets caught because of it. 33 with annoying pesky micro here with this Dark Troll Summoner. BZM will get a kill, the first one of the game for him.
And should be able to finish off this tier 1 tower.
They're TPing though. Skeeter is coming in.
be able to clean up the Helm of the Dom creep, but BZM will be fine against the tower.
Oh, and I should have pointed this out earlier too, but Skater did get blessed with the Searing Signet, by the way, so he did get that additional debuff, of course, for that Septic Shock to continue racking up.
Still with this 9k lead, but yeah, as we are seeing, once that Battle Fury was online for Pure, he's managing to keep up with the cause of Falcon.
They're starting to do
Farm
their
is still there for the Ursa, but obviously, as we talked about in the draft and such, it's not an easy game for the Ursa, right? Even if you're able to get your items online at a decent time, they have...
But at least a step toward the right direction. And we're seeing these, who actually always have to mention this, there's a Doom and a Bat Rider, and even a Storm, we'll say, so a lot of single target disables. Lincolns and Lotuses are going to start getting queued up here for Falcons.
Yeah, they'll likely have those answers in time. Tundra, they have to play their cards absolutely right to stand a chance in recovering the state of this game one. Falcons very much on track to do what they did twice yesterday.
Pure. Alright, double stack here. He is getting scouted the entire time, though. Great.
Be able to clear it and yeah, able to back off just in time. Ari, though, he'll be the sacrificial lamb there on that one, pushing down on the bottom lane.
Oh, and I love the build that he is going for. It's pretty standard right on Skitter, but he is going the Scotty, next build, next item. So versus Ursa, even more devastating to be able to fight against. BZM. Double stun.
And did the setup. Nice attempt there from Crypt, but again, the follow-up in terms of lockdown isn't huge from Falcons, so BZM safely walking back.
Yeah, the only way you can do it pretty much ever is if they do have that Rolling Thunder, or if the Basher comes out next, which I don't think he is actually doing on Malrine anyway. He's still going for the Aghanims.
Yeah, not too far off it as well. Just about 1,000 gold, and he'll have that one done. Crit again, though, will get found in this situation. Tundra showing that they're very prepared for Crit's sort of sneaky movements where he's trying to get some sort of deep information around this mid.
They might be able to smoke off this. I mean, Pure getting that kill is actually pretty important too. He's got his BKB done with the Blink now.
Let's have a look. Blink ready as well on the Doom. They have that lead in, they have that setup, and this time Ari's able to get the grab. It's a pretty big one on the Skitter, but indeed the Aegis still there for 5 seconds. Pure is in with the jump, the Aegis is about to expire, but they kill him a little bit too early, so maybe a chance for Falcon to turn the back off. Ari will be chased down by Crit. The two supports will suffer potentially. I mean, Ari actually getting the Firefly off. TPs are coming in though. Ari, there's nowhere to run. The Shuriken bounces over. Falcons will be able to clean up the supports, but not a bad hit from Tundra. Even in that situation where, I mean, they must have killed him with like 0 seconds left on the Aegis.
I think it was 1 second, yeah. Literally 1 second left on it.
Even with that, they were still able to get him that second time and get something out of that play, Tundra.
That's how they have to actually play when they're at this deficit, right? You have to do these sequence kills. That's how we saw, the game was extremely rough. We can mention this for Heroic yesterday, but if you can get these sequence kills, Crypt dies, then they see Skeeter, then they catch Snaking, this is the ideal moments, because I believe Amar, I think he had TP on cooldown or something.
See on the Aegis there, literally that last second of Aegis giving Skeeter that second life. Of course, didn't matter too much because Tundra was still able to get that big kill against him at the end of it. And yeah, good control from 33. Straight away, as you said, you've got to have someone dealing with the Pugna. He just goes straight for Snaking.
Very nicely done.
A little bit of something there from Tundra.
I mean, massive. Pure gets in, gets out. He's getting closer and closer toward the biggest item that he can probably get in this game since he's playing versus that Venom is the Nullifier, right? So if he can get that, then it's going to allow him to stick on those targets even easier.
All right. I mean, we heard it right from Moon in the coach interview. He said, in 15 minutes, they might lose. If they're able to push it past it, they're in a good spot. And we're 10 minutes beyond that, sure, Falcons have this 8k lead against them, but we are definitely seeing the potential of Tundra's lineup if they can kind of make sure this game doesn't fall any further out of control.
No, absolutely. The BKBs they're all starting to come online, right? I think the third one is about to be finished too. And 33 is very close to having it. The Storm has it, the Ursa has it. So the potential now to fight and run in is a lot easier versus this Pango roll, versus all these annoyances of the Blast and the Pugna Ward.
Yep, absolutely. They've got a lot of ways to just go on a target, and Falcons, they don't have, I guess, obviously the items are starting to come out. They'll have some sort of ways to defensively respond. But in terms of abilities, very much limited in sort of getting someone out of there and surviving against these sort of spells that are just going to be thrown down at the start of the fight by Tundra.
They are pivoting a bit. So after that last fight, Skeeter has also decided, you know what? I'm not going to get Scotty yet. I'm going to get the Lincolns. So they are starting to make that bit of adaptation.
For sure,
they just have that little hiccup come into play.
Yeah, no, as you were saying, just Lincolns and Lotuses are going to be huge in this game against that sort of play style that might allow Tundra to get back ahead.
No, but I feel like Tundra's actually, this is the point of the game where they're starting to feel definitely pretty good, right?
I think
it's not like they're not feeling amazing, but they're like, you know what? We're getting to sit back, we're getting to hit the creeps. It's not this oppressive lineup from Falcons anymore that is just taking over everything. They're getting to hit those creeps, and Pure is pretty much about to pass that Venomancer in net worth.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw yesterday, right, sort of the struggles from Heroic to be able to make plays against Falcons. Tundra here today, they're showing that it can be done.
And I am seeing 33. He is prepared already for those Lincolns. He's got that Purge creep at the ready. This is a very value Purge creep game. Playing versus the Venomancer as well, being able to get some of these debuffs off, even versus the Decrep. This is probably by far the best creep that he can have in terms of, breaking everything. Breaking Lincolns, dispelling, etc. So, see how much he can actually do in the fights with it, because he's a little bit lacking on mana. It is an expensive one.
Falcons ready to get on the aggressive themselves, and they'll probably feel that they want to be doing this. They're going to definitely feel that the game with the slowdown is meaning that ever-increasing lead that they're so used to being able to build, it's not quite happening here. That lead slowly slipping away from them. They've got to be a bit more proactive, a bit sooner than they were able to get away with that slower playstyle yesterday. They've got to make moves against Tundra, otherwise Tundra are going to be able to just close that gap and get the chance for Pure to excel in the later stages as the Ursa.
Because they have picked up quite a bit of items on Falcons, but they haven't been able to make anything come of it because of that last sequence of plays. Tundra now on the other side, they have all the items, and they might actually look for another move themselves. That Nullifier's done for Pure. Good to see if the BKB was coming for 33. I think it is. They're ready to fight. The triple BKB plus Nullifier plus Blink Dagger Initiation.
They feel strong, Tundra. We might just be about to see them express that and display it here with this sort of initiation. They will all put on the illusion.
Uh-oh, BZM.
He's in trouble.
He got baited.
Oh, that weren't the plan. That was not the plan there for Tundra. They'll have to get everybody else out of that. That went horribly wrong, horribly fast.
I mean, as horrible as it possibly could, because that was also the gem that they just picked up too. So they actually just lost so much. Oh my god. Well, going for an illusion, he baited sometimes.
It happens.
Oh, it was a big timing for Tundra to potentially find. But yeah, BZM dying, doesn't get BKB off, loses gem. And
it has been for Falcons. You can make that sort of play, but trying to make that sort of move with just your two cores going in first onto two separate targets, it's difficult to get away with it. Especially, I guess a lot of those defensive items have been picked up by Falcons, and they weren't fully prepared for that. But even so, it's a risky move. It doesn't pay off.
Of course. And doesn't get the BKB off, right? Because he didn't preemptively use it on the Storm, and he actually gets... It's like the worst case scenario happens. The Lotus reflects the pull, so yeah, everything just went wrong. Roche, it is back up. Falcons position, smoked. Everything is back up at the ready for both sides.
Feeling confident again to get away with a little bit of jungling over on Tundra's side of the map.
Yep, and Lincoln's, of course, he's queuing that one up as well, so they're going to potentially at least have the two pretty soon. Malrine is not queuing that, though. He is just going for standard for now. I mean, he's queuing at least the Bastard standard for now.
Eyes on Pure in the mid. Pure's going to make the jump first.
Got the lasso.
Going to go straight away on towards Amar. Amar, get the BKB off. Can they get him out to safety? He'll win.
No way.
Back away from Pure. Pure's got to be careful now with his BKB coming to an end. You're right through here from Skeeter. Whitemon taken down. Skeeter picking up the double.
Amar still alive.
To continue to run. We'll see them trying to look for him. They got the Doom down upon him. But again, it's not going to be enough. Amar, he survives through it all, folks.
And they committed they both jumped him in the backline. They're 33 and BZM. BZM used his entire mana pool to jump. Snaking just got the Glimmer off, gets the heal off, and that's a Doom used as well.
Yeah, Falcons, yeah, they'll be able to get back on with moving into the Roshan. So despite that little bit of a slowdown in that mid-game, as we entered into it, the Tundra able to enforce against Falcons, things getting back on track for Falcons. They can continue to pick up the objectives. Tundra, they've just got to kind of get themselves back together and prepare for the next move. And the moves from Falcons, though, they're coming fast. They've got their eyes on Pure. Pure, BKB's on cooldown. He's in trouble.
He is in a whole lot of
trouble. Yeah, they can kite him out. They've got the Yules. They're ready to play around with Pure. Nowhere to run. Wow. Amar gets the kill.
Oof. I mean, these like forced errors kind of in a way, right? Like Tundra just making a couple of these jumps. That has hurt so much. They were starting to get that momentum coming back to the way, but now back to business. Falcons getting the Aegis now, getting the Tormentor again, re-establishing the game for themselves completely. I mean, they had, of course, they had kept the gold lead, but we could see things were starting to turn.
It was slipping away. I think he sort of got up to what, like an 11k lead, then fell back down to like a 6k, but bam, we're back there. 13k advantage now for Falcons.
And Ahri gets solo killed here. Malrine, a flawless performance so far from this Pango. Can they get him here?
It's difficult. 33 trying to slide in for a chance to make a move, but not gonna happen. Malrine out of there with the remainder of the haste rune.
And there's the next Lincoln, so getting harder and harder, not just for the Doom, not just for the Batrider, but even also for this Nullifier. Trying to go for this play. Amar also does get that shard, which is pretty
nice
really
one, right?
strong versus Ursa, to be honest with you.
Absolutely, Amar having a great time here. Very much in his element at this point as the Razor, top of the net worth. We were used to seeing it in the past from Amar. We're getting it here still today.
They're just so good at taking those team fights at the exact moments that they need to. That's Tundra. Now what's the game plan? Because you did hit those timings earlier. You look for the fight, and everything has gone so sour. How do you now fix this? It's going to be the question. The next hurdle that they have to try to get to.
Yeah. I mean, looking towards the scaling, right? Looking towards those big item pickups. Whitemon's trying to get the Aghanims online as the Jakiro. See if they can keep this going long enough to allow their 3 cores to excel in the later portions of the game. Obviously, 33 on the Doom. This hero can always come in with these sort of crazy moves. If he gets a good Doom and the Falcons aren't able to bail out the target,
sure,
doesn't matter what sort of lead they have or how big your core is. If you get doomed, you get doom fogged.
You do. But there is now starting to get some more counters as well, too. I always like to mention this one from the Bounty Hunter, too. Yes, they have items, you know, the Lotuses, the Lincolns, etc. Bounty has hit level 15, and he has the shard. So friendly shadows, if you doom a target, you better have detection, you better be standing on him, because he's going to get the damage reduction, he's going to get faded away, and he's going to be able to run away. So have to be very prepared for a lot of things. He even finished his Boots of Bearing, so he's looking to get these heroes out, just get them out. Catch.
And as we've seen, that they have a very high chance of doing so. Tundra, they want to make the jump. They have to find someone out of position, and Falcons, they don't do that much.
They really don't. And they're starting to get even, you know, these greater healing Lotuses as well, too, since they're getting all this map control, so even more sustain and healing for their lineup. How do you break the formation? It's got to be the question.
Tier 2, slowly being sieged here by Skeeter. Of course, no interest from Tundra to do anything outside of the base for now.
Oh, yeah, this is such a scary spot. Okay, he'll go down. He's going to look to cut the wave, potentially slow down some of this push.
In position to take Tundra's Shrine of Wisdom there. Skeeter's able to grab it, but at the same time, BZM will be able to take Falcons on the other side of the map. Falcons, though, starting to approach the high ground. See how much they want to try and do with this. They still have the minute and a half left on Skeeter's Aegis.
Skeeter has hit the 20 talent also, the very imbalanced 20 talent that we do see that. It looks like one of the old talents that we used to see. 50 base damage, an absurd amount of damage now in this Vano. This building's dropping. Banner's down.
Tundra not able to pull together a defense right now. They don't want to do so as well into the Aegis of Skeeter. Just having to watch these racks go down.
Pure's coming back.
BZM trying to clear out the creep waves and such, but already the rain tracks has gone. Backdoor protection will kick back in, but yeah, they've still got some creeps around, so
it's just so hard to make a move because he's gonna get Lotus. He already has the Lincolns, might get second Lincolns. There's just so many different ways to protect.
They can't jump this. They just have to let these racks be taken by Falcons, and
Falcons
can get away with that. They want to go for another set. They'll be able to pop the Lincolns of Amar for now.
What do you do? He's full HP, just still rocking on the high ground there.
And just 40 seconds of Aegis still. It's just not an appealing move to make. Ari's going to try. They'll get the lasso, drags them back underneath the tier 4. They'll come in with the lockdown, try and drop down the Doom. They'll get it in on towards Maori, but Maori will roll away with the rest of the Rolling Thunder. BZM trying to chase. He'll get the grab on the Snaking.
Skeeter's fine.
Snaking getting caught by the Nullifier. Ice pass down under the two of them, but Amar, he's ready to just run past the barracks, take down Whitemon. Tundra, they try and make it a defensive play, but it's just so difficult.
And they even, like, they didn't want to throw both of these spells onto one target. They were trying to do things like that, but now both of them just end up surviving. Skeeter doesn't even lose the Aegis, and now 2 Raxes have been claimed. Falcons doing what they do best.
And they might just stick around for more. BZM?
They might.
Seeing if you could get a grab on the way out, but Falcons, they back off. They can start to swing over towards the top lane.
They used everything. I mean, they used their Doom, they used their Lasso, they used their BKBs. Falcons can stick around. I think actually they still do have this BZM's BKB, but
BZM?
Skeeter's just standing on high ground.
What do you do about this, Vano? Somebody's got to do something unless they're ready to just having to accept the fact of facing the mega creeps.
They ran out of steam. They used all their abilities. I mean, they're pinging. They got to do something.
Pressure orb now done as well on Amar.
Uh-oh. All right, final glyph. Yeah.
Trying to get rid of the ward. I mean, as it times out anyway. Progressive zip forward. Ari, look for the jump in. Was done with Rolling Thunder. Comes in from Maureen. Ari's gone. He'll buy back immediately. BZM has to back off. He's out of mana. 33 attempts to lean into the fight. He's got his Doom back up in a few seconds. He'll put the BKBs running in to see if he can maybe get a Doom opportunity, but he can't. He has to hold back. The Plague Wards slowly finishing off the job here. Falcons, they're not going anywhere. BZM will try and zip in again. Not able to start any sort of move though. Falcons continue to hang around. Tundra struggling to push them back. The melee racks on the top lane gone. They have their Lasso, they have their Doom, but this next play from Tundra has to be nothing less than perfect. Pure, he's in, tries to make the jump over towards Snakey, but Snakey's out of so hard. The static thing cannot to Pure. Amar charges forward with the BKB, the lead on the back by Ari tries to get the grab, but he gets killed immediately by Marine. Pure getting killed off through the Enrage. They cannot survive against this. Tundra failing back to the fountain. This game, it's over. Falcon taking game one.
Again, it looks very similar to the style they did with Heroic. We did see a little bit of a swing in some situation there, but the way that they did that play afterwards, the way that they died, it was pretty brutal for Tundra, right? They look for this play with these big timings with their gem, and they literally just lose BZM for free, lose the gem, and completely lose that slight comeback that they were starting to come back with, and Falcons as clean as ever afterwards.
Absolutely, yeah. Tundra putting everything into that moment to try and get a grab back on this game, but unable to successfully execute that move. Falcons shutting them down pretty hard here in this game one. Maureen ending the game flawless on the KDA, 8-0-12. Wow. And yeah, Skeeter, that Veno pick coming in and causing a lot of issues for Tundra in this first game. Falcons, they'll get the first game at this best of 5.
Congrats, Keter. Quick question, how long have you been sitting on this Venomancer carry?
Not too long, like a couple of weeks maybe.
Did you get a chance to practice it a lot, or was this like, this is the time?
Yeah, I played some pubs, some scrims with mixed results, but this felt like the right Venom game.
Was this you thinking like, hey, this is the game, or did you have to play from AY's like, this is the game? Who called for it?
No, I did, but I also just asked them, what do you guys think? But it's not like our classic hero, and they all supported me, so that was nice.
It worked out great. Congrats and good luck in game 2.
Thank you.
It's nice to get a little bit of extra information just between these games there. And Quinn, this is your one chance. It's a one-time offer for you to take back what you said before this grand final started. That Falcons play honest Dota.
Venomancer is honest. The hero's not good. I mean, not really good. Nobody really picks it. It's cool. It's a creative pick. I think that's honest. It's not like picking some lame, cheesy crap. Veno, he's a snake. But who cares? He's cool.
You're talking about how long he's been holding on to it. The last time I saw Skinner play carry on Venomancer specifically was like 2018. By the way, I'm looking at it. It's TeamSpirit.Skidder, like the early days of Team Spirit, like when he's playing with like Biver and Nine, Hester Joe. Like this is so long ago. But the
Emot ko. Bastos. Daha bekliyorum. One creeps per me. अभी वाइड
kidding me? Kidding me?
As possible, that'll allow your Void to come back in the game with the Chronos. To me, if Tundra can pull some lane shenanigans in this one, it would help them a lot. Like put the Timber top against the Legion, start some weird pseudo tri-lane somewhere, do something to make it more chaotic. I don't really care what it is. Just don't let Falcons play you straight up across 3 lanes because you're not favored in these lanes right now.
I have a really important question. Are we going to see Amar duel someone but then die to the Cataclysm?
Possibly.
Could be, yeah.
Does he care though if he takes you down with him?
That's fair. And how much dual damage is he going to get by the end of this game?
Oh, like 250 plus.
250 plus Misery? How much damage are we saying?
Less than 250.
Oh, come on, such a cheap answer, man. I want exact numbers. 250, give me a number.
70.
And let's find out.
He's gonna lose.
Okay, well, let's find out if Aoi agrees with that with Slacks.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are here with Aoi 2000, everybody. Oh, yes, the crowd always loves me some Aoi. Sir, I gotta talk to you about this team here. Now, they say that Tundra does like to pick BZM, the Invoker, when they're a little spooked, when they're a little scared, their backs are up against the wall. Is that the position you think you've put them in?
Yeah, I didn't know that was true, but we did say before the series that at some point the BZM Invoker is going to come out, and we thought that they would mostly only play with Axe and Sand King, but they decided to play with Void, but I think their lanes are pretty bad, so we'll see.
Okay, gee willikers. All right, now that is the classic Void Invoker combo. Many people do fail in pubs to survive such a unstrikeable thing. What advice would you give those pubbers out there? How are you guys going to survive it here?
In pubs it's hard, but we're going to hopefully have our mid laner be able to click him to see if he uses Sunstrike, and he'll say he's Sunstriking, and they don't have any stuns, so hopefully we don't die to it.
Okay, fantastic. That is advanced tech right there. Last question for you. When's the last time ATF played Legion Commander?
I don't know, a few days ago in a scrim. Okay. It was official. I don't actually remember. Scrim or official, but we played it, and I think the heroes, it's not strong, but this is like a very good Legion game. Well, according to him, I don't actually play the heroes, so I don't know, but he said it's good. He also was like, Ursa last pick's good, Slark's last pick's good. We have no idea any of his heroes, so if he wants something, he just picks it.
How do you have a job? Okay, no worries. Thank you so much. A pleasure. Let's see how it works out in the game.
Thank you very much there, Slacks and Aoi. Yeah, we're getting ready here for this game too, and Fog, excited to see this. I feel like we get some new heroes, right? Pure, bringing out the Void, and as was discussed there, Amar on the Legion.
Yeah, and there's a reason we pay SVG the big bucks, calling that one there. It's a very, very good one, as we will be able to get into the game shortly.
Absolutely can't wait for this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game 2. Ladies and gentlemen, Singapore getting into the action of this second game here at this best of 5 Tundra up against Falcons. We've heard from the panel, Fog. What do you make of this? And we heard from Aoi as well. Very much feeling that Tundra's gone kind of greedy here.
It is very greedy.
Will they get away with this?
It looks like a really, really strong Falcons approach again, too. They get their pesky Pugna. Snaking is absolutely insane on this hero, as we've seen. And yeah, I agree, too. This Weaver pick, this doesn't seem like the easiest lane in particular for 33. A lot of these games, these Timbers, they tank up the new build with the treads. You get your reactive armor. You usually can withstand the pressure, but this is a lot of pressure. It's mixed magical and physical damage that's going to be coming out from the lane pretty heavily from the two of them. So let's see how these lanes do go down, because it does feel like Falcons is in a very good position to potentially win all 3.
Let's have a look, see what they can do here with this lineup, and fun stuff as well. Oh,
Spoiled.
We'll be able to Put a stop to that smoke that Falcons were trying to set things up with.
So, interesting thing, I expected him, of course, because I think this is just the better facet in 99.9% of games. Interesting thing with the Spoils of War 2, press the attack on all your allies when you win the duel. They were mentioning how annoying this time dilation can actually be.
It is the answer to it.
It's an answer. Yeah. It absolutely is. So I'm wondering if that's an extra little pseudo thing that Amar is thinking about, besides the fact that he's versus Timbersaw, which you're dispelling the Q to help your allies in some situations, the Bat Riders, you know, your stickies, etc. And even, you know, the Cold Snap and all these other spells. There's a lot of different things that this press the attack can really bail some
absolutely I think
situations out of.
You know, which we've got a pretty good idea of because of what Howie mentioned in terms of the heroes he was suggesting, right? The Ursas, the Slarks, and the Legion. What do they all have in common? They can get all that rubbish off them.
Exactly. So it's pretty interesting. We're going to see Whitemon. This is I call this the Schofield nowadays because this is just what he does so many times. We've seen a lot of all chat between these players, but it's okay.
Amar keeping it cool here. As yeah, wasn't able to get away with what maybe he was trying to block the creep wave or something, but either way, the creep's going to meet in a fashion. The Pure's going to be happy, and of course we did see last game. You know, Pure, he had a pretty good start in the lane.
He did. See if he's going to have that same start, because they did what I wanted to see them do. Even though it looks a little weird with the clock plus the timber as this dual melee, they're still going to suffer up here, but they have a much stronger safe lane. I think if they did clock and void, I don't think Pure is going to get almost any farm down there. So I'd like to see that they did do this switch up. Even though the Bat is versus Legion, it's just that it's this range hero that's going to be able to poke and harass in comparison to what a Clockwork might be able to do.
And again, just overall, looking like a difficult game for the Bat, despite the fact that they go with it as their last pick, right?
I'm pretty surprised that they did do that as the last pick for sure, because you're playing into Pugna, which can already be very annoying to be able to force into, and you're playing versus Weaver, which already was a bit of a counter pick as well, too. So we'll have to see what Ahri can do, because it does feel like it just adds into that greed that they already had in their lineup. You know, Void and Invoker can be very greedy. The fact that they pick up that Bat Rider as well.
They can somehow push forward to those later portions, sort of in a similar style as they were trying to do in that Game 1 Tundra. Of course, the explosive wombo combo will be there, but they've got to get there. And as we saw last game, they just struggled to do that. They have limited opportunities to be able to take away that early lead from Falcons. Bottom lane might be able to set up an early kill, though, and they'll find him. Taken down.
Love this Bat Rider down here, honestly. Ahri's playing incredibly well on it, poking and harassing, keeping Amar incredibly low. Nicely done. Second level, immediately when they pick it up, they go with the time dilation plus those extra sticky stacks.
Let's have a look, because yeah, as we were saying, last game Pure had a pretty good lane, thanks to Whitemon setting things up for him. Perhaps Ahri can do the same from this time round.
Level 2 has been hit now, so I think that's probably the only time that we're going to see a kill likely happen down here, but a very good time to do it. Pretty much the only way that you're going to bring down a Legion in this lane is if you get him before he hits that level 2 with the press the attack. Or the, or 3 it is, whenever he does want to skill it, depending on the positioning of the lane.
Because in terms of the top lane, like, what is the plan for Tundra, right? Because 33 is going to have a very slow start, unable to put any sort of pressure onto the Weaver. What's the overall game plan for this Timber pick with the way that the draft has played out?
It just withstand, right? It just withstand that pressure. He's going to be the one that just tanks the brunt of the action, trying to absorb all that damage. His Timbers tend to do, but his damage that he's going to be dealing out is going to be quite a bit limited in this one, since he's playing versus literally 2 of the better counters, at least in the lane. I mean, Whitemon and him just have to kind of endure. That's just got to be what it is. You're going to be giving that full free farm, but you have to endure it, as your other lanes maybe can do a little better after they get that first blood. But as you know, you heard it from Howie, he said their lanes look very weak, so they're trying to exploit that on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a solid start on the CS from them across the board. But overall, so far on the first few waves, Tundra not too far behind.
Nope. Maureen is getting extra CS, though. This is something I do always like to mention, is when you're playing versus the Invoker, if you have a hero that can actually clear the Forge Spirit, which Primal Beast does with complete ease, you're getting quite a bit extra out of the lane. Even though BZM is getting something out of it, Maureen is going to hit 6 quite a bit earlier than that Invoker is.
Getting on top of BZM as well, but it's difficult to threaten the kill.
It's rare that you do see Maureen when he's playing his Primal Beast to actually get to play the lane head up, though. So it's very important that he is able to do this and get so much out of it as crit.
He's going to try and go for Ahri here.
Should have him.
Ahri, nowhere to run. Won't be able to deny to neutrals. Amar able to finish him off. With a strike back in that bottom lane despite dying early on. In terms of the farm, Amar getting good amounts out of this.
And very hard for them to set up. You know, we saw BZM attempt for that first Sunstrike when they went for the first blade, but you heard it from Howie himself also. There's no real stuns in those side lanes, so it's almost impossible for him to get those Sunstrikes unless it's just a beautiful setup, like beautiful just, yeah, himself doing it. There's just no setup whatsoever for it. No, 5.5.
And imagine what the plan for Pure, you imagine what, just Helmet the Dom into the Mjolnir?
Yep.
Get the
I don't think
farm
you
on.
can. Yeah, I don't think you switch it up, especially not in this game. I think I've seen some other people go very greedy, but I think in this type of game you cannot go that greedy, or you're just gonna get run over. So, Dom should be pretty decent timing too with that first blood that they were able to get down there.
Top lane still trying to scramble together whatever they can find from it. Bottom,
Crit.
try and get the setup onto Crit. Jump forward from Pure, no, get the kill.
Nicely done.
Ari setting up these opportunities for a bit of early action for Pure.
Drops the spray as well. He's actually doing God's work down here. It's incredible that he's able to do this so far. Setting up a very good lane that could have been very difficult for the Void. Looking to make rotations even mid. Whitemon has hit level 2, and this is one of the best heroes versus that Primal Beast in the past. See if he can actually trip up Malrine if he gets him stuck in those cogs.
And overall, how would you consider the potential for Pure to get involved early this game with those kind of, those early Chronos fits?
I think he will.
Can they get quick kills?
Yeah, because then he's got the Sunstrikes, right? If he gets catches the Weaver, he actually probably has the extra damage to be able to set up to kill him by himself, well, by himself, but with that Sunstrike.
Amar does it the one charges, but still this pressure from Ari definitely causing issues for Amar.
He's playing it super well. He's making him just tripping him up under all those CS under the tower too.
Maybe seems they can strike back though as the Firefly comes to an end.
Nice.
Get the cookie in on towards him. Ari.
He's going down.
Oh, get the stick charges off, but the blast is there. Falcon's able to punish Ari's aggression.
Given that space though, seeing all those extra lasted Sunstrike.
Right, will connect. Not quite enough burst. Ice close. Nearly takes Skeeter down.
Ooh.
Skeeter has to back off. Same time down bottom. They're trying to push for the Lotus here. Pure standing his ground. Has to back off though. Can't afford to stick around to try and fight against both of them.
See where where Malrine wants to go. He has hit level 6. He's got Pulverize at the ready. Ari is starting to make the move top. Skeeter is still low. He's only level 4 right now. Looking to catch this Weaver potentially here, Skeeter.
Whitemon looking for that wraparound.
Level 6 is already hit on 33. Pretty early.
Push back from the cogs. Sunstrike's coming in. It's off the mark though. Skeeter backing away just in time.
The grab.
Malrine, he's swinging over for some action up top. Looks towards Ari, but Firefly's there. Doesn't matter. Malrine comes crashing down to the low ground. Takes out the bat.
Ari hemorrhaging a couple of deaths there, back to back. As soon as he respawns, goes top, dies immediately afterwards. Maybe prevents one of his cores from getting killed from the rotation from Malrine, but does give up another one. And Skeeter survives. But level 6, 33 has done a very good job of getting that pretty early. The creep manipulation that they were doing constantly up top between him and Whitemon has
It's worked out. It really has. Yeah, those first few waves didn't look so hot with how slow the start was, but absolutely getting a lot more out of the lane than he was on the Doom, right? He was
100%.
quite far behind off the back of the laning stage in that game 133. This time around, he's going to have an easier time playing out of the early stages.
And he's going to have his Soul Ring coming out too, so he could potentially even spam Skeeter to a kind of uncomfortable position until that 6 does come out. Seeing Skeeter constantly being kept low.
Whitemon ready to continue to try and bully Snake King.
This is a bit over-aggressive here from Whitemon.
Might be punished for this one indeed. Skeeter's able to quickly swing across with the Shikuchi. And Whitemon will fall, so...
First slip up from him in this game.
6 has been hit, so Chrono can be at the ready if Pure wants to.
Creep will survive.
Knockback. Yeah, holding off for now. Malrine in with the rotation. They'll get in on top of Ari. Ari in trouble again. The Chrono's going to be there. Gets to the jump to take down Crit. Now look at the Sunstrike as well. Onto Malrine.
Ari's alive.
Able to finish off Ari. Ari will live. Jump forward from Pure. Not quite able to finish off Malrine. Malrine will be fine, but Amar, he's caught in the fog. The bashes are coming in. He'll also be able to
body blocks,
but indeed the Nitro is being attempted by Pure. Sets him up to get at least another bash in. Won't finish off the job, but Chrono coming in nice and early that allows Ari to walk this time and sets them up to get a kill themselves, Tundra.
Very nicely done. They are really shutting down Amar so far here. And his net worth is still looking good, but he's not level 6 just yet. Look at him again.
He's going to try and stand his ground in the back of the Crit. Jump forward though aggressively from Pure. Looking to finish Amar off. Sunstrike's coming in.
He got
it. And now becomes trapping Crit. Tundra, they can turn towards the snap. The back is fired from Pure. Crit to fall. Tundra securing these kills around their safe lane.
This bottom lane is the saving grace at the moment. The Timber, of course, is still getting that free form, but now even the Invoker, BZM, getting the setup. He's now got the Midas finished up, I believe, or I think he does. Yeah, it's coming out of the courier, so gets that kill. Beautiful catch.
They've got to be happy with this right.
For
9
sure.
minutes in, net worth across the board's even. They did go for the greed. And the lanes, as we heard from Aui's side of things, I don't think he was expecting Tundra to get away with as much as they have so far, Fog.
I think this little switch up was honestly super smart, right? Ahri playing down in the bottom lane. Sure, we did see Whitemon die afterwards, but they got so much out of these lanes. Looking very good for them in this start of this game. We've seen a lot of teams struggle versus Falcons in the first 10 minutes.
We'll see again here on the back of that Sunstrike. Very nicely done from BZM. And at that point, no other fight to be had from Falcons underneath the tower.
Nope, they're the ones, it's Tundra the ones making the moves first. Usually we see Falcons being the ones like Skeeter goes through the portal, goes through the gate, and looks to get involved with his team. It's Tundra making these moves.
Let's see where they want to head next.
It's a really big deal there.
My mom. Oop. An easy one there for Skeeter.
Mid lane, crit.
Sunstrike's going to be off the mark. Even if it did hit their crit, might have just had enough HP.
It's a really big deal that BZM was able to get that Sunstrike kill. He's now got double Forge Spirits up. He can start to pressure this mid lane pretty heavily, and he's gone for a pretty interesting build. He went Falcon Blade this game, so seen a lot of different variety builds coming up from these Invokers, either Drum, some Dominators in the past, but it looks like this is going to be the approach.
I like it, especially when you go for the Midas Strike, getting that sort of cheap early item that kind of gives you that extra bit of buff to the stats across the board that you're missing otherwise.
It's good damage, it makes you tanky, it's everything you really want on that Invoker too.
I'll be careful down bottom. Chronosphere's back up, so potential plays on the table again for Tundra.
Mar is a bit tanky this time. He's 1300 HP.
He's got back up, and he's going to open things up with the duel. The TP's coming in, the kisses in there. It's not enough damage, though. Pure Hill win. Jumps in with the Chrono. The lasso's there as well on towards Amar. Amar pump the stick charges, try and run. Blood Grenade down on towards him, but Amar will live.
What a
they
play.
will turn, kill Ahri off.
I mean, Ahri, the flame break to stop the charge. He stops the onslaught coming in to get that follow-up from the duel. This Batrider's doing so much work.
See back in action, Pure still able to get the kill down here. Takes down Crates, getting the bashes as well onto Maori. The cold snaps out here with the rotation from BZM. Tornado comes across, they set up for Pure to pick up the double. They might not have got all the kills during the chrono, but the time being bought there for BZM to just come over in person towards the bottom lane. It's a sweet attempt, doesn't hit this time. Amar will survive. But again, Pure on this point, he's 4-0-3, 12 minutes in. He is having an absolute dream of a time in the safe lane.
And he's a Void versus a Weaver, right? We always have to highlight that. It's going to be this counter core matchup, always its potential there versus the Weaver. This is phenomenal. This switch up that they've done, this safe lane is doing wonders. And Ahri, he's got 4 deaths, but he is absolutely doing so much work in this game on this Batrider. Part of every single one of the kills so far, and even preventing that duel from coming out onto that Void.
Absolutely, Tundra matching the pace of Falcons in this early game, despite the expected struggles considering the nature of their draft. Actually coming out of this with that slight advantage now. 2K lead here for Tundra off the laning stage.
Looks like potentially they might want to fight around this safe lane too. They are potentially looking to. We see BZM and Ahri making the swing over. They are under a ward here though. This could be dangerous.
Falcons. It's going to be a Whitemon at the same time up top with 33 taken out. Skeeter, that's the carry gone. Falcons, they'll try and strike back and return down bottom, but the Tornado's there. Puts us Dr. Maureen getting the grab on Ahri. Falcons, they're not able to find their trade down bottom whilst their carry gets taken out top.
He just gets caught under the tower, I guess. He gets kicked from those cogs, right? He just gets bonked. Gets completely controlled, it looks like, from Whitemon. Skeeter getting caught off guard even versus limited stuns.
We see again here, just completely controlled, out of mana, out of options.
Really cool stuff coming out here from Tundra in these first 13 minutes. All 3 cores looking to have a very, very good start, good approach into the game. And love how active they're being. Even BZM, look, he's making the move toward bottom. Not looking to play around the mid lane so much, looking to continue to play around that Chronosphere potential.
Not going to have quite enough really to finish 33. He's going to try and dive. It's a little bit risky. He has to time-lapse out of that one. Won't be able to finish off the job on his own. At this point, with how much 33's got out of the lane, most of the time, those sort of efforts, they're not going to kill him. 33 will be able to walk every time.
Yeah, he's actually going to be such a big nuisance because of how good his lane is.
Skeeter though. He's not going to be able to stick around for this. Tundra, they'll be able to hold their own around the Shrine of Wisdom.
1-for-1 exchange. Looks like Amar will be able to protect his. But Amar's lane has gone pretty disastrously, right?
It's been tough.
This is the lane that they set up for to try to shut down this Void. It's been just completely the opposite. 14 minutes, Void is literally at the top.
Whitemon again, he's managed to find the catch onto Snaking. Pure, he's having to drop the chrono for this. Continue to just rack up the kill involvement. here between the two of them, the Void and the Invoker.
It's beautiful to see, really. I miss seeing Void a little bit once we're starting to see these connections coming in. He's having such a good game on it, such a good entrance into the game.
Falcons, can they find a way to slow Pure down this game?
They've got the blink now on Malrine, so he will be able to maybe connect with that Pulverize. But yeah, he's been disrupted a lot from this Batrider so far in this game.
Look at the trade. Pressure comes in onto the top from Tundra.
Ahri is still positioned down here. But yeah, it looks like it is just going to be that exchange.
Just crazy timings on the Void here. Something you just don't really see this sort of day. I mean, we don't see a lot of Void, but even when we do 15 minutes on the Maelstrom Helm, it's pretty ridiculous.
All three cores.
They'll catch Ahri. And they'll get the duel set up. Damage secured there from Amar and Malrine.
That's the first one, though. It's 15 minutes, and he's only got that one duel win so far. Don't believe that's what they had anticipated with this pick, with what they had seen so far. A 4K lead, Tundra. A draft that just scales incredibly hard, too. Falcons, they do have a draft that can fight very hard in the mid game, but they have to be very wary of this Chronosphere, plus this tankiness of this Timbersaw. Don't know if they're going to have damage to deal with 33 in these next... for quite some time, it feels like, unless they 5-man it.
Yeah, it's going to be hard because, as you said, a lot of pressure on the scaling of Falcons will fall onto the Weaver, and the Weaver's got some of the biggest counters in the game that he's going to have to face in these team fights. It's not easy for Skeeter to carry this one.
No. There's very tanky core that he'll have to get through, and of course that Chronosphere is just always going to be that massive issue. And yeah, time dilation in these fights too, still going to be a big issue. Even though it's only that level 1, it still is very annoying to play against until later on stages where you have either some dispels or the, Primal Beast has his 15 talent, so he can actually dispel himself.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but the Legion duel. See at the side, Malrine, he's trying to go onto Ahri, but again,
they're ready.
Ahri can live. They'll close the gap onto Malrine. Lasso's there. I mean, now at this point, the fact that they can't even get away with killing the Batbot. Ahri, he's surviving. They're turning, getting 2 kills themselves, Tundra. This is bad news for Falcons.
And it truly is. I mean, Ahri is doing so much work. Level 9, just able to, even when they make a move on him, as you said, they're all prepared for him. BZM has been so active on this Invoker over and over again, either a Cold Snap or a Tornado to interrupt these combos, and his team is there to connect.
To emphasize as well, just looking back at the draft, this was a pretty bold move to end the draft with the Bat, but he's making it work.
Ahri saw something, and with that switch up, we're absolutely seeing the beauty of what it was, being able to stop these charges, just the lane harassment, being able to secure this setup here for Pure. This is going to be one of the faster Mjolnirs we see on a Void for sure.
This is a crazy time. Yeah. Crazy time as he's getting on the carry Void.
They're all going to have potentially 10,000 net worth pre-20 minutes, which is usually a very good indicator of your farm at this point.
And it feels like a lot of times we have very much seen on the Primal in particular, right? You fall behind at the start, it's very hard to get back up there to the top level in terms of net worth. It's a difficult game for Malrine to recover in.
Yeah, because he wants the BKB, but he wants other things also in between.
Should be an easy one here for the 3 of them. So another duel successfully achieved here by Amar.
Probably how Falcons need to start playing the game, just playing around that like 60-second cooldown.
He'll do it again. Chrono for snaking. I mean, understandable right now. Pugna, it's a pretty pesky hero to deal with, Fogged. You just chrono him. Get him out of the game.
I mean, snaking in general is just a pretty pesky person to deal with in all of these games.
And you have to use these big
might
spells.
As well.
Yeah.
He's worth a lot, too. He tends to be pretty farmed.
Yeah.
This one, he is bottom of the net worth on his team, but he's still actually ahead of the supports on the side of Tundra because of how greedy he does play. And that blink now for Ahri, it's done. So very good timing for him in terms of his position this game. He's a 5 position kind of in a way, and he's been able to find it, even though he has the 5 deaths.
The pickups coming just that little bit quicker here for Tundra.
The Ags. It's done. So a very early timing to have this Cataclysm at the ready. It's 18 minutes in.
Yeah, Blink Lasso into a Cataclysm. Not many heroes surviving through that.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they have 2,000 HP on the 2 strength cores, but yeah, pretty much right afterwards they will be brought down from that. And this ward, it did see Malrine.
It did. He's struggling so far this game. Tundra might be able to ensure that struggle continues. So use the Cataclysm to try and scout him out.
Tornado?
It is off the mark. Have they got anything else to throw into the trees? They don't. So a good escape there from Malrine.
I cannot believe he actually was able to escape there when they just completely see him walking in. All right. Falcons starting to get their farm around the map. Still a 6K lead for Tundra. Chrono on cooldown for 60, but that Lasso is still at the ready, but no Cataclysm here, so they're paired up together. He wants to have the Invoker near him for the damage now.
Amar Keep it up towards the top. Wants to be able to back up the other two cores here if a play does go down. Not afraid of a fight here, Falcons.
He can be the save now, too, because he's got this Blink Dagger. He can Blink, press the attack, the lasso target, and potentially turn the fight. So Tundra has to be aware of the positioning, and they are. They'll back away.
More snaking in the mid. Tornado not quite able to get the angle on him still, though. 33's able to chase on forward. Cold Snap in on towards him. Pushback with the deafening blast. Tundra doing a very good job of dealing with snaking on the Pugna, something that a lot of teams have really struggled with.
Yeah, the pesky Pugna is not so pesky. They're just getting extra gold because of it when he's looking for that pressure. Now, an instant smoke. I believe the Chronosphere is going to be back up in 15 seconds. They want this fight.
Let's see what sort of grab Ari can find.
Gotta watch for that.
He's going to make the jump. Woodley in with the duel on towards Ari. Can they get the duel when they can? Just in time. Falcons able to take it down, get the bonus damage for the three of them. Tundra, they're going to try and fight back. Cogs in on towards Crit. He'll attempt to jump out, but Pure and 33 will chase him down the corner. It's a beautiful one. Catches him up the edge. Cataclysm coming in.
What a catch.
Fantastic Chrono into the tree line. Catches Skeeter just at the edge. They'll look to continue on for more. 33 moves forward, burst down Crit, jump in from Pure. Marine has to charge away. They've just got to run, Falcons. As 33 will continue the chase on. Chakram's in, Cold Snap there as well. They'll tip a chain forward, get their hands on a Marine on top of it all. Tundra continuing to take these fights.
These individual performances in this game from Tundra are crazy, and that catch there from Pure right on the edge of the Chrono is able to find that Weaver. Falcons, they're trying to put together some fights, trying to gather up and outnumber Tundra, but it's just not happening. Tundra is just bringing the squad, bringing the numbers in every single situation. And for Tormentor, too.
There we go. Pretty much the first time this land someone's been able to do this against Falcons. Be the ones that are getting the first Tormentor themselves.
And Owen, this is, as we said, this is with the greedy lineup. They are crushing this early game so hard, and it's with the lineup that scales incredibly hard.
See again, fantastic Chrono, just being able to drop it down, catch him right on the edge. A huge kill to be found that allows Tundra to keep Falcons held behind.
He's gonna have some, and continue to just have insane timings on this Void and potentially have even more answers to if they do try to lock him down, right? He's queuing up the Lincolns himself. As we said before in that last game, it was Falcons getting the Lincolns and the Lotuses, etc., versus the single target disables. There's a Legion and there's a Primal Beast. So that's pretty much all the disable that Falcons has. If he's able to get this Lincolns, it's gonna be very problematic for them to go for him. They haven't been able to at all this game.
What's the plan going to be for Falcons? After yesterday's semifinals and game one here in the grand finals, they've not been in a position like this. It's a different spot for Falcons to have to try and play their way out of.
Right, step one is getting Malrine to get a BKB, but it is very difficult to recover this game with, their draft wants to be playing from ahead at this point. You know, Legion plus Weaver, these heroes traditionally like to play from ahead. Playing from behind can be a bit difficult.
Crit. Hiding in the trees. Ari might just find him. Actually, no, Ari's going to get the bigger target. Gets the jump in over towards Marine. The Cataclysm a little awkwardly comboed with the lasso, but it might not matter. Indeed, it does not. 33 still able to finish off the job. He'll get out here on Crit. At the same time, up top, Amar, he's in trouble. He's drawing the cogs. BZM ready to play around with him with a Tornado EMP. Another one for BZM.
Tundra's just owning them, outplaying them across the board here. Beautiful stuff. And honestly, this Batrider pick, we were talking so much about it. We mentioned it a couple of times. It actually looks like the much harder counter versus the Primal Beast than the Clockwork even does, right? These Flame Breaks, these pushbacks, these catches, Ari just continuing to impress so much in this game. Now they've got the Yules on Whitemon too. Game feels very hard for Falcons to even attempt to recover. There's so much disable now that they're starting to pick up with these small items, and a lot of just annoyances. The Yules even on the Clockwork can stop the duel, stop this Primal Beast from grabbing people because they're not even close to having these BKBs just yet. So many different things. And he can even just mess with the Pugna so many different ways on Whitemon.
And it really just feels for every single team fight. If they get the Chrono on the Weaver onto Skeeter, the fight's just over.
Yep.
Not a lot the Falcons are going to be able to do whilst behind in these team fights if that Weaver gets taken out first.
No, I'm so glad we are getting to see that Void pick versus the Weaver. A throwback to the old days as Skeeter.
Thinking about it again. Just on the edge, does he have enough? He doesn't.
Just kidding.
He doesn't.
Nadakpan. Oh, JJ.
Not able to get the job done that time round.
Still cooldown on the Sunstrike for about 8 seconds.
The lack of communication there. You've got to coordinate with your Invoker when you go for a move like that. And now, Falcons, they're going to see if they can try and get more from this. Maori.
He's tanky.
Here's the setup on a boat for them.
The communication error.
First slip up there from Tundra.
Quite the slip up, as you say. You can't go for that without the Cataclysm being at the ready. You absolutely can't. Honestly, even if it was, I don't know if it would have been enough.
I think it would have been enough.
It would have been enough.
It would have been enough. But he goes for the TP, but Amar was in the right place at the right time there, so we'll be able to catch him. And Amar, he gets 4-step, so he's already preemptively expecting these Lincolns and all that to be able to stop these duels. So a big strike back from Falcons at the exact moment they kind of needed it. It was looking kind of dangerous for them.
Ooh, talking about coordination there, a little awkward with the tornado and
Another duel
attempt, and BZM, he's in trouble.
Nice. Joking now. Everybody joking.
Trying to lead in at the same time. Blink lasso, but there's a tornado.
Raider.
What's happening?
Mistake after mistake.
Yeah.
Falcons capitalizing on anything that they can take here at this deficit.
There they are.
Massive kills.
Tundra.
What was it approaching? Where were we at? Like 14K gold?
Yeah, they're making a couple of slip-ups here, Tundra. You can't slip up against Falcons.
Especially
you
not
absolutely cannot.
And slipping up versus Legion also, the dangerous thing about slipping up versus Legion like this is you die, you respawn, duels back up. So you have to be careful where you go outside the map. They're going to claim a tier 2 out of that as well. That is a ridiculous sequence that comes out here, as that duel could not have come at a better time. Split second between where that TP was going to go off.
And this one again, just BZM almost sort of getting baited in by Aris to have to go in, but then sort of baits himself by whiffing the tornado and the blink initiation attempt from Ari at the same time.
Can't be making
That's a rough one. They can't afford to do any more of those, Tundra. No. Otherwise, yeah, we're going to see some smiles on Falcons' faces.
It's a big deal that they got this, though. The BKB, I believe, is now done for the Beast. He's got the key 15 talent that we were mentioning, too, that Dispel versus either time dilation or all these other spells. All right, Tundra, they're smoking up, trying to get things reestablished together. Chrono's at the ready. I believe Cataclysm also is.
Yeah, they've still got that crazy wombo combo and still have that lead. So very much will take more mistakes from Tundra. The opening Ari. The last one, the heavy burst there for 33. My goodness.
Amp damage. Into the Rosh. Should be able to get that one cleanly. A perfect pick off for them to get that Rosh, and they have Chronosphere for the potential fight if it comes to them.
Yeah, you can't do anything about this if you're Falcons. You have to let this one go. The Tundra. Now, as I say, it's going to take a few more.
It will.
It's a hiccup, really. So, you know, Tundra, they've still got a little bit of a fallback plan. Yep. They're far enough in the advantage.
They have
with
like
the heroes and the farm that they have, so it's all still good for Tundra.
Yeah, they have, you know, potential for, you know, like 2 or 3 of those type of slip-ups in this game for sure with the Void and the Invoker, because they do scale that hard into these later stages in comparison. You know, Falcons is more about like the mid-game kind of tempo lineup in comparison. Falcons. Whitemon is hunting.
Yeah, he's going to see if he can get some sort of setup here. Who's hunting? And Crit will turn straight towards him. We'll get the cogs down, but yeah, he'll die for that one.
Skeeter.
Can Pure and BZM get the catch onto either of them? Thinking about trying for the chase. Skeeter obviously a little too speedy, but Crit might be in trouble. Have a little bit of a pause here.
They did see them, so both sides actually saw each other.
Okay. So who's getting out of this one? Is anybody getting anyone?
Well, I'm gonna wait for a second because they did say headset. I don't want them to take their headset off, and we're gonna, you know.
That's true. That's true.
Give them a second.
Fix the audio issues. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So
both
far,
teams did see each other though, so we can say kind of quietly, but
so
they
both
were aware.
teams indeed can decide how they want to play on from this exact moment.
Both teams are cool.
There's a lot of potential for both teams to do something here.
Well, it's a connection coming forward here.
Some of them still a bit away from the fight.
A very, very durable Timbersaw. I do not know how they're going to bring him down still. And the rest of the heroes, definitely I can see them killing them, but this Timber is still a massive mountain that they have to go through.
And of course, you know, Falcons are going to be very aware that the Chronosphere is available for Pure, so something that's definitely going to be in the back of their mind.
They just have to catch him. That's the... If anything, if Falcons doesn't want to go for any type of play here, they have to blink and just duel him. Blink, you know, break that link and duel him. He does have the Aegis, of course, though.
Yeah, so not necessarily the most appealing move for them to make. So
it feels like they might just do the
just try and get out. Now we'll see what happens here. The game's ready to continue.
Let's see what we get.
Let's see if Tundra can get any sort of catch here, or if Falcons are able to safely get out here. No tornado at the ready, but they do have the cold snap if they close in. So Falcons should be able to back off. At least buy time for Amar to get down here and join them.
They still have this ward that was on the high ground. Ari did just take care of it. Amar.
Yeah. Not able to get the setup there. Blink out from Amar comes just in time. Skeeter though, he sticks around for the Ancient. They got the lasso into the Chronos.
Oh my god, BZM walking to the Chrono scared me for a second there.
And now Crypt, they know where he's hiding off to the side. Oh. The TP will make it not the angle quite with the tornado. They have to back off. I say that, Amar, he's trying to go for the duel. Is he going to be able to succeed with it? Just hit. It's the gem. The kill, but can he get out? He's ready to chase. Dilation in onto the both of them.
No way he gets out of this.
He's been glimmered up. He's going to have to blink again. I mean,
what was
Dilation's still there. He can't take it off himself, so Amar will pay the price for committing in and getting that bonus damage from the duel.
If he got out.
Skeeter trying to stick around for that farm was not ready for that sort of jump to come in from Ari.
Yeah. If he had gotten out there on that Legion, would have been huge, because it was the gem that was literally just picked up, but unable to. That time Dilation did go back onto him after that Glimmer had ended.
Now they can push on Tundra, still with plenty of time on the Aegis. Pure back getting the jump straight away onto Snaking. The Glimmer you can find for now. Still though, the dive might continue. Pure's thinking about it. He'll back off for now with the Pognal Ward set up. The backup in for Falcons. They'll focus their efforts back towards the tier 2 Tundra.
I like that Pure's hanging on to the gem himself.
Skeeter, he's tipping in. I mean, obviously feels less threatened because there is fair, but that attempt from Maureen immediately answered with that Lincoln Sphere on 33.
It's not easy to ever get these duels or this primal ult onto any of these targets, these Lincolns. And as we've seen, the flame breaks, the cogs, even hookshot always going to be available when they do even have those BKBs to stop these catches. Tundra continued to play strong now here with this Aegis, 2 more minutes on it.
Time ticking, 40 seconds, and Chrono's going to be back online for Tundra.
Falcons looking for a bit of a sneak.
They have to do it within this next 30 seconds. Tundra, not afraid to fight. Falcons, they have to get some sort of insane jump. Yeah. Leading him first.
They want the back line.
I mean, we can see Amar with this positioning trying to get some sort of angle for the wraparound. Same to be said for Maureen.
Both teams kind of doing mirror movements here. BZM starting to put some pressure onto the bottom lane.
That time it's ticked a little bit too much for Falcons. They've got the Chronosphere back online on Tundra.
No longer able to take that fight. Maureen, smoke is going to wear off. Snaking is starting to blast the mid tower. Looks like he was spotted though, so Snaking is in trouble.
He'll be the one to take the hit here from Tundra. Yes, the Falcons should be able to escape. I'll try his best to survive as long as possible, but a tornado sidestep to dodge the Cataclysm doesn't matter. Gets taken down. Of course, the rest of Tundra still seeing if they can find something a little bit bigger off to the side. And Amar
for the duel.
It's an ambitious duel, and it's one that this time he's not going to win.
Maybe going for some desperate times. It's looking like, at least from Amar there, a couple times just throwing his life away, feeling that pressure. And Tundra playing it cool now. Not slipping up after that slip up they did have earlier. Chrono still isn't ready.
Yeah, everything back on track for Tundra here.
And this Timber just absolutely out of control. 8, 0, and 5, the first pick. Definitely not addressed in this game. That lane the little lane switch up was actually so cool, so massive from Tundra in the way that they played around it.
2 in the mid to be taken.
And for Falcons, it's just their lineup overall. It's not about this massive type of comeback lineup. As we said, it's more of a tempo-based draft. So they don't have this tool on the high ground. They have this lasso pullback, this massive wombo combo. It's a lot harder for them to actually go for any plays.
I mean, trying to Ari with the ultimate, but he gets just jumped and dragged back by Ari's the burst at 33. Dying so quickly on the primal there, Maureen.
And they're looking like it's smooth sailing potentially in these next few moments for this Rax. Maureen, 40 seconds that he's going to be dead. And they don't really have anything to threaten either of these two heroes. I mean, Pure and 33 feel pretty unkillable.
Falcons at least will be able to sneak out onto the map and get the Tormentor despite this great control of the game that Tundra have.
A little small something, I guess.
There's mid barracks. I mean, nobody wants to step up. Sure, the Aegis is gone, but there's a Chronosphere at the ready. Pure, he's going to be ready to jump whoever tries to push him off these barracks, and Falcons know it. They just have to watch them get taken out.
Oh, and I don't think they have the damage for almost either of these two heroes at this point. Even if they throw absolutely everything onto them, I think 33 100% lives everything, but I think Pure might actually also be getting to that point. He's about to have the Scotty done. 3,000 HP. You can see the damage just looking at it from Falcons. It's a bit lacking with this deficit that they do have right now. I think Skeeter needs to get some big damage item, it does feel like, and he's queuing up that Daedalus next, but he needed everything he has before it.
It's going to take a lot of time to get that.
Yep.
For Skeeter.
And he really is, it's him versus the world, and it's him versus a Chronos.
Exactly
so.
right. And Tundra know it. They'll be looking for him every single time. Amar down bottom trying to clear the wave. The setup's there though, towards him. Amar is going to be going down again. Tundra ready to look for a second set. They'll get the lead in again onto Sneyking. They'll get the Decrepify off, try to run. Does he want to jump in for this?
Oh, with a chrono in the two. Udah katakan Elysian. Oh.
And Sneyking God, Skinner, he's
Bye
trying to
back
fight
into
back.
the
Look
pool
towards
na
BZM. We'll be able to take out the
Jurut ni
Evoker.
Malvin.
The buyback's coming out from both supports. Falcons, can they get
Both
anything
support.
else? Though Marine is BKB comes to an end. 33 able to finish him off.
Oh,
Whitemon.
yes, I go. Skyter na kay Swarm. Oh, the business.
But now outside of the
Parang
base,
iba-ibang
the
BCM.
ready to
Lagi,
jump up.
45 ang grade para din kasi na TP ang hindi namatay. Si Skitter nahulot ang mana na kay Magic 1. Kaya Magic 1 yun yung ulti. Magic 3. Oops. Ice BCM dieback. Napa ni? Giduwil. 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 We're dead now!
He's dealing with the rest of them in the base. Skinner, the last one left standing on Falcons. As Tundra, they're just playing with their food right now, Fog.
They try, and BZM, he does die back, but Pure and 33 just showing to be way too strong, way too tanky. Everyone on Falcons pretty much dead except for Skeeter. 25 has been hit onto this Timber.
And as you say, maybe they can kill BZM, but the 33...
These two are just untouched.
And as we saw, Pure, as low as he got, they couldn't quite finish off the job.
Just too tanky. That Scotty that he just had pretty much picked up right there, that extra HP versus the Legion. That's 2 sets now. They threw so much into trying to get these extra kills. Falcons, triple buybacks, and still unable to kill those 2 big cores at least.
Tundra.
33 can just stay here, right? Like, it does feel like he can just kind of occupy the enemy base at this point. They might just continue putting that pressure for the tier 2. Chrono is going to be back up in about 20 seconds.
We'll see if he gets away with a sneaky Shadow Blade into dual play. Doesn't look like he's going to get the chance.
Not if 33's around. Skeeter.
Yeah, Pure's on the hunt. Chronosphere's back up in a matter of seconds. Skeeter's out of there in time.
Hey, Pure's about to have a Satanic too. This might be the tankiest Void I've ever seen in a second. He's going to have like 4,000 something HP. Good luck bringing him down.
He wants to find an easy duel opportunity.
He's trying. They don't want to be stuck inside the base. You know, Falcons, they do, even if they are, you know, losing, they are still looking for the potential play, but just unable to find it. Tundra.
Trying to get some dewarding done. Does get caught in the cogs in the EMP.
Is there a tree?
Oh, there is. 33 not going to be able to chase on forward, so Crit, he'll get away with the deward. Amar still on the hunt. Can he find anyone? It's, even if he does, getting away with the duel's going to be hard. Maybe he can find a courier or two. There is one at the secret shop. Yeah, I'll be able to find that, and quite a snipe as well. That was a decent amount of the Satanic taken away from Pure.
BZM?
He's been found for this though, Amar. The setup there from BZM. Hook shots in from Whitemon, prepared for the detection as well. Amar might have got the courier, but again, taken down.
Falcons just trying to, it truly is desperation, right? Just trying to split them up all over the place.
That's a quick move.
Oops. Ari?
TPing up towards the mid. They're going to get the catch on the Crit. The lasso's there. BZM ready to line up the Tornado EMP. Crit, he's gone.
Ari
bye
continues to be everywhere.
And they're ready to clear up another Roshan. Pure into the pit.
Falcons, I think what they're trying to do, honestly, is just trying
again,
to
surviving here at these final moments, Pure. Maybe if they got that kill, they'd have a bit of a chance to strike back with the fact that they had killed off BZM, but they couldn't quite do it. Pure surviving.
Too tanky.
Lag. Or internet.
Love it.
Getting some crazy plays here. Yeah, coming out of this game too. Tundra very much in control of this game, as they have been for the most part.
This has been the literal best early game we've seen any team do versus Falcons, and they had
quite a while.
And on paper, if you look at, they had a pretty hard draft in terms of early game. Besides that, Timber saw,
and just showing that they have that flexibility to answer some of the flexibility that Falcons can maybe surprise some teams with. Like this Weaver pick coming out, you can only imagine that Tundra, they definitely had in the back of their minds that there was a chance that Skeeter would go for this once again after doing it yesterday, and they had this Void pick ready to go in answer to it.
Again, maybe Falcons just not expecting that this Void would be this much of a problem. Even if they did like pick it and they, they could potentially see it coming, they thought they had the answer with this Legion, but definitely not the case, at least with how this lane has gone by any means.
Again on the hunt, but as soon as he shows, they'll be ready to hunt him back.
Just going for risky plays. Skeeter, the Daedalus is done.
Let's see what they can do with this. They need to get away with a full commit onto a kill, but 33 on the Timber, as you talk about. I want to go for the go to try, but the link.
Oh.
He catches the two of them. The light straight heels coming in on towards
Oh. Duel BZM. Oh. Patah si Ari.
Skeeter
Oh.
turns towards Ari, takes him out, and tries Shikuchi away. Though Skeeter is
si
falling
Ari.
low.
Mau kasih Skeeter.
They've got the
Skeeter
flash out
boleh
of
ulti.
control to take Skeeter out still at the end of it. Falcons, they try and strike back after a chrono that doesn't end in success there for Tundra. Still, though, they end up losing their big carry at the end of it, Fog.
That was weird from BZM, I gotta be honest. They do get the kill on the Weaver. BZM botsed into where the chrono was. He wasn't even throwing spells into it because he was bottom when the fight starts. He botsed in and just died. So, a couple slip-ups there from BZM, but doesn't look like it's changing any of the state of the game as they do find that Weaver and now potentially can find Snaking as well.
Go straight on the way towards him. Snaking. And they've got the answer. Pure there with that creep at the ready from the helm. Has the dispel.
Nice
33. Back where he's happy to be here inside the base of Falcons, knowing they can't touch him.
Amari just has to literally ignore him.
Oh, Najin.
Amar's gone, instantly buys back. They go straight to the base, get the clock set up on towards Malreed. He's trapped in the clock, he'll finally get forced out to safety. Still 30 seconds or so until Skeeter's back in the game. 33, ready to start diving the fountain. They get the rocket flare on Tamar. Malreed, he'll get the grab. That's him gone. That's the game done. GG is called. Tundra will be able to take game 2.
Really, I mean, awesome game. Honestly, this early game, you couldn't have asked for more with this type of draft. A draft that on paper, a couple of these lanes can look very difficult, but yeah, I have to give so much credit to Ari and Pure. This safe lane just did so much work. And in the meantime, 33, he's a Timbersaw. He's just soaking farm top, gets the 6 very early, able to bully the Weaver quite a bit here. And yeah, Tundra from there. They only really had that one little slip up in the mid where they gave up a couple of these kills. Besides this was a beautiful game of Dota.
Absolutely. I mean, it's pretty terrifying, right, that they get away with getting this first big Timber, and he just doesn't die. 16, 0, 13 on 33. Despite Falcons' best efforts to try and have some sort of game plan to shut the Timber down, they couldn't touch him at all. An insane game from him. And Tundra just showing that they've got some answers, some responses to what Falcons have been able to catch many another team out with in some of their previous games.
We've got a series on.
No, we absolutely have. Falcons getting shaken up quite the bit here in this game too. We'll see what they come back with as this series continues, but as we have it, no 3-0s today. Singapore, 1-1 right now between Tundra and Falcons. All right.
Shut up. Wala na internet. Shut up.
Ringmaster. I think critically against Lycan, you need supports that have some ways to survive by themselves without having to call in your team to help you, right? Of course, before that it would be Hoodwinks and Pugners, but we were Master, you can escape hack yourself, you can maybe get the little whoopee cushion, jump up a high ground.
Hindi na internet.
Now you look at Tundra's lineup, they have no spells, right? They're all right clicks, they're all physical damage, and they're sort of, you know, lane obnoxiousness. They have Chen creeps and Spiritbreaker charging around and wolves. Like, there's a lot of garbage for Falcons to deal with, and Falcons' first two heroes, zero catch, zero mobility. Like, it can be a real pain to deal with this.
But that's why the Mars pick now is amplified, right? When you have a Rebuke and Spear to stop the early charges from Spiritbreaker, the containment of Arena to also stop him coming through, you then lock down the Lycan. Like, there are some high value picks available for Falcons. It's if they think there's enough in the tank to get through the aggression, but to go for a Doom, I personally wasn't really thinking of Doom. Normally when you think of like map pressure and early game timings, you think of teamfight, like we were mentioning, but
that's definitely interesting. I thought the Mars was looking very juicy here. The Doom does shut down Spiritbreaker, and it also is a way to kill the DK. Most likely, I mean, we don't know if it's a DK carry or mid yet, but if it is a carry, it's at least a way to kill him.
Yeah, it's super interesting. I mean, it's a hero people have picked against Ench in the past because you can just eat the creep. At different points. Obviously not super early, but I think it offers damage, and it's sort of this tanky boy. It's like that mix between tanky and damage. He can buy like Shivas and armor items this game makes. I think you definitely want to maximize. You want all the armor items. You want solar, you want Shivas, you want AC, and so Doom can buy some of those and get fat.
Perhaps also a balance between, okay, if we do well in lanes, we can still go as 5, we can end the game early with the Abaddon timing, but we can also go late. You know, we're not worried about any late game situation here when we have the Doom.
Are we going back to the Amar Doom where he goes more for like the right click though? Like the phase, the SMY, the harpoons, like the I'm the carry from the offlane style of play. You see like a DK or Lycan step up, and you know that you can just, Amar can just be a real focal point for the team. Or is it more the utility that you're mentioning, the traditionals of the Shivas and the Blinks and whatnot?
It's definitely possible. I honestly haven't seen Amar play the hero in quite some time, so I don't really know what build he is going to go for.
Could be like a Crimson Guard and then transition to SNY, Harpoon type of thing. I think it really depends on how the lane goes and things like that.
The state of the game.
Yeah. They do assume that it's a DK mid. At least they're banning out the Ursa. I mean, that's probably to protect the Doom, right? And there's the Sanking and the Primal Beast that we talked about earlier, because the Doom does not fix the issue of catch until way later.
Yeah.
And it also doesn't fix the kind of playmaking damage dealer mid that I do think Falcon still needs.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Falcons is able to get some hero that gives them, you know, pretty good tempo early, I think this Dragon Knight can be extremely sad. He will honestly have massive damage problems. Neither one of his supports gives him any damage, and there's Chen survivability, there's Ringmaster saves. You're not ganking a bad. Doom is tanky. Like, I think it can be, they can have huge damage use potentially.
I mean, surely Falcons need to think about Invoker here, because if DK carry and Invoker mid looks really strong here, even more of this garbage, right? And then you have the Sunstrike, you have the damage that you're lagging. Invoker is a huge issue.
Yeah, there we go. Thank goodness. I honestly think they just straight up lose if they.
Yeah. They give Invoker here. It's rough. Monkey King now, so the Monkey mid, you definitely have a lot of tempo. You have a lot of late game. You get that extra stun. You get the potential snowball from the Monkey. I think this is a very good pick too. There's very low damage on Tundra to take this Monkey out.
It's also kind of forcing the DK, right? It's like, you know, DK, if you want to put a mid against our Monkey King, our Monkey's going to have a completely free time. Now DK kind of needs to go carry, and BZM has to find a new hero.
Yeah, and it's honestly, I mean, there is still the Queen in the pool, right?
Yeah.
So it's almost certainly a Queen coming, I would think, which is pretty scary for Falcons. This matchup can be pretty rough. Monkey King can be sort of locked down, but Malrine is the best player at playing these types of matchups, so you never really know. But I think Queen balances their lineup very well and gives them that magic damage because they have issues fighting right now.
Oh,
what?
A little low druid, all right.
On Earth.
Okay, so do you just tank the DK versus Monkey?
Yeah.
So surprising. Personally, I think this pick is really bad. I think it's quite bad against Doom. The Infernal Blade kills the bear really fast. Monkey King gets stacks on the bear now. I think it's bad. Will shred the bear, and I think it also sort of fits into this thing of, I think they have too much single target physical damage, not enough spells.
But the narrative switched, right? Where in the previous games they're saying how Falcons, it's their early game, their ability to take over. Now it's for Tundra, right? Like, sure, you might not like the Infernal Blade versus the bear, but a lone druid with his bear, with the Lycan running through, Spirit Breaker connecting, Ench with the zoo. Like, you've got a bear, a fucking cow, you got Bambi and wolves. You got the whole zoo is coming to play this game.
So a couple of points. I think if the game goes later on, the game is stable, the Aghanim's bear, Lycan wolves, it's gonna be super annoying to play the map. Second point, is there ever a world where they just put pure mid on this lone druid?
It's
and
super
then the
bad against Monkey King, I think.
Carry. Ah, okay, so
because you get stacks off the bear, and so you just eat him alive.
Can't play that match. Okay.
I think you have to be like a giga lone druid nerd to play this lane. It's a very hard lane.
Okay. So that's not an option.
I think critically though for Tundra, I'm intrigued to see how they overlap their heroes to try and punish the early game. When you look at Falcon's heroes, it's all about the efficiency of them just generating gold, right? Abaddon, when he gets Radiance, he then soon has Manta, Blink, Orchid. Doom as well, Monkey, they can do so much by just pretty much parking themselves in their lane, and it's on Tundra to break that. Don't allow them to sit and be efficient. Don't allow Falcons to accrue that economy that we often see.
And what's stopping the Monkey King from winning mid decisively and then rotating onto the lone druid with a Chen and just like taking over the game?
I really worry for these moves because you look at Tundra's heroes, we talked about it, they have no spells. In these skirmishes, like they need items. All of their heroes need items. DK needs a blink. Lycan is going to AFK farm for a really long time. Like when Falcons comes knocking on your door, I don't know if there's anybody home to, open the door.
You can't make mistakes. That is the critical thing. You make mistakes, that you aren't going to be able to right-click, because that is where Falcons' lineup is so good. You protect yourselves within the Wukongs, the auras of the Chen, the survivability. Like that is where, I'm excited to see, does Tundra have the clean of execution to be able to play a flawless early game to get themselves online, to utilize a zoo-based lineup.
I want to emphasize the point about the Monkey. Like, the Monkey is going to get Jingo stacks this game, right? He's playing against Spirit Breaker, Ench, DK, Lone Druid. Like there's going to be Jingo stacks early on, and you don't have any spells at all. He's going to... I think this Monkey pick is really strong, and the Lone Druid pick is a bit questionable, but at the same time, I mean, it can get weird if Tundra plays the lanes really well.
And we are in for a treat before we go into Game 3 of Falcons versus Tundra. Slacks is joined by not one, but two coaches.
Absolutely is the rare, forbidden double coach interview here. Singapore, are we having a good time, by the way? Give it up for these two coaches. Fantastic, fantastic indeed. Now, gentlemen, there is no stress here. This is a safe place. You both won one. No one's getting eliminated yet, so I thought I'd give you a very rare opportunity to ask. Wait, are you guys enemies? Are you gonna fight or anything? Are you guys cool with each other?
We're cool.
You cool?
Yeah, we're cool, yeah.
Okay, we're cool. Cool. He might fight you. Okay. Do you have any questions about his draft that maybe stumbled you up that way? Is there anything he did that you did not understand?
You just pick Lone Druid because Pierre destroyed us with him at TI so hard?
Are you willing to answer?
It's like a trauma thing for us.
Maybe.
Do you have any questions for Aoi about his mysterious draft? Anything throw you through, Luke?
Where did this Venom insect come from?
That was a bit ago, but all right.
You watch Thompson's stream and you just take his ideas. So.
The two greatest minds in Dota sharing it here. Let's get a handshake before this match, my friends. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a fantastic match coming your way. Let's see how that goes as we go to our casters.
Thank you very much there, Slacks. How Immunity Game 3 coming up, folks, and I can't wait to see this. At the start of the draft, looked to be sort of similar to what we've seen throughout the entire patch, but then at the end of it, there's a Lone Druid coming out.
I don't think anybody could have seen that one coming except for the players themselves, and maybe we will see a little bit of that attempt of the trauma that we're seeing.
Absolutely. I mean, but is the potential with this hero, where do you sort of place it right now?
Uncertain, because they're very physical. They're pretty much all physical on their draft. 0 spells to cast, like Quinn was saying, so I'm curious to see how this one's going to go. It looks a little bit strange, but if these lanes go off as well as they did last time, could definitely see Tundra work their magic again, but let's see.
Yeah, that's very true. We saw Tundra come out with some big stuff during the laning stage, despite the fact that it seemed that they had the greedier lineup. Falcons on the other side of things, you know, some classic stuff, and that Monkey King at the end looking pretty hot. We'll see how it plays out, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for Game 3. Getting into the action here. So, Fox, you know, so far this series, right, we have both games being pretty one-sided overall, right? It was inevitable who was going to be able to close it up after we got to that halfway mark. This game, I mean, what does this sort of tell you in terms of the timings that both teams are looking for? Is this a team trying to run over the enemy? Is someone trying to pull it to the later stages? What's the plan?
For me, it looks like Tundra's trying to run over them, right? It looks like a death ball kind of strategy with Lycan, with the summons, with Lone Druid with the summon, with Enchantress with the summons, DK with his form, knocking down towers, setting these objectives, setting the tempo, right? For Falcons, they have ways to fight back with these strong lanes, and with this more, I would say, much more team fight draft in the mid game, right? On the side of Tundra, there's literally 0 team fight. It's very rare that you do see a draft that's almost only, like, not completely, but very much so physical dependent and almost no team fight whatsoever. So it's gonna be curious to see how the approach comes out. If the lanes go poorly, how these early fights are gonna go down. Because Falcons, their team fight, it's very strong, right? They've got Wukongs, they've got Kryn the Ringmaster, they've got Doom, a lot of different spells that can be thrown out. So curious to see what's gonna go down here. And I will have to point this out also for the Bear, because they did blast pick this Lone Druid. He picked it to double % damage abilities too. So I'm gonna keep eyes on that, because it's these 3 tanky cores that they went for versus 2% damage nukes, the Ringmaster and the Doom.
See around the bounty. Trying to push for a bit of action, and not going to get it. Just the 2 for 2 on the bounties to start things off.
Yeah, let's see what we do truly get down.
Because overall, you know, Lone Druid, this hero at the moment, why is no one else really playing it?
It's a specialist hero completely, right? That you have to be a Lone Druid player. Is nice play. We'll be able to snipe out that Satyr with the Wolves. Heads up play. And they're gonna do it like this. So we do see Falcons set up the lanes quite often like this. So I guess they just want to do it again, where Crit is able to secure the lane a little bit better for the Evadon, and then the Chen is just gonna be able to secure this lane by burning the mana and just being annoying. And we're gonna get something that we never get to see. Bashes.
Already showing off already.
Something like a throwback going. We have a Chen versus an Enchantress in the game. I feel like we don't ever get to see this fun of the exchange of the two anymore. We used to see it so much back in the old days, you know, TIs, the early ones on. It's really curious to see what's going to happen with it. how much Whiteman's going to be able to mess with Snaking, or if they are even going to mess with each other too much. And yeah, let's see how much they can do to this bear, right? They're going to constantly click this bear. It's pretty fragile in the first few levels. Got only that 1,000 HP, 0 armor. So that's the one thing I'm going to be looking at, is if Pure can keep his bear alive on top.
Could be quite the bit of pressure that Amar and Snaking are able to put on him on that top lane.
Yeah.
The mid lane matchup, obviously, with the way things have ended up, Tundra, they decided to just keep BZM on the mid, on the DK against the Monkey King. Are you able to still fare okay as the DK, or can it get pretty tough against Malrine on the Monkey King?
It can get. There's obviously, if you get hit, like the Breathe Fires can protect you in terms of some of the aggressive plays. So there's ways to play around it early on. It's just once those levels start to pick up in the Jingu, like level 3, right? Level 2 Jingu starts to be pretty problematic. So we'll see what BZM can do to withstand it. And we'll see what build that Malrine wants to go for. Right now he has Phase Boots queued. I've seen people go for like the early Orb of Frost or something like that to prevent some of the healing. So we'll see what comes out of this lane. And
Ahri and Crit continuing to battle it out here between the two of them. On this bottom lane, both securing space for their cause to have some pretty free time to trade the farm hit.
And I think the reason, I mean, probably the main reason, of course, why they did do this lane setup, besides just wanting to set it up easier for the Abaddon, is Crit is preventing Ahri from going from creep pulling, right? This is what they want to do down here, as 33 and Ahri tend to do almost every single one of the games, is manipulate creep wave mechanic. Ringmaster prevents that a lot from the Spirit Breaker. You get hit from these constant dagger pokes, you actually can just die. So they're going to have to just play the lane a little more heads up because of this.
First wave so far, pretty close in the mid, but as you say, things can begin to stack up against the DK.
Just pretty much as soon as level 3 comes out, so we'll see what BZM can do to withhold it.
Top. So far on the first few waves, good. Doing fine, and the bear staying in a pretty healthy position. Not able to get too aggressive onto the bear quite yet, Falcons. Trading as best as he can here with Whitemon.
Poking each other. He's got the extra armor, the Whitemon's got the extra heal, but Snag will be blocking the camp, so that's what he's doing with his Satyr as well. Besides just burning the mana of Whitemon, he's using it to block that small camp. They're just trading back and forth between the two. And yeah, now we're starting to see that mid matchup. Malrine, this is why he goes for the boots, because he probably expects BZM to start doing creep wave mechanics, right? He's probably expecting him to try to pull things around, so him having boots very early on this Monkey King is going to prevent BZM from trying to get boots himself and dragging waves.
Yeah, because what if the DK does that, you just follow him as the Monkey King?
Yep. Malrine, the specialist, knows all about, pulling waves, moving them, and manipulating them in the mid lane, of course.
Things could definitely start to get a little bit tricky for BZM. And is this sort of a situation where if you're Tundra, you can bring someone over to try and trip the Monkey King up?
I mean, you can get maybe like a charge that comes in and charge, but you guys, you might both die if you go sometime, because there's just... The thing that they were mentioning also on the panel is just limited damage early from Tundra, right? They do have very limited damage until they do get some items online, so that Monkey King might just survive and turn and kill both of you if you do slip up at all.
And obviously on this top lane, the constant sort of pressure from Snaking just completely draining Whitemon's mana. It's going to leave him as the Enchantress, no opportunities to...
Amar's killed the bear.
And this is one of the struggles, as you said, for the bear. Can he finish it off? He can. Plus 300. That's a lot of money.
Oh, you know what I'm actually realizing, too? This is pretty interesting. Amar should be fine, but Amar was higher level, so he gets the level pain versus the bear, actually, too. He was doing an insane amount of right-click damage just from that, his innate, which I didn't really factor in versus a lone druid, because in the past, it wouldn't matter. But now that it's a creepier, okay, cool.
Guys, got to be careful.
That's a lot of damage.
300 gold. You can't feed that bear.
No. One is... I wouldn't say like completely okay, but it's acceptable, because it tends to happen when it's so squishy. You can't defeat it again.
I mean, if they get the chance to do so, it's going to mean that their lanes really across the board are going to be feeling pretty okay.
I mean, right now the lanes are looking very good for Falcons. I mean, Doom is not getting pressured, not getting pushed off the lane whatsoever, has the double bracer, and he's versus a pretty slow damage, so he should be fine up there on his own. Mid's going well, and bottom, there's very little ways to see how Skeeter gets pressured versus an Abaddon and a Spirit Breaker. So yeah, all three lanes for Falcons looking very hot.
Because I guess that's really the question, right? It's when and where is any sort of pressure going to come out from Tundra's line?
That's the case. That's truly the question. And as we said, it's a pretty much fully physical lineup with very little spells, And they are very good versus that physical damage. When you have Chen, he always racks up those auras early. Ahri gets the bash.
Taking a lot of damage though, Ahri. He's going to take out there. Crit might die return. Oh, the shield's there from Skeeter. So Falcons, they'll get the first blood and they'll keep Crit safe.
And that was with them bringing the Enchantress creep down. Trying to go for this kill. So Whitemon even contributing to that lane, and they lose the Spirit Breaker out of it anyway. Pure?
Mars getting some good damage onto the Lone Druid himself there. Pure taking quite the hit.
Charge coming in from the base. See if Snaking expects this or if it doesn't catch him off guard.
Starting to back up.
Seems to expect this. They're probably saying Spirit Breaker died, watch out, wall the lanes. And I believe that ward, it will see him for a split second. I think it caught him at least.
Yeah, Snaking, he's holding close to the tower. So not going to be a move that Ari can commit for. Snaking will be fine.
And yeah, this mid lane, we're seeing that pressure, right? Phase boots are done. Malrine gets the Jingu stacks constantly. He is going to go for that Orb of Blight, very likely to get that corrosion, since it's very good in this game versus, honestly, all 3 cores. Very likely if he wants to, at least. Let's see if he does. 33 is getting good farm down bottom, is able to cut the wave. Doesn't have to worry about them slipping him up too much down here, but we are seeing movements now. Crit looking to move toward mid. Whitemon.
Look towards Amar. He's going to try and help out here with the charge over towards Amar.
Amar's incredibly tanky.
Whitemon's going to be able to heal up. Snaking taking quite a beating here from the summons of Whitemon. Snaking, he'll survive.
Doesn't hit.
Say looking towards Amar, but barely anything that they can really do about the Doom, as Amar too tough to go on right now.
Mid lane, they've kept the catapult alive too, so Malrine, he has an amp damage plus a siege wave.
This time, Ari, see if he can finish off the job here. Snaking getting caught out, but he's going to be okay.
Now
Ari up there, and now they can turn here with the 2 of them. Amar coming in with that backup to ensure that Snaking stays safe.
He's burning down.
And he can just run down the Spirit Breaker. Ari, can he get out of range? He cannot. It's going to be a pickup for Amar. Same time in the mid, Malrine and Crit, they're diving in. BZM ticking down low. Malrine, a final swing, gets the kill. Whitemon's trying to find Crit, but Crit should be fine. Nothing else to throw out at him. Falcons, they're getting these kills. They're getting away with it despite Tundra being the ones trying to make these moves.
Look at him go. He's only going for the casual Blightstone, so he's going for Diffusal, which is also amazing versus Strength Cores. And looks like he might just be able to get away with it.
If he gets away with that.
He's got a point held for the Wukongs. Yeah, he's got this.
Yeah.
And Ari
can't do anything about that. He's not going to be able to stop Malrine from grabbing the Shrine of Wisdom away from Tundra. And Ari, in fact, he's taken a lot of damage here from Skeeter just underneath the tower. Ari in a lot of trouble here as Malrine's ready to swing across, take down the kill here, Skeeter.
His bear, he tried to go for the steal of the Shrine there, at least to be able to get one for themselves, and now he's just going to give up a bear kill also.
This is looking like another plus 300 gold coming up here for Falcons.
Money
there
for
it
Amar.
is.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
This early game, it is going fantastic so far for Falcon.
It certainly is.
Lycan is farming, as we said. 33 is having that best time, but the other lane's definitely suffering a bit here.
I mean, so even though the bear is dying top, yeah, Pure's still getting a lot of money himself.
But giving up the 2 bears, Amar is going to be super happy, top of the net worth because of that. Mid lane, trying to get some pressure here onto the tower with the first DK form. A lot of emphasis onto this tower with that enchanted scream as well. Crit, now swinging over it.
And then with the TP backup.
BZM.
Get a little bit of setup on a BZM, but BZM turns to the Dragon Tail, stops Malrine from being able to chase him. They can sort of back off from these sort of moves, Tundra, but very difficult for them to make plays themselves. Limited options.
Especially now that they just lost their Shrine Zone. We were already talking about how they don't really have heroes with spells, abilities, right? Ultimates for team fight. Now the Spirit Breaker
top lane.
And Pure.
Malrine's coming in with the rotation. He made the move earlier down bottom. Now he's looking to go up top. They're in onto Pure. Amar and Malrine able to take him out. No backup coming in. They don't even need to use the Doom itself to get that kill. Same time in mid Tundra, they're desperately trying to find something, but they can't kill Snaking.
And Whitemon.
He's fine. Skeeter comes over to back him up as they'll chase out Whitemon. Malrine also making sure he misses out on none of the action as Falcons getting kill after kill after kill, and Tundra, they're getting nothing.
It just looks so much easier for Falcons to make these moves. Their lineup just naturally has abilities, able to close the gap on these. 33 will be able to finish off that tower with the space, but yeah, we're seeing it. BZM, he is suffering so much.
Malrine ready to go again, diving in underneath the tower. Him and Crit ready to dispose of BZM once more.
We saw BZM have a rough DK earlier in this tournament. It's looking like a similar one. Bottom of the cores by a significant margin.
He's ready to chase down Pure. He's still got that Doom ready to go after not needing to use it for the first attempt. He's going to be ready to drop it here. Get himself another chance to take down Pure.
This is getting out of control very early.
See if they can do something about Malrine. 33, it's coming in with the rotation. Malrine something's up for the Wukong's command. The whip from Crit pushes back to 33 for now. As they'll be able to stand strong here under the Wukong's command and Malrine. Snaking again getting away. They can't even kill these supports, Tundra.
This monkey pick just feels way too good versus everything, right? It's all physical damage. Wukong gets thrown. It gives you that plus armor. He can just stand his ground inside of it.
And Amar, he's just having an absolute dream of a time up top. Very few heroes are going to want to go up towards that top lane right now.
His early timings are amazing right now. Phase drum, double bracers. He can get involved in any of the fights. Doesn't need the Doom with this type of build, and very tanky innately versus the very limited damage of Tundra. See, where do they look to go from here? I think it's got to be super heavy lifting from 33. I don't know. He's got to do pretty much everything, it feels like, this game, with how much everything has been slowed down. Because their draft, it feels like it functions pretty poorly from behind.
And how do you imagine 33 is going to look to try and achieve that? Is he going to try and find opportunities to fight with the team, or is it all about the wrap play and the split pressure from the Lycan right now?
I'm not sure. We'll have to see. Every time BZM shows up mid, they're looking for a play on him.
Whitemon. Probably not going to get away from this. He's trying to heal up, but they've got the overwhelming damage to get themselves another one here. Falcons, 9-0.
At least BZM's able to survive. He doesn't get caught from it, but see if he can continue to survive. Triple Centaur.
Got to be careful. Trying to dodge the daggers.
If you get caught in one stun here, you're going to get caught in the follow-ups. There's 3 of these Centaurs at the ready for you.
Taking this tier 1 in the mid. He's going to try and step up with the boundary strike connect.
He's going to get stunned. He stepped up.
He does.
That was crazy. Snaking more than ready to get that triple stun.
Absolutely. With this army of Centaurs ready to put a stop to anyone who steps up, Amar.
They don't really have that much damage for him. Look, he can kind of just walk away.
He does.
Their draft really doesn't have damage on. Like, it comes all from Lycan now at this point with how the game has gone rough in those other 2 lanes, and their supports don't have shrines. Did not get that experience. So level 4 on the Spirit Breaker, who doesn't really do that much damage anyway.
These moments passing, Skeeter just getting all the space in the world. I mean, this is already concerning for Tundra, trying to make these moves that they have been into this lineup pre-Radiance on the Abaddon. Once that's there onto Skeeter, trying to turn up as Tundra, it's going to feel pretty much impossible.
I think 33, when he gets his upgraded helm, the Helm of Overlord, he needs to go time and make so much happen to get some space and pressure.
Amar, he's looking for Ahri. Ahri will get the charge out.
They're looking for the bigger target. They want the Lone Druid.
Yeah.
Able to find him.
Likely going to be able to swing back and check this camp as well, Falcons. They'll opt for Ahri, which at least will be a bit of a saving grace for Pure. Means that Pure should be able to stay safe, but still more kills being racked up by Falcons.
Nice. Skitter is he's able to do this pretty easily. Just contest versus 33 wherever he goes, and he's constantly killing these Dominator creeps. Not quite there, but almost.
That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I ain't gonna lie, that's fine.
Look at the tower on top.
Yeah, okay, North Star,
straight towards the
okay,
Lincolns
North Star.
after that defusal.
What did he do that, actually? Sorry, I'm like, he dominated while he was being attacked. So, you can tell he did that, actually.
This was a Lycan tech.
He did attack, because I saw that he had it disassembled and everything. I don't know, there was some type of tech there. Anyway, whatever. I'm not going to waste any time on that. But he does have the helm done, so let's see what 33 can do with it, because he is the only core having a good time. He's actually the only person having a good time on his team.
Snaking. Ready to try and 1v1 it here with Whitemon. Go crit with the backup. Whitemon this time will be able to survive. Marine getting all the space down bottom. They can be ready to try and push on for a tier 1 down here, Falcons. We'll see if Tundra want to try and turn up. They get the Blink Dagger done on BZM.
Okay. Play around this Lycan. He has explosive damage on the Lycan. You just have to get the connection pretty much perfectly while that stun comes out, because there's going to be the heals, there's going to be the shields that come in. I don't know, there's so much sustain that comes out from the side of Falcons. You're even seeing the Vanguard, that Crimson Guard that the panel was mentioning. Amar has queued it up. As I said, it's all physical. Out to the side.
Marine and Crit, they're ready to start things off by quickly looking towards Whitemon. We'll see Skidon to back out of this, goes for the TP out with the remainder of the borrowed time. He'll get away. Space is there for Crit to be able to steal the Wisdom.
Oh my god, that's stealing the second set.
Surely they've got to be able to kill him. They will be able to. He's got no TP, so no way out. But still, the damage is done. Crit got what he came for with that steal.
Very painful. They got Skeeter down to what, like 1% HP. Actually got the borrowed time off its split second last.
But at least for Tundra, they're the first kill they're able to get on the board.
They're able to get something.
Not stuck on the 0 kills anymore. It's a little bit of boost of morale there for the team.
Anything you can get at this point. Amar lingering around. I feel, yeah, when Amar has Crimson and they have Mech on Snaking, I do not know how heroes are going to die if Falcons just goes for like objectives, right? They just go for the Roche, potentially pretty early on. It feels incredibly difficult for Tundra. But Tundra, they can hit creeps.
They can.
One thing they can do pretty effective.
We're seeing that right in terms of the network. You know, a lot of kills, of course, from Falcons, a lot of map control from Falcons overall, but yeah, still, despite that, it's a 4K gold advantage, which is still certainly an advantage, but not as crazy as we sometimes see when it's
33.
able to achieve this much. They'll get the setup onto the big target as well. 33, he's the big kill for them to find, and they'll certainly find him.
No shapeshift, no way out of that one. Skeeter gets the kill. That is essentially pretty much that Radiant stun. It's also, you have to say this too, it's a very good Radiance game playing versus all physical cores. So versus that Lone Druid Bear and versus that Lycan summons as well. It's going to be very effective when he's in the team. Yeah, BZM just really struggling in this game. Two supports continuing to run around together on Tundra, just trying to fix the problems that are going on.
It just seems so difficult, regardless of which core they run into, right?
Yep.
You don't want to run into Skeeter with this Radiance, you don't want to run into Malrine, and you don't really want to run into Amar with this, you know, Doom at the ready.
And I mean, Amar really does feel unkillable. Crit!
They'll find a chance maybe to go in the mid. The heal will come out.
He's tanky.
He's buying time, and backup's coming in. They can't even finish him off. Crit's fine.
And
now
God comes into play.
Winning with the backup, yeah, Tundra have to run.
Almost bring him down. Nice little attempt there, that wraparound from Ahri. But with that being used, that's that Roche that we were mentioning that they're potentially going to look to go for here. The Crimson, it's done. The Mech, it's, I believe, done in about 80 gold. Oh, they'll actually find Whitemon, perhaps.
Boundless down onto the both of them. Whitemon, the heals. They're going to be enough. So Whitemon will live. Pure should be able to keep the Bears safe as well. So Tundra making sure not to lose anything up on that top move, despite how many Falcons were up there.
Yeah, looked reminiscent of almost the opposite teams looking for the snaking Enchantress in ways, right? Too tanky to be brought down. Now they will start that Roche. And 33 will continue to hit these creeps. Keep himself at least in a good spot in terms of that net worth. In the meanwhile, though, they're actually making two moves here. So Amar was looking for the mid lane while they are doing that Roche, but not able to find the setup on BZM.
Just continue to keep that pressure, make sure that Tundra don't have the freedom to try for any sort of steal or play around this Roche.
They're trying to put any little bit of pressure onto these side lanes that they can on the side of Tundra. I'm seeing even Whitemon, he's sending in creeps just to pressure these towers just slightly. Anything extra that he can do on the map. Because they know they can't really contest into Falcons at the moment still.
Sham will be there as Aegis onto Malrine.
And he's a Roshan. Here comes Roche out of the pit. The big Monkey King Roshan.
Ready to look for action up top. I mean, 33's going to try and set something up here with Rivaris. They move in onto Crit. They'll get the opening, but Crit still able to get in the box and buy time. He's going to be out of the fight. Crit should be fine, as he'll survive. Tundra not able again to get these sort of quick support kills that they're hoped for. They lose something themselves.
That's their shapeshift used. BZM trying to get some pressure on bottom. We'll be able to get a decent amount of damage down here. Getting chased, though. He should be okay. That was shapeshift used from 33 to put the pressure on to look for the kills onto the back line, but won't be able to finish off the supports again. And Whitemon, they're cutting waves. So it's all about just buying time as much as they can as possible on Tundra to get to these items where they feel comfortable for a fight.
BZM maybe seeing if he found a chance there to catch one of the cores low in the jungle, but not going to be the case. Malrine also just staying safe in the tree line.
Because it's ever going to be pretty impossible for them to find one, at least for the next few minutes. Malrine lingering on the side here. As you said, 33 did use the shapeshift.
Not really a whole much he can do right now on the Lycan down here.
Just poke him, annoy him a little bit with those wolves. Back away, look for more farm. Whitemon will be found.
TP out, but Amar's ready to put a stop to that one.
Bring around the Rosie a little bit. We'll be able to bring him down. Pace the game, why not?
Great time on the Doom here, this game, Amar.
An insane game. Also, we'll find the creep. Plus 250 as well. And it is so much farm that he is really getting on Amar. I think, yeah, I was going to say, it feels like this is one of those games where he's going to start transitioning toward that right click.
Oh, yeah, he's popping off.
Yeah. Because he did go for, more of Aura, at least for now, the drums plus that Crimson, but it does feel like one that he can just go for SNY and start being that right-clicking core with his team, too.
Falcons ready to continue to get these objectives secured under the cover of the Aegis. They'll start the push down bottom. Tundra not going to be turning up for any sort of defense right now. Purely focused on just getting these items online for Pure.
Tormentor coming up 20 seconds. Looking to start to get set up for it. Going through the portals, 33. Crits the first one through.
And this time, Crypt, he won't
They
get
will bring
out.
him down.
They're able to take him down. Last few times he's been quite slippery. This time they'll get him, and it looks like with no punishment as well, at least for now from Falcons. They are starting to now approach here, Falcons.
Maureen, he's in.
See if they can interrupt this. Maureen trying to start things, gets caught by the charge by Tundra.
They got the Tormentor.
That was get it. See if they can actually get out as well. Ari won't, but the rest of the team, they're going to be fine. They get away with that. They forced the Tormentor, taking it away from Falcons, despite Falcons' overall hold on this early game.
That is huge. Super cool plays, because all in the meanwhile, too, look at BZM. BZM is actually getting quite a bit of space on the map, all in the meanwhile, too. Very impressive moves coming out from Tundra here. Even though it's 16-2. Just these little type of economy moves are pretty massive.
I mean, yeah, because they are going to have this immense amount of just split push pressure. I guess the plan is from Tundra
That's
to just
going to be the play.
Keep this game going, you know, sort of pulling and pushing them up and down the map, making Falcons sort of chase on towards them, and just very much limiting how much more Falcons can push for despite this early lead. But I guess the question
what happens is when they force the issue.
Sure.
That's going to be the question, because I think that Falcons might actually force the issue here with this wave up top. They might just go for a little bit of high ground poke.
BZM having to put the BKB to run here.
I mean, they're
Away from Maureen.
Cure. Try to stop the push here with the bear. It looks like it is going to stop that push, so.
They're going to get the chance to just walk up and doom it, though.
He stepped up.
He was kind of looking at the bear. I don't know if he was looking at himself.
I don't think he was.
Just walks up and dooms it.
And now they kept the catapult alive, Owen.
Oh. Well, that was rough.
33 Doom, he says. There you go. Give him a shout out to 33, of course.
Feeling very much that he's playing up at that level, and he certainly is. Yeah, 5-0-3, impeccable performance from him so far.
Yeah, maybe it was like his movement speed, right? He's super fast on the Doom because he also has that speed aura, and then Tumblers. Maybe he just got up to Pure so fast that he just didn't anticipate it by any means.
These towers are falling, and Tundra.
They're doing that. They're starting to group up. And Tundra's lineup definitely is susceptible to this type of force push. The wraparound.
They'll drop the Wukong's command in for Whitemon. They'll get him. Ari's going to try and fight back. Gets it on towards Crypt, but the heal comes out.
So much heal.
Pretty much back up to full HP. He's perfectly fine. Ari in trouble as both supports on Tundra gone. 33 not going to be able to do anything here with the Golem, as it's just going to be more money into the pockets of Falcons.
That's the shapeshift used as well, too, right? So 33. I feel like they can start knocking on that high ground.
I think they're going to be tempted.
They know that Tundra, it's the 5v5 is just impossible for them. They're just looking to split push completely, so onto this high ground. Waves are coming in.
Tundra, can they find some sort of way to shake up this game, or is it just going to be a game where nothing can be done by them?
They got the Tormentor at least, right? The least out of everything.
ZM trying to step up. That's put the BKB again to run.
Uh-oh. And this Rax, it's just dropping. It's 22 minutes, Owen.
Falcons getting this very early. Tundra, they just don't have any. I think
they just stick around. I think you just stick around, right? Wait for but the waves are getting cut, so you have to go back. You have to address the waves. We're seeing both of them dragging with the bear, dragging with the creeps as well. So they will be forced to go back, but there's no spells, Owen. Like Tundra just literally has no abilities to throw at them to slow down any of these pushes when they're grouped up. Just all about split push, split push, split push.
And is that going to be enough? If it does end up being enough, it's going to be a very impressive way that they get themselves back into this game, Tundra.
It would be pretty crazy if they're able to do something like that, but yeah, it does feel very, very difficult in terms of the way that, the way the Falcons is just understanding that as well too, right? Just being able to just group up and just walk down the lane. They just have to make sure they can keep these waves alive to reach the base. We do see what Tundra's trying to do with cutting the waves. BZM. BKB's on cooldown.
Yes, he's got to be a little bit careful.
Crits right on him. These daggers.
They can start to play around with the Dragon. Skeeter and, the whole team's on their way over. They know the BZM has got limited ways out of this.
Uh-oh, that last dagger.
He don't miss, Crypt. As, with that BKB ready to press. Looking like a pretty dead Dragon Knight. Another one here for Falcons.
BZM is probably telling his team 20 seconds before that. Everyone hit a different creep wave, right? Everyone push out a lane, and we do see them doing that, at least attempting to. But they do have a wave top. And Mar, the Doom is ready. They just throw it out onto him. So he's waiting for a second here. And he wins. Ari.
They're ready to come back in with a push. They get the opening onto Ari. The Jingu mastery built up. Ari trying to dive and dodge his way back to the safety at the base, but he'll end up ticking out for the Radiance damage of Skira.
The base again.
It's in trouble once more, this top lane.
Axe is done for Lone Druid. Let's see what he can do with that one. Yeah, this. I just have to sack it. I don't think they can contest it, Owen. It's sad to say, but they have to just play elsewhere. And BZM is walking up here, but he could just get caught and die again. He has BKB, but...
Yeah, one stun and he just has to press it and run if he gets caught.
They at least have tier 2 bottom, right? So, but are they gonna hit tier 4s? See what Falcons wants to do.
Yeah,
hit tier 4s.
What are you gonna do about this? Is there anything?
I don't know what they could. Their lineup does not play into Falcons draft in terms of 5v5. They don't have spells or damage.
And BZM is going to get jumped. He has got the BKB ready to press. So even then, he falls incredibly low. He'll be able to back off in time. But Falcons, they're just going to keep hitting the tier 4s.
Do they have creeps alive? They do. They're trying to kill them. They glyph the wave.
And Pure, bring the bear back to try and formulate the defense. But the tier 4s are going.
And the creeps are gone.
At least temporarily hold Falcons back.
Yep, they gotta go get some creep waves again, so. Final thing that they can go for is once they go get those out. Top, snag.
Ari is blown up here by the huge damage coming out of the Boundless. Pure, the bear in trouble. He'll be able to fear to push back a mob, but immediately the Aphotic Shield comes out. The bear is gone. And now 33 in trouble as well, potentially. He'll get the shapeshift on, try and run. See if he can get his way out of this. The Boundless strike not going to catch on to 33, so 33 will be fine. The Wukong miles down. BZM with the BKB on cooldown is in trouble. He'll finally be able to get out to the side of the Wukong. Should be okay for now. They'll turn their efforts though over towards 33. Drop the doom down on towards him. As 33 will slowly tick out. Maori turns back over towards the bear, takes it out once more.
It's time to end it. Yeah, it's GG.
All right, well.
This was a very one-sided affair.
That was a rough one. I think the panel didn't know what the plan was from Tundra. We didn't know what I don't know if anyone knew what the plan was from Tundra there. Whatever it was, it did not come anywhere close to being able to show even a little bit of its potential. That was an easy one for Falcons.
A super easy one. I mean, their approach, the last pick Monkey King seemed absolutely perfect, completely shut down BZM. I think Tundra was just looking to come out of lanes in a good spot and then be able to play with that to creep cut. But yeah, there wasn't really a backup plan, it felt like, afterwards, where the lanes went poorly. And yeah, it was just Falcons kind of running down lanes afterwards. They identified Tundra can never fight us, and we can just end this game.
They really did. You know, this was, and the fact, you know, Falcons, they're a team that when they get this sort of lead, they normally kind of chill out.
Abunai. Acting like the old school. Oh my goodness, I won't be here today. The old school didn't fade away. What can I say? I won't be here today. The old school didn't fade away. I remember Mr. Magic Man. I'm in his emails. I'm a sing. Uksa Kalamisa. I'm playing. I remember Mr. Magic Man. At him was Kumara's Timba. Okay. Resist temptation. Please, you don't have to scam by birdie. Scarlet.そんな優しくしないでそればいいの積み重ねた言葉で見えないよ君の横顔 Wala na tubig sikip ko Chanto mitsuke inda ato chotto nanoni sonna yasashiku shinai de What lagi? Are Ada yang singkat Adik mau bounty hook. Okay. refuse to die. Shit. Kinda now. Gokul to the ends of the earth. Ah. This guy needs some heals. Being Nah, I don't think we can catch anyone. Let's just go back. Like 4 years.
Oi! Philippines! Philippines! Woo! Are you okay?
Ito sunod. Miss Korean. Jinjiling.
นี้ที่เหลือจะท้องหมด
While Morphling is super good against Gyrocopter in the game, I envision this Timbersaw lane potentially being very difficult against Batrider and Gyro if they do the lane swap. Maybe we'll see if the supports are matched. But with this Morphling getting ganked through gate, potentially if Gyro has a great early game, I think the Puck pick makes a lot of sense, giving them some scaling against Morphling, not giving a full free game. Puck's one of the better heroes against Morph as the game progresses. I like what Falcons have done. I think both teams have chances, but I would rather be the Birds.
Is it too crazy to consider Morphling going into the off lane and just putting Timber in the safe lane against the Mars? Like completely swapping up the way the lanes work, because this Morphling in the off lane does not really care about Gyrocopter flag cannon. It's probably not going to happen, just an idea. I think the supports as well, Bane going into the off lane against the Batrider is also something that could be a factor here. Just completely swapping it up again and putting Hoodwink in the safe lane against the Eng. So there is a lot of mind games, I think, going into these lanes of where we're going to actually put our heroes to maximize the output.
Yeah. Once again, though, Falcons, their lineup feels like it is very cohesive very quickly, right? Like Amar on the Mars, you easily can get like a Yours, a Blink, and start punishing some of that elusiveness of the Tundra lineup. The fact that they just bring so much fight early on, and Tundra, if your Cops shut down from a couple ganks, if your Timbersaw is laning into that Batrider and Gyrocopter playing from behind, Pure cannot fix anything. He's still also farming. So there is a potential fear for Tundra, right? That greed that is, going to potentially be required for them.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Tundra's core heroes, or we talked a lot about the sports, so you look at the cores, none of their cores really help each other. All three of them are kind of just raw damage. Whereas you look at Falcons, they've got some damage, they've got some catch, they've got some playmaking, like there's a nice mix and matching between the cores, so I think it'll allow them to combine their cores easier. To me, this game is, I think Falcons draft is better, but is Timbersaw too broken that they just can't beat this hero?
I also think Falcons draft is more balanced, but I do think that if the laning phase goes even, I think Tundra has really good heroes to still fight back, right? They have so much damage across all 5 of their heroes that it doesn't matter so much. I think once they're grouped up, there's just so much damage and so much burst that it doesn't matter as much. But I think laning phase is super important this game, and the support rotations and where they actually start their lanes is very key.
But not only that, both of the support duos on Tundra and Falcons have the ability to play into the map. They're not just waiting for some stuff to happen. They can do whatever they want. But the most important question that Quinn just raised was, is Timbersaw this broken that it just automatically wins the game? The only way to find out is with Owen and Fogged.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are here yet again with two of the biggest minds in Dota, so graciously giving us their time. Give it up for them, Singapore. Hello. Fantastic. All right. Now, you were fortunate enough to get the Timbersaw. Timbersaw, a fantastic pick for your team. However, you guys keep banning out Huskar, the hero that he likes. So can you guys make like a deal? What will you give him if he does not ban out Huskar next game?
I mean, we're already giving them Timbersaw. What do you want?
Naga Siren.
Okay. Will you agree to these?
We'll trade Naga for Huskar.
Okay, now mini handshake, no ban, no, okay, no hand. Oh, there we go, all right. Now that is, of course, assuming that we're gonna make it to another game. I know, I believe, no offense. I saw the draft, but. Is there anything that you'd like to say out to this crowd? Of course we're going to another game, but just in case, these guys love you, they've been supporting you. Any words out there? Will we be going to the next one?
33 Timbersaw, guys. We're gonna win this game 100%.
Hard to follow up. Any retorts, any words for the crowd out there here today?
Nah, I mean, I think just thanks for being such a great crowd in Singapore. I love the city. Food's so good. So that's it.
Food is good, crowd is great, and Dota is even better.
And
Gentlemen,
Dota is
put
too.
those hands together one more time. Let's get a hell of a game as we go in to this one.
Thank you very much there, Slacks. I mean, game 4 time here, Fogged. They get that Timbersaw as their first pick. Obvious confidence coming out from them on the stage there.
Yep.
It looked phenomenal earlier in this series.
Unreal.
Is it going to be enough to get them to push this to a game 5?
Ooh, we'll have to see, because tempo has been the name of this tournament, right? And there's a lot of tempo that we do see that Falcons have gone for, a lot of comfort that they've got, and yeah, great ways to fight. But this one, a lot of skirmishing should be coming in together from both sides, unlike that last game. So I think it's going to be exciting either way.
Absolutely, and obviously confidence as well from the ending of Tundra's draft, coming in with the morph. You know, we saw last game, they tried something a little bit different with the Lone Druid this time. You know, their confidence not to be shaken. They're bringing out another carry hero that we haven't really seen people consider. But overall, you feel a little bit better about this morph coming in towards the end than the Lone Druid did.
A bit better because it's first to Gyro, but we'll see, because it's a tough hero to make work right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise. It's time for game 4. Let's see if Tundra could give us a bit of a better showing than they were able to do last game. Obviously coming off the back of quite the rough one. But without a doubt, looking at these lineups, we should have a better game on our hands here, right, Fog?
There's spells to be casted. You know, they actually have lots of it. Maybe one of these heroes on the side of Tundra has more abilities than they did on the entirety of it. So it should be much more skirmishing, a lot more fun coming in from both sides, of course. And yeah, I think this actually, I'm looking at these like hero levels on, this might be the highest hero levels. Everyone's Grandmaster. We have Grandmaster, Master, Grandmaster, Master, Grandmaster, 2 Platinums, 3 Platinums. Everyone is either Platinum or above on their hero level. That is pretty absurd.
It's going to be very, very exciting to see how this one goes down. Can Tundra push this to a game 5, or are Falcons going to be able to walk away with another tournament win in the bag? Falcons ready to start things off with a smoke, see if they can find some early action.
I'm so excited to see what is going to go down. Is this Timbersaw going to be unkillable? Is this Morphling going to get online? Or is Falcons going to be the one setting the tempo, playing fast with the Gyrocopter, making moves around pressure as BZM?
They're trying their best to force him to skill the Blink level 1, but he'll stay cool. He won't have to pop that skill point quite yet.
It's a lot of damage taken at the start there. Still has some time to walk back, potentially. At least eat a tango.
Because overall, how would you sort of describe the way that Falcons have responded to that Timbersaw pick this time compared to the way that they tried to earlier this series?
It looks better. It's a ton of magic damage. Batrider alone can actually do a lot of damage to a Timbersaw. If he ends up having a good game, it can be pretty disruptive. Enchantress has a Dispel for potential Ags, even though we don't see the Timbers really building it so much. So I think they do have a lot more answers this time around. What is that? How old he is?
Whitemon going to try and get their bit of a block on. Try and make sure that Skeeter doesn't have an easy start to this lane.
Whitemon's trying to get in his head. He's asking, how old are you, Skeeter?
Okay.
Whitemon is going to get chased out a bit here. Is going to be forced to TP. Crit is chasing him out potentially with the stickies, and okay, he'll actually stop.
Yeah, it looks like he doesn't want to waste too much time trying for that, knowing that Whitemon will have that option to get out anyway.
And they do have the 3 heroes up here as well, too, so...
Okay.
Maybe they're going to go for a potential sneaky play up here, but it's not going to be the case just yet. Sure. He's on his own for a moment here.
And all in all, like, how does the outlook of the game... Oh, yeah, indeed. Well, Whitemon, he's still able to get something done sticking around there. Yep. So definitely able to be a little bit annoying here for Skeeter.
Okay, so really looking to set up success for the Timbersaw, is what that says, right? They're going to have to... Like, Pure's going to get sacked a little bit for the first 2 waves, it looked like, but they are really trying to make sure that 33 Timbersaw gets as much as possible. I mean, you heard it from Moon himself, right? That is the main focus for their draft, so... Okay. I mean, the early kill potential is definitely there for Falcons in this lane. Bat plus Gyro, they did do the switch up that the panel wanted to see, putting that in the inch bottom.
See Whitemon join forces with Pure down on the bottom now. Should be able to make sure that Pure gets a pretty decent start down here in the lane. I mean, overall, what are going to be the bigger struggles for the Morph in this game?
It's just if he's ever going to get to the point where he's doing enough damage, right? Because there's a lot, I mean, there's a lot of just ways to disrupt him. There's a lot of stuns, there's silences, and they do have some tankability on their draft too. Like the Enchantress is going to absorb a lot, same thing for the Mars. Not the easiest targets to just stick on and hit until later stages. You know, it takes, this is why we don't really see the Morphling so much anymore. It takes a long time for you to really be able to get in and fight. You need your Manta and your Butterfly usually. It's usually like those 2 key timings to be able to actually get online and fight. And a lot of gold.
Yeah, and I imagine just overall, when you look at Skeeter on the Gyro on the other side, he's going to have a much easier time turning up a little bit earlier, right? Especially with the amount of setup that he's got around him, right? This Puck, this Mars, so many ways that they can set the battlefield up in a way that Skeeter can just come in and look to clean up.
100%, and it's a lot of damage that he can bring in early on. They have a ton of damage early on the side of Falcons for sure.
So far, mid lane matchup, 12-6 here for BZM against the 11-1. So being able to get a few extra denies in as the co-op so far.
Even though he was starting the lane a little bit low, at least in terms of that HP. Nicely done there from BZM. Marine, we haven't seen too much of the Puck. I was actually a bit surprised to see how little that we did actually see it getting picked up. We've been seeing more Storm Spirits in comparison. BZM having a very good time though, 14-7.
Trading some good damage with Malrine. In terms of the side lanes, I mean, it will be that little bit of a slower start for 33, but honestly, he had that sort of beginning in the other Timber game, right? And it did not matter.
But this one, there's kill threat. That's the difference. That last one, I think, with like the Weaver and the Pugna, it's much harder for them to pose kill threat. With the Bat and the Gyrocopter, they can actually chase him out, run him down. Don't know if we'll see like a point and rocket put maybe from Skeeter if they do want to go for like really overzealous type of kill threat. But yeah, reactive armor is not going to be something that he can just skill and save him this lane. Last time he did go for like the 2 points in reactive and he was fine. This one, he has to get a point in chain early.
Nice Ari, but need Ari able to turn, get the pushback onto Crit. Not quite enough to burst him, but definitely a lane where both teams able to bring quite the punch.
Yeah, really well played there from Ari. That's done tons of damage there to Crit.
It's still keeping that little bit of an edge here, BZM.
The denies are a big deal. That extra 5 denies should have a good XP advantage soon. Actually, it's about the same anyway, even with those denies, so.
Bottom lane.
Amar getting complete free farm. That is the one thing. We've seen this, we used to see Morph picked versus the Mars quite a lot, and even Mars picked versus the Morph because they both tend to trade that farm for each other, but that just means that the Mars is going to be able to get that pretty much solid free farm down here, even though Pure is as well.
Definitely one thing that Falcons are going to have to look out for when they do look to start to make the moves will be that save potential from Whitemon, right? Yes. So like you put him on something like the Bane, there could be a lot of pretty cute plays coming out with the Nightmares to give the chance for Pure to zip out of there with the waveform.
Yeah, not the easiest one because he is going to be playing versus Bloodsport, right? So the Mars is going to be able to control and probably prevent those type of saves, but definitely possible in the later stages. Snaking has hit level 3. Now this lane feels like it does get a lot harder for Pure and for Whitemon because they can start to put the pressure on with the creep. And Bane doesn't really address the creep very well. Most supports just don't really deal with creeps. So I mentioned Chen tend to be super high valued.
Yeah, already starting to see that early bit of a gold lead come out just from the CS alone here in this pretty quiet start to the game. Neither side able to quite find an opportunity for that first blood effort.
Yeah, they're having to play the lane a little more, I mean, a little more honestly, as we can say, right? Up top, we see Tundra. They're having to actually play the lane rather than just completely manipulate like they did last time. Or, you know, when they had the clock up Ari.
Might be in trouble here. Skeeter and Crypt, they're going to look to chase him down, and they'll find it. So first blood to be found by Crypt on the top lane.
It's a very strong
Same time in mid, trying to go in towards the puck, but Maureen able to jump away and TP out. We'll get out of there safely, but BZM again continue to show his potential on just being able to bully the puck. They'll get this
good job
opening with a spear down bottom, but no follow-up quite yet to completely go for the kill attempt.
They're really starting to bully Pure, though. It's literally as soon as Snay hit level 3, it's starting to look pretty problematic for him to step up. He's completely out of mana, so he can shift a little bit here, but afterwards, he has to be careful how he steps up. He's sitting at 200 HP, so Amar, complete free farm, and these extra denies are really starting to rack up.
And Whitemon, he did get the Nightmare to snaking, but he wasn't able to stop Maureen from getting the pickup on the shield brim. So Maureen was still able to jump over with the orb, get the shield brim picked up.
Ari!
Get him with the push right into the Sonic Wave, but because he was able to get the shield brim, he's going to get the chance to jump out and bottle up. I mean, that would...
Okay.
He's going to live.
And 33 in the meanwhile will go down.
I mean, they needed that, just a little bit of a slip-up, right?
Yeah.
He did grab the shield brim.
I don't think, I guess he thought that the puck was further away, right? He didn't expect it to be there that soon, but yeah. And
that shield saving Maureen's life.
Sonic Wave used, double supports committed to make the rotation, and your Timbersaw dies, all of it, while your Morph is also getting pressured. So really heads up first 7 minutes here from Falcons now. Whitemon is in a sneaky spot, looking to steal potentially that shrine. See if he can do it. Amar is on the way over.
I think, yeah, Amar's going to have something to say about this. I don't know if Whitemon gets away with this one.
If it's one hero, Bane can deal with them because he can sleep and pull them out. But if it's two, you've got to just run away. And also, taking the shrine, Owen.
Oh, they're getting a lot, Falcons. They really are.
This laning start is pretty brutal.
Impressive start. Well, maybe we'll be able to get a courier.
All right.
That's something.
That's 2 couriers. I mean, that's a lot of the gold that they've gotten there. 2 of them. They got one earlier, too, from Skeeter early on. And yeah, that rocket is put in. So Skeeter is, they're looking for this kill threat constantly onto 33. Call down was used in that last...
They have to try and find some sort of catch top, but yeah, Falcons aren't going to let Tundra have that chance.
All right, well, you're just now that you've done this though, you've revealed that the 2 supports are top. Pure is completely alone. So now they're going to look to pressure Pure pretty hard down here, I imagine. Amar is going to probably look to at least like throw a couple spears into the tower and just contest every single one of these CS.
Yeah, Pure's got to be very ready to dodge anything that gets thrown out.
He's ready for those shit.
Fine, he's shifting up.
But gets that, the money creep gets denied in his face. So Amar is going to push the limits of how much he's going to get those extra denies. And he is sitting at 18 denies.
Another chance here for Maureen to have that power rune secured. Creep being sent over by Snaking.
Yeah, Snake just sends the creep. He doesn't even need to have his hero there to assist with the power rune. The 2 supports, they're frantically looking to make moves around on Tundra because they didn't get the XP rune. So looking to see what they can do to get that XP right now because they desperately do need it. Yeah, find Snay, but Snay very tanky.
The heals.
Good evening, do people can later once BCP's info SRS now. Please make sure we are check device, make sure we stay before typhoon chuchu close. Email. Hi team, just heads up, we're currently experiencing heavy and strong and frequent power loss. I might get disconnected or be an error for a while.
Bottom lane.
Just a solo kill.
Yeah, not able to get Pure this time, but still able to get something. That's Whitemon gone.
Ari
And
dead.
oh, back from Marin, he's able to hit the angle and take down Ari underneath the tier 2.
What?
He won't make it. Finally, Tundra able to punish Falcons a little bit there as they kill Maureen off.
A lot of damage done, though. It's just still Falcons being able to occupy this area. Skater's now starting to swing over. This Ancient.
Oh, he's ready. He's ready to clear it.
BZM, the blink on cooldown, 1 second.
Oh,
He's caught.
The damage gonna be enough. It is
Bam.
Lasso into the homing missile. BZM gone again.
My goodness, Falcons putting on quite a display. Pure will be okay. But it's hard for Pure to ever, like, this is the thing about the Morphling too, right? As we're saying, no one else wants to really go and try to help things. The Morph needs so much time, so it really is completely reliant on how much BZM can get out of every single one of his ults. The Ancients are just completely golden.
They're gonna be able to take this for themselves here. Skeeter and Crit. Not a whole lot that can be done by Tundra to stop that.
That is devastating. Look at Skeeter's farm. It is insane. I mean, all 3 cores, of course, the main 2 are between Amar and Skeeter. But he's got the crit already finished up. He can queue up that Ags next. Insane amount of pressure. Amar?
Can they go for a set?
It's level 5 and level 4. He's got 1800 HP.
That's a lot of HP to get through. They're trying.
Might just
Good
be
heading over. Amar starting to walk away. He'll go
Oh, no,
for
he's TP.
TP. Have they got the
Cancel.
first? They do.
Oh.
Tundra. They find another big kill.
I think
Despite this lead the Falcons have, a couple of ones, they are getting the chance to take down Marine top and now getting Amar down bottom. It's a little bit of something that they're finding despite these very tough times here in the early game.
Amar hesitated a little bit. I think if he just insta-TPs, right? The Quap was a bit out of range because they did use those 2 disables, but just wanted to get out of tower range and then go for the TP. It does get brought down. Now they will be able to go for a tower trade, so pretty good. It was Whitemon who got the kill though, so they didn't actually end up giving it to one of those big cores. He's trying to Wisdoms. Are they going to be able to get one for themselves this time on the side of Tundra? That's going to be the question because they still do need it. Level 5 on the Bane. Snay is still occupying the area. Rain finds a kill.
He's going to be able to get the grab onto Ari.
They really don't want to give this up.
Tundra want to try and fight back against Falcons here.
All down is up.
Maureen ready to join Snake King. They're trying to get him off the Shrine of Wisdom, and they will be able to come in with a burst. In fact, the silence as well.
Nice play
What are
for
they gonna
Pure.
do with them?
Very nicely done. Pure and Whitemon.
Absolutely. I mean, turning into the puck, using that silence. They need every bit of lockdown that they have, and Pure making sure that he's able to find the tools to do so.
And all important what Whitemon did up above. I mean, we'll be able to see it again potentially if we have a replay, but Whitemon, he sleeps Skitter, so he doesn't allow him to get that call down off afterwards, so really heads up play.
See again here on the replay.
Yeah, look north, ready? Whitemon gets the sleep on Skitter, so there's no call down follow-up. There's not this big damage that could potentially turn that fight. They're able to just full focus.
And very quick plays from Pure as well.
Yeah.
As soon as he sees that puck, straight away, over towards him with a waveform, turns in towards him, and is able to use that Waning Rift against him.
Got him. Amar, he is deep forward
And
now.
this time they've got the 6, they've got the setup here with the grip, and they're bringing in the burst, and now they can maybe
Skeeter.
Skeeter's in trouble!
What a move!
Tundra, they're finding some huge kills despite that early lead and early domination from Falcons. Falcons, rare mistakes being made here by a squad that just hasn't been making them in quite some time. They're getting punished for these.
I mean, mistakes, but also just Tundra capitalizing on these small little moves that they make, right? These little sleeps. Whitemon coming in clutch now, back to back, finding these catches.
Tundra making sure we got a game on our hands here.
Yep, and we see a pivot too. 33, he's adapted his build a bit, right? He's gone for Blade Mail now. So for the Gyrocopter to go for kills onto him,
it's risky.
It's just going to kill you. You're going to kill yourself.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Skeeter's got to be very careful about how he tries to commit into the team fights when 33 turns out. Whitemon!
He'll still go down. But yeah, some really cool pivots that we do see from Tundra adapting in this game when things were looking pretty grim. We're able to get that fight around the shrine and recover things. Yeah, level 12. We'll kill the missile.
Does have Ari by his side.
Supports on both sides. We see the Bat Riders also here, but here comes the Timber. They find Skitter.
Ari's going to get the setup potentially. Bushwhack in. Chakram as well. Skeeter getting burst pretty low. TP backup will start to come in, and Crit's there as well. But BZM jumps forward, lines up a 3-man. Something beautiful out there for BZM to take out the Crit and Skeeter. Look at the Dream Call onto 33. The Dream Call comes to an end, but the silence is there to cover him afterwards. So Falcons, they'll get the Timber in return. But again, Tundra now able to sort of push for these aggressive moves themselves and coming out on top.
Very cool move. Honestly, this blade mail adaptation build that he's gone for is really clever because Skeeter can't fight.
Oh, Tundra!
Oh,
They're
Mar.
stepping it
Solo
up here.
killing
They are
once
not
more.
going to let Falcons walk away with this game.
Get the stun. They can't. He'll have to unsleep him. Blink is still on cooldown. Whitemon, can he get himself away? Will Lamar find him? He will not. Nice move.
Good jukes there.
Great plays. They've completely turned the whole early game around. Getting this tower now too. Fantastic stuff. When it was looking at dangerous, right?
It certainly was. It was.
Supports are so low level, but they come in clutch, and you can see Skitter. He doesn't want to use his abilities because this blade mail. Yeah,
a fantastic angle there from BZM.
Well played. BZM now, very big treads plus the Kaya San's already finished up.
There we go. I mean, the game definitely those sort of points, but when you see the sort of team fight start, you don't really know which way it's going to go.
Nope.
Both teams showing that they have the potential to win these little back and forths.
And we were saying this game is going to have a lot more skirmishing just looking at the lineups, right?
We're
so
getting
many more spells, and yeah, we've got it now after that play there from Tundra, bringing things back to even.
Yeah, very much so. Pure in top position as the Morphling. I think already, you know, with these sort of fast plays that we've seen him pull off, shifting between heroes, it very much goes to show, yeah, he's on the ball this game. Pure locked in, ready to go with this Morph to pull off some big moves.
Honestly, he has a lot of really good heroes that he can go for. All three cores are pretty fantastic if he can turn into them. Even Mars in some situations can be decent to get that extra lockdown, but yeah, the Puck and Gyro, definitely the main ones that he can have a lot, get a lot done with.
Yeah.
And he's gonna have Manta done now.
That's the thing, right?
So
He's got over those early hurdles as the Morph.
Pretty big deal that he's got this done already here. Still has to watch out for the instant disables because the blinks are done, right? Crit even having one at a pretty early time, so it does just have to be quick on his fingers.
And after these sort of last few minutes, you know, Falcons, what do you think is going through their head right now? Are they still going to look to try and play active, or do they start to slow things down because they feel that Tundra, they do have the means to respond to these plays?
They'll still play active for sure. Now with these double blink daggers,
There we go.
absolutely they're going to look for this extra catch.
All right, but as we've seen, Tundra, if they're quick to respond, I have something to say about this. BZM's pretty far up on this bottom lane, though, if they catch sight of him.
They did see him.
They
Got
will.
the catch. Do they have vision?
He's just on the edge of that sentry on the high ground. And indeed, they don't. Fog, they don't. Well, indeed, that's certainly a tip you're throwing out there.
That's a pretty big deal. That's a coil used.
Whose fault is that? Who should have had the detection, Fog? Who's getting flamed?
I mean, you probably blame the core. I always say, right, not the supports.
True. You're like, you're looking at the cores. You're like, yeah, you got a slot free, bro. Where's your detection?
It happens, right? They had that sentry down. They saw him for a second. Whitemon will get caught.
He's back. He's looking for blood. He'll find it.
CMR, he did buy that shard, of course. He does love to have it for the double spears.
BZM.
BZM is in.
He certainly is. I mean, he's got the backup of Pure as well, so decent damage. Probably not enough to do anything about the Enchantress, but they're fine with that. They could turn for something bigger. They look towards Amar. Don't quite get the bushwhack set up. He's going to try for the TP out. Have they got the Mars? Solid shot to do everything to take down the Mars.
Tundra is playing super well with the way they're reacting to the moves. Just very quick reactions to when Falcon is trying to get aggressive. They're bringing the squad. I love, especially now that Pure has the Manta, just getting involved.
Absolutely. Very impressive stuff, especially considering how shaky some of the elements of the laning stage was from Tundra.
I mean, their supports were literally level 5 in almost 14 minutes, right? It's a big deal that they were able to bring this game back to this position and now even claim the Tormentor. Pure is going to potentially get to these item timings that we don't really see Morphlings get to in a lot of these games.
Oh, absolutely. Looking impressive. And just overall, right, the Morph versus Gyro matchup, historically and still up to today, there's a lot of strengths that work in the Morph's favor when it comes to, to the later stages of the game.
For sure. That flak damage can get pretty ridiculous. And also looking at things, I'm always trying to factor this in too. The Gyro at some points is going to always have to deal with this Enfeeble. Yes, it's only 1 point for now, but as the levels do build up, it can be a very annoying ability for a split damage hero like the Gyrocopter. While the Morphling, not really too many things that is going to just at least trip him up in terms of how much damage he's going to be dealing. Maybe sometimes the Mars Arena is going to block the flax, so we could still, factor that in, but we'll have to see.
And how much overall are these timings from 33 going to mess with what Falcons want to achieve in the early to mid? Getting this blade mail pipe and now being able to work on towards the Crimson.
It's really good this game. This could actually pretty much prevent Falcons from making most of the aggressive moves in this next couple minutes here, right? That pipe is going to negate almost all their damage early game.
Tundra, they needed to slow the game down. They've definitely been able to do that so far here. Giving themselves a chance against Falcons, keeping the game very even right now.
And they did get some really good neutrals and enchantments that we did see. We did see the Keen Eye for the Bane, one of the most important ones. Getting that free cast range on a Bane is super nice.
Falcons.
They can slow down a lot.
They'll wait at least until the BKB on Skeeter, I think, before they'll try and get active again.
The last like really aggressive moves that Falcons have been able to find, they found Whitemon twice and 1 Timbersaw. So Tundra's been able to find quite a hell of a whole lot in the last 10 minutes of comparison.
And I think it talked about that Timbersaw again in particular. If this game does end up being one where Tundra are able to take the win and push this to a game 5, I don't think the Timbersaw's getting through again.
Might just get banned. Maybe we will.
Just the fact that 33 was able to recover after such a rough start in that lane and still be on track to have such impact, to be top 3 on the net worth.
Not even just the lane. They stole his Ancients too, right? They literally tried to shut him down as much as possible, and he's now got the items. He's got his core build.
Falcons, they've got their eyes on the mid. I mean, Tundra seem very prepared for this, and Falcons, they don't have Skeeter for this play. They're going to try and get the setup.
Is it enough damage?
Falling onto 33. Is it enough? They're bringing him low. They'll get the kill. Can they get out there? The feed strip, it's there in on towards the punch. Pure comes into the follow up. They take him out. Skeeter's turned up to the fight. He'll be able to shoot down Whitemon, but now Skeeter, he's got to run. BZM and Pure turning towards him. Regeneration is going to be picked up by BZM. The spear will come in onto the 2 and the knockback to 1, but not enough to back to the 3. Taken out by BZM. They'll look towards the Team Chargers as well. The TPL will save him, but the team fight cannot be saved for Falcons. As they lose Paw. Tundra with these quick moves, Pure making sure he doesn't miss out on any of the action. Ari getting the chance for a 3-man bushwhack in the middle of the river.
It took so much for them. They had to throw literally everything onto 33. The build that he has, right? The pipe, the Vanguard. Look at how long it took him to bring him down. They were able to get every spell connecting afterwards. Actually, that Sonic Wave kind of whiffed a little bit there, but either way, they get the grip on the back line. They get multiple hero with that BZM Scream. And then isolating. I mean, what a catch there from that bushwhack. Because this spear from Amar did look a bit scary.
Indeed, it started to look a bit scary, but they just didn't quite have the follow-up damage.
And look at this.
And straight away, both of them able to slide out to the side, and indeed, Ari making sure that Pure and BZM knew that they could get back in there and continue the cleanup in their favor, Tundra.
I mean, that was gorgeous. Beautiful plays there from Tundra again. Up to a 3K lead.
I mean, this game, the emotions all over the place. It's back and forth, everything that you could hope for here in the grand finals. Both teams do their best to give it their all, but for now in this one, Tundra just giving it that little bit more here with the execution in these team fights.
They're in a very comfortable spot now with this Morphling. I think he's got it done, right? The butterfly is coming out already. It's going to take such a long time for them to have a good answer now to deal with this Morph. Feels like Tundra they probably can look for any fight now at this point. Just have 33, walk up, soak the spells, and Pure is going to clean up.
Oh, he is. Falcons.
Looking like a pick off into potentially go for that rush, if they can find an easy target.
Well, snaking on the edge. Not necessarily the easiest target, but indeed with the break and the burst. What easy is a bit of a loose turn. They'll still get him. Takes a lot. But they do get him, and indeed, as you said, that should be enough for them to set up and walk in a roach and take it.
He cut the tree, right? He did cut the bushwhack tree, so the sharpshooter doesn't connect within the break. So they do have to use the grip, but it does give them the space to get this roach. Pure will be able to finish it off.
Yeah, Falcons not able to put together a team fight, even with just the one support being taken out. Tundra. Get these objectives.
And the next item, it's going to take some time for Falcons. They'll have BKB on Skitter, but I'm seeing Amar. He's debating if he does want to even go for it still. He's queuing up the Hex because he is playing versus a Quap and a Morphling, so it is a very value game for it.
The opening onto Whitemon.
We'll see what
Falcons still able to get a quick support pick themselves. And yeah, those auras continue to add up. The Crimson Guard now done for 33. We saw, just say how tough it was for them to even get the chance to take him out in their last fight. This time around, not only him, but his teammates around him. Not going to be easy for Falcons to kill off in these moments.
No, and we are seeing, I was mentioning a Whitemon, he had the 1 point in Enfeeble earlier, but now he started to rack up these points, prioritizing those extra ones. So Crimson block plus Enfeeble versus a Gyro can be very, very disruptive because he's only really going to have, at least for now, one way to dispel it.
Falcons. We'll see how much they sort of make the call to really slow things down now, maybe. Maybe there's a chance the Skeeter's saying, you know what, I'm a Gyro. We want to try and carry this now in the later stages. Sure, they've got a Morphling, but you let me get 6 slotted, I'm going to be able to have this one in the bag.
Yeah, maybe just look for these little pick-offs and catches with the lasso, with the Mars. Looks like they were trying to look for Whitemon there, but he was quick enough to back away. Mar is under vision here.
Well, they're going to turn and get the lasso here onto Whitemon, so they'll start the fight by taking out the Bane. And get more though, the jump forward, the silence is going to catch on a Maori, and he'll be able to get out towards the river. He'll be fine for now. Pure trying to lead in as he turns in towards the puck. Will continue to jump forward here with the silence, but has to back off with the waveform. Falcons still considering if they could try and push for more out of the back of this team fight.
Mar's looking.
Look at the Dream Coil, but indeed with the sort of dodge, making sure that even though the coil connects, they can't really commit anything else on towards Pure. I mean, many of these Pure, it's proven to be incredibly slippery every single time, turning into this puck and just sort of making it impossible for them to go on him and making sure that he has all the means to get on top of them. And he's going to have even more of that once he has the Blink Dagger. Right? I feel like Pure, he's just turned up, he said, I want to be the puck.
I think that's why I'm seeing Amar hold the gold. I think that's why he's probably prioritizing to look for that Hex instead of going for BKB. It's very risky to do this, but if it works, I think it's super crucial. High risk, super high reward.
Absolutely.
We'll see if he does go for it. Because if he just catches the Morph in a Hex, he will get 100-0 on these stuns. So this could be a really cool and pretty clever approach if he does full commit for it here. Right now, Tundra, you can feel their power. The way that they're playing, they do feel that much more powerful at the moment in terms of a 5v5 fight.
No, for sure. Even though the numbers are still very close, you can definitely feel and see that momentum's there a little bit more for Tundra with the way they've managed to climb back into this game after a rough start.
Like Falcons can still absolutely take pickoffs, right? But the overall 5v5 team fight for now, they might have to wait for a little bit more to come into play before they take that straight up fight. And maybe it is that Hex, right? Maybe it is just going to be that save for the Hex.
I think it should be.
I think it actually is.
If Amar goes for this, this is it's a heads-up move. They need this. They need to be able to jump in 100-0 these big key targets such as Pure. Otherwise, Pure, it's just going to be too much of a nuisance in these team fights.
Agreed.
If you let him live.
Thinking we'll be able to walk over and at least take the shrine, but at the flip side, Pure will be able to get the opposing one. Maori,
trying to get the Dream Call to get himself a free kill against Whitemon.
I mean, that's 7 kills they've been able to find onto Whitemon, just bullying him a little bit.
Maori. There's going to be another support in trouble.
Oi!
What the?
Mar? Mar's good.
All right, well.
Oh, that happened.
Yeah, that did. Well, all right, he's going to be quite happy with that one. And yeah, I mean, if he's going to miss his Spiz, he definitely needs the Hex Fog. They need that lockdown.
I knew you were going to say it.
He's very close to the money. I think he's going to go for it, Marv.
I really do think so, and it does
feel like
it could be a gotcha, right? Like if you don't expect it to, but they might be clicking on him and expecting it, right? You're clicking on this Mara during this guy has had phase blink shard for 10-15 minutes or so.
His game slowed down a lot, especially when you consider how much he was just dominating right in the lane in the early stages. Yeah, Mar's starting to fall behind this game.
Those couple of deaths that he did get caught down bottom in particular slowed him down a lot. Let's see if he is going to commit for it. Yes, he is. He pretty much has it done.
Okay, I mean, they've got to make some sort of big smoke play with this, right?
Are they going to see it too is the big thing. Do they have vision? A watcher.
They'll see
it. They're going to see the build.
Yeah, they're going to know that this is coming.
Yeah. So that's actually really important that they get the vision. I hope that someone pinged it out. One of the supports. I'm sure Whitemon did. It usually is very, very quick.
That'll be pretty big. They need this sort of surprise reveal, but unlikely to get that now.
Well, the one thing they do always have too is I was trying to factor this in, of course, too, is they do have the sleep save, right? So even if the Hex does come in, there can be the potential for Whitemon to get these saves.
But as you said,
it's hard versus Bloodsport.
Exactly right. It's the combo of the arena and the Hex. Exactly. If Amar's able to make that jump, let's see if he can.
And Falcons, they're keeping up with this net worth. They're distributing their wealth in a Falcons manner, right? It's not just core heavy. You see these supports, they're getting quite a bit out of the map as well in comparison to Tundra, who Bane, of course, is falling off in terms of that gold.
Absolutely. Falcon's still very much ready to give this a close fight.
Absolutely. All grouped up a bottle. Shield rune. Crit, blink, and force staff at the ready. He's queued up the Ags as well.
You see this setup from Tundra, that they know that this is coming.
Crit.
ZM ready to enter the smoke on Crit.
Doesn't get the blink off.
Now he's in with the silence onto the two of them. Doesn't want to drop anything else, though.
They're waiting for the high ground. Amar waiting with the Hex. Tundra won't fall for it.
Yeah, everything is going to be on Amar's call to make the jump when he sees fit.
And if he's able to finish the BKB before it does come out, if he's able to get that off as well before the Hex comes off, can be all important.
Tundra will be able to set the map up in a way that will allow them to head over and look towards the Tormentor once again.
Go Sonic Wave, why not?
Shard, just going to go the way of Whitemon. Definitely sort of turning the tables in the way where we've seen many a game before where teams have been the ones trying to make moves against Falcons and they've not been able to get the catch. This time it's Falcons trying to make the moves and actually not being able to find these opportunities despite some of these massive item pickups. Tundra just staying a step ahead and making sure that they can continue to keep this game under control.
I'm seeing Snaking farming a lot, though. I'm getting a little worried because of how much this Enchantress's damage is going to be, too. Like, the Timbersaw, he's very tanky versus most damage, but not versus the pure damage. So I feel like that could be pretty strong. If Snaking's able to survive in the fights, he might dish out and be able to kill 33. Like, this Enchantress is not something to scoff at as the game progresses with the amount of farm that he's starting to get. He's the same level as most of the cores.
All right, well, we'll see if that's sort of in mind for Tundra. Maybe now they themselves are going to look to get out and get aggressive. They've just got the BKB done on Pure, so...
That's 3 couriers Amar's been able to find.
That really was.
It's actually a lot of gold.
I don't think it didn't have any sort of crucial items on it, at least I don't think, but as you say, still good money here for Falcons to pick up.
I mean, it's 1,500 gold, right?
Rip. Gonna be able to force pretty far away here from the two of them. Goes for the TP out. They'll be able to avoid the move there from Tundra.
Falcons, I mean, these 4 stabs doing work, getting them to be able to disengage, continue getting that farm until they feel comfortable to find that fight. So Kid is just still waiting for next big item. Satanic is done for Skeeter. Maybe just wants the tables before anything else.
I mean, at that point, he's going to be very ready to turn up to the fight. Skeeter doing his best here to keep up with the farm of Pure.
Yeah, I'm watching Snay. Snay has queued up a Hex as well. He's getting a lot of farm on this Enchantress.
And it's just going to be interesting to see what sort of decisions Pure makes in the team fights down the line. Like, is he going to opt to sort of go for the morph on the puck so he has that extra bit of control to use against heroes like the puck? Or will he look to prioritize now Skeeter so that he can play to have that overwhelming split damage across the team to match the gyro?
I want to say just prioritizing the puck, to be honest with you, because he's playing into the Mars, so if the arena comes down, the flak's not going to be nearly as efficient, and then it gives him 2 different ways, or multiple different ways to play in and out of arena too, right? He's got BKB, he'll have waveform, he'll have the puck orb too, so yeah, we'll see which one he does prioritize massively. It all depends on the situation of the fight, which one he to team, what does he need? Does he need a silence? Does he need more damage? See, Ahri also, he's following suit. He's queuing up a Hex himself since he's playing versus a puck. All these instant disables are going to be incredibly valuable. Crit very close to an Aghanims, so the double lasso also potential is going to be on the table. It's a lot of double catches that come from Falcons with the spear plus that double lasso.
Yeah, I guess if that Hex does come out, in terms of saves, on Falcon's side, it's pretty much going to be what's solely down to the 4 stars to just try and get whoever gets caught by the Hex out of there.
Yeah, it's
to a
4
safe
steps,
distance.
and then just itemization, right? Like once they get their Lincolns, because we're definitely going to see that. Also starting to come up multiple different Lincolns. I believe Malrine, he has his finished. Both teams playing very cautious. BZM able to find an Arcane. This is a pretty damn good rune. Very close to Shiva's though, so might wait for that before they look for the fight.
And there's that timing. Line here for Crit.
Both teams content with hitting the creeps. The gold lead has pretty much stayed stagnant between that 1 and 2K for quite some time.
There we go. See if they want to go for that sort of smoke play around the Aghanims.
It is 2 big timings, right? It's the Lincoln that was picked up for Malrine, plus that, I guess, and the Hex that they had picked up from before. Skeeter about to have Daedalus. Yeah, they're going to smoke. They're going to look for a catch.
All right, well, we saw the earlier attempt from Falcons to come in hard with the item reveal of the Hex on Amar. Not work out too strong. Look if this one works out any better.
Look at Tundra. Look at Whitemon and BZM right now. So they're kind of trying to read the move that's coming in. Whitemon is just sitting behind BZM, ready to go for the sleep save potential if he does get caught. They're aware of this move.
And he looks to be another smoke attempt from Falcons that won't result in a catch.
Roshan, the next point of contention.
I mean, that's good. That's going to be the very hot part of the map.
It's up. It's going top. Shiva's done for Quap.
Yeah.
Daedalus done for Gyro. This next fight could be the all-big decider.
It really could. The team fight around the Roshan very likely to get pretty messy. I mean, to the point where, how are we doing on the buybacks? Not really too many available on either side. So in terms of the second lives being able to get over to the Roche fight, it's not too great the potential. Tundra on the way out. Fibers on the high ground. BZM's going to look for the jump forward. He's going to find Amar. The double lasso is there.
Down 2.
That's Whitemon out of the fight. He does have buyback available if he wants to try and get back over. BZM to the side. No burst room over the Sonic Wave. wave. BZM, he continues to
BZM?
jump in aggressively.
Boleh blink.
Wants the BKB.
Pero na
Skinner's
BKB.
trying to turn towards
Oh,
BZM, but BZM's
bumbang.
there to blink back out to safety.
Amar buyback. They immediately disengage when they see that. Falcons might have to try to force something here, either force a Roche or force an attempted fight with that buyback.
We'll see, because yeah, Tundra will certainly take that trade, killing off Amar, forcing him to make the decision to buy back into this.
Yeah.
Only losing Whitemon themselves.
How many BKBs? It was just BZMs that Tundra used, right? Yeah, okay. So Pure still has his available, and he has a full Satanic also for the fight. So Falcons maybe wants to try to force link something, but it's very difficult for them to do so. That buyback from Amar is really going to hurt him.
Of course, both teams not happy to leave this Roshan area.
Gotta point out some of these neutrals that we do see getting picked up, some pretty devastating ones. Pyrrhic Cloak on the Timbersaw versus that Gyrocopter in particular. Same thing for Skitter having his own.
That could be pretty huge, especially if sort of Pure finds himself in a situation where he wants to fully commit on Skeeter. Skeeter could look for the turnaround potential.
Yep.
With that cloak.
And the Pyrrhic Cloak is just... It's such a sad item to play against when you're a support. If you don't have a Dispel, they just throw the Pyrrhic Cloak on you and force it.
What do you do?
Teammates kill you. Your teammates literally kill you half the time, so they have to keep tabs of that. Make sure they don't kill off one of the supports if they do get Pyrrhic.
BZM looking towards Malrine. Malrine, Skeeter safely at his side.
Force the roar, Pure. Starting that rush. The ward is in the river.
Just trying to bait some sort of misstep from Falcons. Falcons aren't falling for it.
It looks like they're going to smoke again. Bat has Lasso. Eyes if he can get the double Lasso. He does get the Magnifying Monocle as well, too, so they have this cast range.
Now both teams finding the opportunity to split up again. A little bit more so for Tundra as they can relax a little bit. They've got Ari working on the creeps down bottom. Pure able to clean up those side camps.
Is Skitter going to do the disassemble play? It looks like he is. So he's going to disassemble his Daedalus, use the Demon Edge to make the MKB. Not going to do the Rapier just yet because he's playing versus that Butterfly or Morph, but he is going to at least have that MKB, that True Strike that's going to help quite a lot versus Pure. And of course, you know, that little bit of extra magical damage versus the armor. Nice. Lasso
is there.
They have the catch follow-up.
The follow-up, there's the Hex from Amar into the spear. They lock down BZM. Pure and 33 though, they're going to try and push on forward. Pure trying to take down Skeeter. He'll commit it with the BKB, but now with Pure's BKB coming to an end, he'll back off. Jump forward with the Dream Call on towards 33. The arena down as well. They'll trap the Timbersaw, get the double kill. Secure for Skeeter.
They do not have buybacks. The two of them, 70 seconds. That's a Roche. Falcons finding the perfect catch there.
I mean,
Dream chain stun.
Tundra still hovering around with the three of them, but making a play 3 into 5, it's not going to be easy.
And you can see there, Snaking's damage was definitely starting to rack up a bit there also versus that Timbersaw. I think they can, it's very difficult for them to contest this. Maybe they can look for a steal, but with these two dead, don't think that they can fully contest the Falcons. He had just picked up the MKB too to be able to stand his ground versus Pure, you can see. And now he's going to actually have the Daedalus right after that fight as well too. Falcons.
I'm very much seeing, you know, with the amount of lockdown that they've been able to build up, Falcons, there just isn't a lot of ways for Tundra to bail anyone out, especially if that sort of jump comes in from Crit and he's able to drag them that far away from the rest of the team. The space is there. Falcons have got the Aegis on Skeeter.
Oh, and no one's queuing up Lincolns either on the side of Tundra. So they're going to be susceptible to that Lasso or the Hex every single time at this point. So that could be pretty dangerous that they haven't gone down that route. I see BZM, he's queuing up the Aghanim. Maybe he does pivot a little bit here, since he did just get fully chain stunned, but we shall see. Snaking, he's got a Hex now too, so I think they might need to have at least something.
They're going to try and go for him. They've got the Fiend's Grip with the Sharpshooter, they'll get him.
Nice catch.
Clean
That's
kill
actually
here.
a huge kill.
Now Tundra able to make moves despite Falcons being the one with the Aegis. They seize the opportunity to quickly take Snaking down.
Finally bring down that pesky Enchantress. 60 seconds. See if they can get more out of it. The swing over. Ari, he does have the Hex. But they do see somebody, they could catch them.
Yeah, there certainly could be an opportunity here.
Not easy versus Malrine though, right? Because he does have the Lincoln Sphere, so there is always going to be that stop.
Maybe the least able to put some damage onto the tier 2 down bottom.
Should be able to bring it down. Ag's done for Malrine. So his damage is continuing to grow. He's looking for that late game timing, that 25, of course, with the Dream Call pierces immunity plus that Ags. Be very useful. His targets allow pretty much all his cores to actually hit the targets because those BKBs can be problematic, but it does seem like a timing that Falcons is looking for. Amar has gotten his BKB now too. He's having to be a bit more of the sacrifice this game.
He is.
Like, but Snay, he's definitely building up that damage that makes it worth it.
And it's sort of a humble sort of move from Amar. It's definitely
rare
paid
one.
on. Yeah,
A rare
he's realized what he needs to do this game with the sort of limited resources that he's used to having otherwise from his offlane performance. And definitely so far as we're seeing the Hex into BKB in that order, definitely the right move. Just having that moment earlier, having that extra bit of lockdown to ensure they could kill BZM off. He's having to play a bit different this game, Amar, but it's definitely working out for him.
This next fight could be pretty huge. Let's see if they can get the catch. I mean, a lasso or a double spear. Skeeter has hit level 25, so he's got that flak constantly up. Torment does get brought down. Amar.
Still a bit spooky to push into. They get the opening with the lasso. Have they got the damage to deal with it? Push back into the Hex Spear as well. And indeed, as you say, we're snaking, pumping out the damage. 33, he's gone.
75 seconds, they can continue to put some pressure, at least get potential, maybe at least a tier 2 or maybe 2 of the tier 2s out of that.
And overall, if you're Tundra at this point, are you just completely avoiding these sort of fights whilst the Aegis is online for Falcons?
Probably. It's just Falcons isn't really giving... It's not even like these straight-up team fights, right? Falcons is just finding these pickoffs now because of this far catch that they have with the Bat plus the Mars. But I guess with the Aegis, yeah, you probably just want to wait. Still 2 minutes, though. Falcons might be able to at least poke a little. See if they want to.
Skeeter's going to be feeling pretty strong here.
At least just a poke and force a reaction, perhaps.
Let's see if they get it. I mean, still 30 seconds or so until 33's back in action.
Banner is down. He's going to force a response here from Tundra.
Pure. Going for quite a decent trade here.
He's caught himself, Pure.
The arena's there into the spear catch. Beautifully executed. I mean, Amar so ready to make these moves. They'll get Whitemon as well.
Oh, man. They fell for it. It was a bit of a bluff there from Skeeter, right? Poking the high ground, kind of telling them, hey, my team's behind me, but they set up on the bottom side quickly. Amar and Crit, they find Pure. Whitemon couldn't get that sleep save. I mean, it's pretty impossible versus the Bloodsport, to be fair.
Yeah, very, very quick moves on the defensive.
Yeah, there it is.
Huge kill.
He buys the
here we
rapier.
go.
He's feeling the strength, Skeeter.
He's ready to try and close this game up in style. You know, still, Tundra very much are going to have the chance to have a say about this.
This is exciting.
But still, yeah, Skeeter, one more team fight victory under his wings, and he might just be able to walk away with a trophy.
Also, they may have seen that Pure had spent the gold, so they might
that
be
is true.
expecting that he doesn't have buyback. They can get quite a bit out of this push.
50 seconds.
He's going for
He's poking in towards the victory, Skeeter.
There's no cliff. They used it.
Well, let's see what the rest of the 4 of them can do to try and hold this push off.
The double lasso.
Oh, double lasso. Oh, matay. Oh, wala yung buyback. Oh, BZM na Hex. Oh, na-dream coil. Nabay BKB. Ay, BKB. Layat, palayo.
He survived long enough to get out of this. He can. We'll get the blink out just in time. BZM will live, but Skeeter on the second life, he's ready to keep the push going.
I love Pure.
10 seconds or so until the ball's back in the game. Instant Hex here.
Nilayat na sa Orlo na nakpan. 33 di save. Pero dili na da. Buyback. Nabuhay na si Pure. Atras ng matanan. Atras ng matanan. Amar, wala timing yung speed. Amar nabilin yung last Skeeter. Namatay. Na-drop ang divine. Nag-grip ang back. Namatay ang back. Team wipe sila. Sneaky patay. Oh my God.
Welcome and Tundra. They defend the Ancient.
They couldn't
They
disengage, and
defense
now
of
Pure's
the
gonna
ancient
hand it
tool.
Rapier.
Boy.
Back the other way we go.
Yeah, they really went all in for that one, Falcons. They were close to being able to do so. They get the tier 4s. I say close. They didn't really do that much damage at all to the Ancient. Just the buybacks that were available from Tundra just being enough to sort of slow down the push, sort of stop the bleeding.
33 also with the initial first kill that he was able to do. Look at the damage that this Timbersaw did. The Pyrrhic Cloak, the Blade Mail, he's just sticking on top of Skeeter. Skeeter, he does buy the Revenant's Brooch, but the push is coming. Pure with this Rapier.
And he does have the money for buyback, Skeeter. And he's probably going to have to use it.
They're going tier 4.
Oh, they're going for the GG push.
Tier 4s. Pure.
Oh, yeah, the tables have turned. A Hex. Insta Hex. Oh, na-silence ang Amar. Oh, Skeeter. Tabangin yung Skeeter. Pa-lifestealan yung Skeeter. Oh, nakapat yun yung Skeeter. Hala, BZM. Inglit yung Skeeter. Oh, nahikot.
got any other way to push him
Allah,
towards the
tigistanin pa ninyo.
Stand up.
Silence! Patya! Patay!
Get him.
Buyback.
The buyback's
Oh, nahik
available.
Samar. Oh,
33's
nahikot.
holding them in the base here
Hikot
with
duha.
Mari. As the fortification comes to an end. Look at that combination. They'll respect this time. They're back up. They look
Oh,
for
Amal! Patay si Amal!
Pure to survive for now. Jump forward from BZM wants to
Full
finish off the
stop.
job. The BKB
Oh,
comes
save! Patay! Wala buyback! GG!
The ancient. He can turn back towards the ancient. We're getting a game.
GG!
Oh my God! Around and Pure brings in the firepower to get the victory.
Holy shit. I mean, Skeeter takes a bit of a risk, goes for a rapier play to look to close the game out potentially versus Pure, but they buy time. He's able to respawn. The Timber, I mean, 33 doing, and it's, I don't even know how much, like 20-something thousand damage for Skeeter in that fight. This Timber might have to go, but my goodness. It looked like Falcons had it, and then a moment later, they just don't after that rapier
They
goes to
went
the hands
all
of
in,
Pure.
and understandably so, they see the chance that there's no buyback on them off, and indeed there isn't. But the lives that Tundra did have available to throw at Falcons in that defense, they were enough. It didn't matter that the rapier was there on Skeeter. Even with that immense amount of damage, it was not enough to do enough before Pure's able to come back into the play, take the rapier into his own hands.
And the question is going to be, is it worth the risk of going for that rapier there, since they do end up giving it up? It's got to be a question for them.
Oh, what a way for Tundra to push this to a game 5. Wow. My goodness,
Insane.
I cannot wait. What a grand finals this is stepping up to be, ladies and gentlemen. It's 2-2 now between Tundra and Falcons. We're getting a game 5, Singapore.
Woo! BZM, what a game, what a game. Congratulations on that game. A quick question, how are you feeling after that? Because that was mental.
The heart rate that goes like up and down, that's how I feel.
An absolute roller coaster, 100%. I have to ask you about a specific moment in the game. It was you and Pure in the river. You both got speared to a tree by the Mars. Tell me about that moment, because you guys turned it around crazy.
I mean, my morph was just screaming, I'm strong. And yeah, and I'm like, okay, I'll help you. And then we both got speared and survived on 1 HP. Yeah, he was strong.
It worked out. Very well played. Good luck in the final game. Thank you.
Thank you, BZM and Shiver. Quick though, his heart rate was doing this. I feel like that was going through the audience as well. Everyone not really knowing how this game was going to go, because the early game, all Falcons, that rapier going for throw. I don't even know if you had to make that pressured play right there, Quinn.
Yeah, it's extremely unlike Falcons, really. I'm shocked that they choose to go for throne like that. Falcons is all about playing it safe, building the gold lead. To buy a rapier when you don't need to, whenever the enemy is, I don't know, they have buybacks to throw at you, is like extremely uncharacteristic, and I wonder if the pressure comes in a rare moment of Falcons sort of just making a massive blunder, honestly.
I mean, this game felt like it was a little bit uncharacteristic to Falcons. We're going to look at some replays later about some of the early game and some of the choices they made to enable Tundra to feel like they had to
Tabi lang yung waka kay bungol pa.
That's all you want in an arena, all you want in a grand finals is that.
Hello.
I don't care that
Hello.
made a weird blunder for the Ancient. They bring the hype, they bring the intensity, and Tundra, they capitalize on it. And what an ending, and the crowd was beautiful at the end as well.
Tabi sa Carl. Yan, nag-ilis na gidsit. Hello. How are you? Di mo putol mo. Hello.
Pero saan duwa kayo? UFC.
Sunod na linggo mata ko sa iyo ganiya. Lahib daw ko kitanaw. Ngay UFC dim to.
It wasn't really decided whether or not they were going for it.
Ari ka,
I
one
thought
gives
they
it
might just buy the rapier,
turbo.
get 2 Rexes, put it
Tanggawat.
on the map like Falcons do, get a bunch of items, and then play
Ay, sa
solo,
ihi,
right?
sa kuning
Go
negro.
straight for the throne.
Ay,
One
okay.
minute on the ages. Very risky move, unlike
Fine,
Falcons, like you
lashes
said.
and
Maybe all the criticism Falcons are getting for playing too slow, for playing boring Dota, it got to them a little bit. I don't know.
They're here for the entertainment.
Dali ra kayo na ba?
Yesterday,
Ting duwa na to picking kay sugod na naging 5. Dili timing ra na pirmi. Ini kung man ako duwa kay kuan na. Kana usa na lang kay hero ang i-pick nila.
we're going to keep using this word,
Walang
uncharacteristic. This
bottom
lane phase
pin.
was just so good they could have run away with the game.
They could have, but also there was
Tika?
some big turnaround moments.
Yung drone dito gapon
You
eh.
know, the Timbersaw after such a hard
Bata.
lane, he goes for the
Yeah.
blade mail, he punishes a couple moves, and then we also have the
Asa ko na siya ngayon.
Falcons are going for the twin gate and they're just
Ano
dying
ako
the last
grabe.
5. A lot of the hype that Falcons have brought throughout this tournament is the 4, the 5-man aggression, the sweeping plays that they
Sa
make
dua.
to break it on towers.
Ihis ko
In this
guti
game,
rin.
it's 2, 3. They're not there as 4 or 5. They're making so many
Suka
blunders that we
ngalimal.
haven't seen. So that's why this game was so competitive.
Tayo
Like,
dua.
if you said that this game was game or 2, I don't think they make these mistakes. I think this was a clean victory.
Nagil kontra diri mo Muslim. Labay kayo ah.
Because of, you know, the length of the grand finals, the intensity as it reaches, and yeah, they just made many mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is honestly, these are a pivotal few moments. You can see Aui's been talking for quite some time now.
Tayo dua.
And I think it's very easy to get flustered when you lose a game like
Pumusngi,
this. It very much feels like, oh, this is
bura.
stupid. Why did we just go to the base? Why didn't we just chill, you know? Like,
Kasi na arrogance na eh. Kasi na arrogance ka.
calm down for that. You see Aui
Ubaw.
talking for a while there, you know, telling them, "Hey, we need
Friends
to
sa
focus
liga
on the
na
next
ako.
game, it's fine, we did good
Friends sa
things,"
game yan na.
you know, reassuring, reinstilling that confidence.
Abi na ko
because they should be
dyan na.
confident, right? They were doing amazing in the early game.
100%.
And I think, you know,
Basig
using
ong.
these minutes well and not being too down on yourself, accepting, okay,
Ba't
yeah,
naroon na nila,
this
bro?
is stupid, but life goes on and we need to play that next game.
I was going to say, it's a
Dagdag
game
do mga
five.
duwa
There is
dyan.
still a game
Siguro
5.
duwa.
This isn't just
Ha?
by any means. Just like, yep, entertainment.
Gagawin ko.
boys, let's look at this. And whilst we talk about the all these mistakes from the side of Falcons, you also have to praise Tundra so much for being active early, for seeing what potentially could happen and come out from Falcons and going, they're going to contest this 14-minute Wisdom Rune. We're going to have to bring numbers. Pure as a Morphling, getting active that early on. I mean, who is going to have the confidence to do that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you gotta praise Thunder. No doubt they were level 4 and 5, I think, in support by 14 minutes. You know, it looked like an impossible game. It looked like just another classic Falcon win, but here we have it. This room, we need this guy. They bring all the numbers. Maybe a little bit over eager here, ends up, I think, overestimating his tankability. You know, this goes into this feed right here as well, and then the Doctor comes and gives him another kill, right? And suddenly, you know, you give it all the XP away, and all the lead you had is now gone. But we talk a lot about the Falcons' mistakes, right? I also think that they kind of clawed their way back into this game.
That's true too.
Right? They got the
Alay,
Aegis
walang
on
mga
Gyro,
Tagalog.
but then they made
Ibagyo pa, giuwan pa.
questionable move to buy the Rapier, but
Bagyuan.
they played super well.
Bagyuan
The position they
taligsik.
were in, actually. They were just like normal Falcons again. So basically, you have two big blunders by Falcons in this game. These moves that we just saw now, and then the last throw-in attempt, right? But apart from that, they played beautiful this game.
No, I think the mid game was incredible. You know, they were down 3-4K with Heroes very bad game matchups. Morphling incredibly good against Gyro, one of the best carry-to-carry matchups against Gyrocopter. They have Timbersaw, Broken Hero, Queen of Pain in a very good Queen of Pain game. Like, there's a lot of things going in Tundra's favor. And like you said, Falcons slowly pulling it back, pick off after pick off, good skirmish, excellent fighting, like, you know, great spell casting, and then just one mistake at the end. Sometimes it's, you know, one of the cruel things about Dota is it only takes one silly mistake and suddenly the game's over and you're like, man, that was dumb. Like, what are we doing?
That's the coin flip that we always talk about, though, is if it pays off, it is the most magical moment. Everyone is praising this clutch decision. At the end of the day, it could go either way, too. But yeah, there were amazing early games. Yes, a small blunder, an amazing mid game to pull it back when the odds are stacked against you. It still is a lot to take away, and losses is where you learn the most.
There's so many things to talk about this game. Like, I mean, we could even still just stand here and continue praising Tundra for a little bit. We've been very critical on Falcons. We expected them to maybe be a bit better in that game. But for Tundra as well, like 33 Timbersaw, that's going to get banned. Let's not even bother talking about that one. And then, of course, Arion is Hoodwink, right? We're talking about, you know, interview questions about the Morph and the Queen of Pain living. I mean, there's a 3-man Bushwhack. How many times do you see multi-hero Bushwhacks on Ari keeping the clutch moments alive? Pure on the Morphling. How often do you see him take over the puck that many times and consistently basically be a puck on the Radiant team? Like, he was doing so much. Like, again, everyone was playing so well. There was so much pressure. We saw individual mistakes. But I think a good sign is Falcons aren't this like untouchable, ethereal team where they're going to just cruise through everything. It kind of felt like that could be the trajectory for them. But again, we are going to see some more replays. And yeah, this is going to be the Bushwhack. But
This Bushwhack is
yeah,
insane.
it's
Look at the range on that.
But then again, like, they also pinged out the regen rune. BZM got the regen rune, so he's able to blink up to the high ground, utilize that. Ari comes in with a 3-man Bushwhack. A little bit of luck with the regen, a little bit of skill with the Bushwhack. It's, you know, the whole game, so many beautiful moments where every single player stepped up because one team wants to survive the grand finals, the other team wanted to lock in and secure their, you know, another trophy in the cabinet.
And Bushwhack is such an incredibly clutch spell, actually, in these type of moments because it's so difficult to throw out the spell
Ang sagay
first
git.
and the tree and then also hit the spot. And you need, I don't know, it's such a difficult spell to land these sorts of situations, so that was insanely clutch by Ari there.
No, I mean, it's just these moments, like BZM said, your heart is racing, and sometimes you're not making the clearest decisions. I don't know, you're just caught up in the moment, and you go a little too far and you get some kill, and then you're like, oh shoot, whoops, and then you're run down, and then you're dead, and then the game snowballs out of control. I think what you said about Falcons not bringing the same amount of numbers and bringing 2 or 3 instead of 5, I think you saw the opposite from Tundra. They were bringing the numbers. They were in that spot of desperation where they're behind, and they're not afraid to bring 5 heroes. And I think that for me, that's been the trend and the theme of the grand final. It's a team that's bringing the aggression, bringing the numbers, and not afraid to bring 4 or 5 and make sure that they win these exchanges. They're the ones who are coming out on top.
Look, as our most recent retired pro quid now on the panel, being in a grand final, being in a game 5, being in any game really, let's be honest here, how do you just keep that heart rate normal? You level it out a little bit, because BZM's going to have to reset. I'm sure a lot of players on the side of Falcons are going to have to do that too.
I think genuinely you just need to focus on yourself. Not worry too much into drafting or what did we do wrong or this or that, and just sort of zone and remember that, hey, I'm just one player out of 5 on this team. Drafting may not be my job or it's a team job. I'm gonna do my part. I'm gonna lane well.
I thought you were gonna stop blaming other people.
Well, that's maybe some people do that, but we're talking about good tactics. I would not personally advise for that. There's plenty of that too. The losing, not the blame.
Okay, alright.
One thing is that Falcons need to recover from that loss. Another thing is Tundra needs to make sure that they are not overly eager and overly excited for this game. I think Moon's role now is to make sure that people are ready to play game 5 from a completely new best of 1. You could even say, right? Like, you saw them walking around smiling a bit and being a bit happy and stuff. It was a crazy ending and everything, but they need to be able to reset again, because that game was under normal circumstances, Falcons would just run over Tundra there and claim the victory, right? So they shouldn't take this too easily.
Yeah, you can't rely on that magic and having those moments, because that door is not going to be open for you in the same way, whether that's draft or gameplay.
Yeah, of course, and I think, critically, we talked about it, but, Timbersaw has been the hero for both of Tundra's wins. Is Aoi really going to allow it? Is maybe the button clicker really going to allow a Timbersaw on the side of Tundra going into a game 5? Like, after the first loss to the hero, there was some good reason to maybe ban out. Of course, in the second game, Falcons easily could have won this, so maybe that isn't a conclusion they come to, but at least from, a viewer perspective, 2 games, 2 wins, 2 Timbersaws.
I mean, I also think it's unlikely we're going to see it again. That being said, though, that last game, it depends how you look at it, right? You can have 2 approaches. We're going to try something different and ban out Timbersaw, or we're going to say, we actually had that game, we shut Timbersaw down, he couldn't do anything, we had a 4K lead at 14 minutes, we had the right approach. We could do that again.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of options, a lot of ways the draft can go. For me, I think for both teams, it's very important that Falcons, they're not too emo after that loss, that they're able to bring it back up to a normal level. And for Tundra, like you said, they're not too peppy, too hyped. Ooh, we're so good, we came back. Like, no, you have to bring it back down to earth level, because you're playing another game, there's another draft, like you're starting from ground zero, and I think both teams need to remember that. Like, you can see Ari, he's still feeling good. He's it helps sometimes. It's also a trap sometimes to, after you win a game, to feel too good about yourself and to lose a little bit of focus in your own precise gameplay.
I mean, it also helps as well, I think, with Pure specifically, because after the game 3 draft, right, he's calling for his lone druid, he's getting this game, and then you get absolutely stomped. For as a player to then have the same pick position in the next draft, to then get the Morphling, to be able to have such a stand-up performance, I think it's going to help carry some momentum going into that 5th game, right? Because you went from the lowest of lows to the highest of highs between game 3 and game 4.
I mean, that is still the fun and the beauty of this, is that we get a whole new draft. We have a potential for a new pure hero. What, he's gone from the Ursa, the Faceless Void, the Lone Druid that you just talked about there, T, now going on a Morph. This man is picking out heroes carry players have forgot even exist in this game. Heroes that maybe aren't working out, but yeah, you got to have a wide understanding of what can be picked up for Pure, what can be played, and what should be banned out.
No, I think the creativity is great. I think it's super fun to see, and it's very exciting. I think Pure, that's one of the reasons why he's a fun player to watch, is because he is someone who will pick, very specific random stuff that other carry players won't do. He plays Moira to carry from time to time and just whips out random stuff. I think that's exciting and fun, and one of, the things that makes him a very cool and exciting player to have in the game.
Agree. I can't wait for the game 5. I mean, whether you're rooting for Falcons or for Tundra, I'm kind of, I don't have a favorite per se, but I'm just happy that we game a game 5, because yeah, it would be a bit sad for me if Falcons just win again, and it was in that fashion and we don't get a game 5. I'd like it to be close.
No one likes a team that wins everything the entire year.
Isn't that what they say? The fastest way to be hated on is to get to the top?
I've not heard the saying, but it sounds true.
I might have just made it up. Either way, I feel like it was a pretty good one. But draft for Game 5, do you feel like this has been a normal new meta developing as a grand final, as a best of 5 develops, or has it actually been pretty stable throughout?
I think there's a meta, but I think Game 5, I don't think you can rely on that meta that's developed. I think it's kind of all up in the air at this point.
Yeah, all up in the air. Anything else you guys want to add on to this one? Because it's Game 5 in Singapore, out on a land, in front of a crowd like this.
I mean, this is where you need to clutch up. This is where you know, separate from the mice from the men, and you know, who's gonna are you gonna focus up? Are you gonna play good Dota? Are you gonna focus on you, or are you gonna get clammy and sweaty and feed like a pot? We'll find out.
We definitely will find out. This game number 5 for our grand finals will be happening very soon, so don't go too far.
Mabuti pa sa loto Pag-asang manalo Di tulad sa'yo Imposible
Of best TI players.
Kahit mahal kita
Because overall the game's just got harder.
La akong magagawa
Okay, let's put in 3. Let's pop it in 3. Collapse in 3. Bulldog.
Sipa sa Bacardi Sigig Playboy Cardi
Invoker. Lagi lugan lane. G-Boy pagilugan lane.
Nani gahim nang ang gibugaton hindi dala di na matimbang ako sa kaya kung kutahin pero Tesla may sasakyan na boy naman gali ni Tesla nagkalipis na real shit old school Mauni classic pina sa mani Mauni classic pina best pa Mauni classic ng banggang lisgang halo na gano'n ha Nalihok. Guru sabay sa uso, matay baling kapuya. Ako mod kiligo kung may mod tawad na luya. Rapuna. Pilalasad kabungan nga iyang kahimtang agibogaton nagidalan di na matimbang siya jakina boy Tesla kung nagkamipis na real shit old school multi classic pinabes pa Nauni classic pinabes pa Gamaya PS dyan basta borderless eh. Dito kay duway ng unahan eh. Borderless.
Burles.
Orang ka mahal. Puro sabay sa uso, mas may baling ka. Puya, ang kung nagbinig ako ay wala na uya. Ilan na sa kamuhan nga niyang kahintang. Ang ibog ato na ginalado. Matimbang ako. Padlock. Scared. Wow, isang kagawin pero test na. Nabuhin naman. Pinitest na.
Ama.
Old school money classic pinabes pa. Mahuli classic nga orang kalmahan. Alin orang ka. Kung ang ganahan. Puro sabay sa uso. Alin ka puya. Ang kumoy. Sila na nga bungan nga niya kain. Laga sa dating resolution hindi to kayo. Mali. Sabay sa uso, baday baling gaboy.
My gratitude earns you nothing.
Uy! Philippines!
You're dead.
Buthans malidik.
Kuang.
Uy. Kuangan. Strike mo na.
Stop Invoker.
Murah ako diha. Oh, patya balidik. Di matay. Pinalasat kabuuan nga niya dahil sa gaton kay kilala din na matimbay.
If they keep this up, there's going to be no coming back for the enemy team.
Will you come mid and hold hands with me?
Ha, pwede na makapalit og shard. Kuya awa. 7 minutes pa gani.
Without. Say.
Ano na, bago na update?
Wala ko bala.
Ano na?
Layat ang kuan ba? Jakiro.
Kan na guys. Avalanche. Wow. Oh, yata nahurot. Oh. Loh. Fuck this tiny. Sibak like toga.
Hello?
Rata girl, top girl.
Hello? Sino po to? Hindi ko narinig. Sorry. Opo. Opo. Yung current na typhoon po, hindi po masyado malakas dito. Sige po. Thank you po. Ingat po kayo. Bye po.
Nainawag sa phone. Noon sa ganihan eh. Wala ko ni tubag si mong giingon. Ayun tawag.
Wala yan, narko top.
Oh shit.
Kamahigpit isay.
If they keep this up, there's going to be no coming back for the enemy team.
What the Kaya ako ito sa tower. Gagian naman.
Kalayo ba yan? Otay.
Oh. Ayos. Bang.
Yate.
Predicted yet.
Naku, ganyan strike.
Sumaliho kang MK. Patus ako soy.
Sakal.
Wala tanaw kog duwa.
Probably the biggest thing that we will see change, right? Because Amar, a couple of those deaths in the last game were preventable. He did get himself sacrificed a lot, so we'll probably see a little bit of a switch up. He's already at the top of the board. 15-6 to the 6-0 of the Morphling.
Yeah, I mean, I think he really came into this game 5 after that game 4 being like, there's no way I'm going to fall behind in farm again. This time, you know, Amar playing even more ferociously in this laning stage with how well he's able to hold the CS in his favor.
And honestly, the Bane, even though they did the switch up to maybe have the Bane help out the Timber, it's actually not really coming into fruition with what I think they hope to, at least in these first few waves right now. 33 is still feeling that pressure. And Pure, yeah, even more so than last time it does feel. And that level 3 is soon going to be coming out for Snaking, and when he's got that creep, then you're really going to truly see how much extra pressure they can put onto both Mari
Mars
and Pure.
gyapon og Cairo.
Very much indeed on that bottom lane, a bit of a different start.
Yeah, much 18-7 to 8.
Yeah,
it's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, Amar, he's ready to win.
Malrine standing toe to toe.
Okay, let's see.
Maurga pog line up ba?
He's got the orb too. Does he go for it?
BZM's got to be very
Timber,
careful.
Hoodwink, Bane,
Marin sees
Cube,
the chance to jump under the tower.
Morphling.
Could be in trouble, BZM.
Whitemon's connecting over.
He's starting to slowly heal up BZM. And not a chance this time round for Marin to punish him under the tower. BZM will be able to keep his cool.
Both pushing the limits as much as possible. BZM, similar to last time, he is getting those extra denies in comparison. Malrine really trying to go for the kill.
Taking a lot of damage trying to get Malrine top 4.
He's dead.
Oh, he slipped up bad there, Malrine, and he gets punished hard by BZM on the quad.
He got pretty baited. There was a big
really
one
did.
from BZM. Just ends up healing up and all right.
And up until that point, he was definitely contesting the CS a little bit better than was in the last game, but getting that kill, BZM, he's going to be very happy with that one.
He's going to have the 6 even earlier than that last time. And if we can remember to that last game, right? It was actually Malrine ended up surviving because he was able to get a shield rune at that 6-minute mark last game.
That's true.
This time, that 6 is going to come out sooner for BZM, and they'll probably be more prepared to set up for that power rune. That's a big deal in BZM.
Marin can't afford to make those mistakes again here in this mid matchup. BZM is going to be feeling very, very comfortable right now. Being left in this 1v1. We'll see if either side does continue to bring any further support rotation over towards the mid.
Yeah, let's see if there's a creep or something there. I don't think it's going to be the case, but we'll see what Snaking wants to do with it. He does have a Centaur, but I imagine that's just going to continue being there to pressure the Morphling. As Mar continues to shut down the Morph.
Tundra getting the stacks ready. Another part of the game that I imagine Tundra probably going to try and put a bit of better effort into controlling, right? We saw last time Skitty getting to clean up quite a lot from that part of the map very early on.
Yeah, maybe they look to like BZM hold the Sonic Wave or something for the fight around that area to be able to prevent the contest from Falcons. That's a very good point, right? Because we did say, you know, Falcons, they shut down the Timber and then they shut down his recovery farm as well too. And then 33 was still able to recover, so safe. Sixes hit. 33, trying to go for crit here.
Got Skeeter by his side. Got the Nightmare set up. Skeeter will be able to take it off crit. Nice little moves there to ensure that Tree's not going to be able to dive in for that.
Ton of damage.
The Rocket Barrage won't quite be enough. Not quite yet ready to dive the tower, Skeeter.
33 is getting like actually 0 CS up here though. He gets another one, but he's only at 16 at the moment. They are really putting extra pressure on him this time of 13. Crit for these kills. Crit! Still alive.
Be able to use the sleep to try and get Skeeter away. There's loads to pick up, but he's still able to lead him with the Rocket Barrage. There's a missile heading the way of Whitemon as well. Turn with the brain sap. Another Rocket Barrage comes in. It's enough to get the kill, but BZM's in with the rotation. Skeeter's got to start backing off. Both Skeeter and Crit very, very low.
There's a Blink Sonic Wave. Does he go for it?
He's not going to get the right read on it there. Skeeter should be fine.
No, he's not going to get to go for it there. Skeeter will be able to survive.
Back in the mid, Marine. The chance to lead him with the Dream Core beyond the tower, looking for Ari. But meanwhile, back top, BZM does at least manage to clean up the support, get crit.
But the mid
And,
tower.
yeah, Falcons getting the chance for a support kill themselves
This
in
is
the mid.
This is a problem. They kept the catapult alive, Owen. They've tanked enough. They're keeping this creep alive too. The Warpine Raider. This catapult is going to take out this entire tower potentially. This is very different than what happened that last game, at least in terms of mid lane. BZM making rotation stop, but his tower, he has to finish off that catapult, and he will, but damage is mostly done there.
Ari around, so maybe so they can get the catch, but laning rifts there, Maureen's fine. And even if they did get that lockdown, the damage output, all the options aren't there. They did have to use that Sonic Wave up top to kill crit.
They did get the shrines this time, though, so a 1-for-1 exchange. Whitemon will be able to grab that one, but still very limited on the levels. He still is only level 3, similar to that last game, but Ari is going to have that higher level. He'll have that ult potentially around that 10-minute mark. Amar does have the ulti at the ready if he wants to put a point in, if he wants to try for Pure. Pure was caught once last time because of it.
Yeah, Amar did find some pretty nice early opportunities to catch Pure off guard.
Right now, Pure still has raindrops, so it's hard to commit for him, but Amar is whittling those raindrops down. It's down to the 2 now, so I might just continue throwing the spears to just bring those down.